Hello, romance lovers. Today's story is called Little Rabbit and the Big Bad Leopard. If you enjoy our videos, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss out on more exciting stories. Sitting inside the box, the rabbit heard the voices of people. They said that soon the lands of the Black Panther would appear. They said that the coming-of-age ceremony had already taken place, but the rabbit had not yet turned into a human, and that the god of beasts had placed a curse on the rabbit. Her mother kept yelling and asking why she didn't turn into a human. She yelled that her younger brother had already become a worthy werewolf. She was shaking with fear because she knew that it was entirely her fault. She knew that if she prayed to the god of animals, she would definitely become a human someday. The priests in the temple said that she had a curse placed on her by the god of beasts, and that was why she could not turn into a human. Her family humiliated her and told her that she was useless. She was very scared and wondered if her family was going to abandon her because she couldn't become human. The young men said that they had already gone too deep into the forest, and they were given orders so that she could die at the hands of Black Panthers. They said that as proof that they had visited the lands of the Black Panthers, they would bring the customer grass that grows on their territory. The young people were very nervous because they were afraid of Black Panthers. She was scared and wanted to get out of the box as soon as possible. She cried because she begged them not to leave her. She said that she would try hard to become a worthy werewolf. She cried because she didn't want to stay in the Black Panther's territory. A moment later, she heard some suspicious sound. She was very scared. A moment later, someone pulled her out of the box, looking at her savior with tears in her eyes. The young man looked at the crying rabbit with surprise and contempt. He was very surprised because he saw us in my territory, a small rabbit. She was shocked because she realized that it was a Black Panther in front of her now. She twitched because she realized that he could eat her now. She wanted him to let her go. The young man looked at her in surprise. A moment later, he looked at her with a grin and asked if she was crying. She twitched because she was furious. She was surprised. Was this the first time he saw a rabbit cry? The young man looked at her and with a smile asked her to cry some more. She was stunned by such a statement. Trembling with fear, she began to cry. She was shocked because she realized that he seemed to like it when she cried. Thus, on the earth, the Black Panther got a little rabbit named Vivi Ravian. She is a were-rabbit from a highly respected family. But for some reason, she still couldn't turn into a human, even though she was already 18 years old. Vivi thought that perhaps, because her parents didn't want to see her, they abandoned her in the lands of the Black Panther. She didn't know what could happen to her, nor did she know where she was now. She knew that before she lost consciousness, she was definitely in the forest. She remembered painful memories. She didn't know why he took her with him. She was worried that he might actually eat her. She was afraid that he would cook her. Vivi didn't want to let that happen at any cost. She understood that she needed to come to her senses as quickly as possible and try to escape right now. She understood that even if she broke something, she would still run away. Vivi tried to jump off the bed, but a moment later, someone grabbed her. She was in shock. Turning around, she saw a panther. He looked at her and said that a big trouble almost happened. He said that she still decided to commit a rash act. He said that the gentleman was also good, since he abandoned such a small rabbit. Vivi was surprised. She saw red eyes and fangs. He looked at her and said that it was the first time he was eating her. He looked at her and asked where she came from. Vivi was shocked because she saw the Black Panther again. He looked at her and asked if she couldn't speak. She was twitching as she wanted him to let her go. A moment later, he sat her down on the pillow and told her that the floor would be safer than the bed. He looked at her and said that since she had come to this place, she should be careful, since she was the property of Mr. Aiken. At the same time, he called her Mr. Rabbit and said that she was property. Vivi was shocked. She did not understand what he was talking about. He looked at her and said that she should always make sure her manners were impeccable. She looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and said that, judging by the fact that the gentleman brought her into his bedroom, she must be special. He said that she was a spare food. Vivi was shocked by what she heard. Vivi heard voices. Young people were discussing that she had fainted and were saying that she was a sick rabbit. The young man was surprised as he realized that it was most likely a werewolf rabbit who had briefly returned to his true form. The man said that he does not sense werewolf pheromones at all, and if he were a werewolf, he would have turned into a human long ago. Lying on the pillow, she heard what they were discussing. They could not understand whether she was a werewolf or an ordinary rabbit. She had previously heard that there were many scientists in the Black Panther lands, and she thought that if it was revealed that she was a werewolf who failed to turn into a human, she would become a test subject. They discussed why the gentleman had brought her into the house. Vivi thought that all their conversations were simply absurd. She didn't believe that the owner of such a luxurious bedroom brought her into the house just to eat her. The doctor said that he had already finished the treatment and so he was leaving. Vivi was scared. She didn't want the doctor to leave. Erwin came closer to her and said that her closed eyelids were trembling. He said that if she didn't get up now, she would go to the table. He asked her if she liked fried or boiled meat. She was shocked. Erwin looked at her and apologized for being late with the introduction. He said that he was the master's assistant. Erwin said the gentleman must have had a reason for leaving her there. Erwin said that the gentleman thought she was a supernatural animal that understood language. The gentleman also thought she was a divine beast. Erwin looked at her and said that he still thought of her as an ordinary rabbit. She was shocked because she knew she was ordinary, but she didn't understand why he was emphasizing it. A moment later, they noticed someone entering the bedroom. Turning around, they saw the gentleman. Holding the rabbit in his arms, Erwin bowed and greeted Mr. Aiken. The master looked at the servant intently and asked why he was there. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he hadn't sent him first to help Mr. Rabbit. Aiken looked at Erwin and said that it was so. Aiken looked at him to see if he was a werewolf or an ordinary rabbit. Erwin said that the doctor had an impossible hypothesis. Erwin asked if he could find out the reason for the rabbit's appearance. Aiken said he wanted to eat rabbit tomorrow. Erwin looked at him and said he would notify the kitchen about it. Vivi was in shock. She didn't understand if she had to eat it. She knew they had a lot of food besides it. Erwin looked at the sun. It was already setting and said that he was taking his leave. Vivi didn't want him to leave. The gentleman looked closely at the rabbit. She was trembling with fear. Sometime later, they were sleeping quietly in bed. She knew she had nowhere to run. She knew she was now in the lands of the Black Panthers. She understood that even if she was lucky enough to get out, it would be difficult to survive. And even if she survived, she had no home to return to. Her own mother looked at her with contempt and hatred. She was in shock as her parents wished her a shameful death. She looked at the gentleman in surprise and came closer to him. She noticed that he looked handsome. She knew she was scared, but still, if it weren't for this man, she really would have died. This situation terrified her. Vivi didn't know how to let it go and what to do. She wanted to live. However, fortunately, he didn't do anything special with her now. She thought that perhaps she should be grateful to him. A moment later, she saw his gaze. She was very surprised and scared as she did not expect him to wake up. She was very scared and crawled under the pillow. Aiken looked at her and said that she was going to suffocate now. Lifting the pillow, he saw that it was shaking violently. He looked at her and asked with a grin if she was crying again. She was furious and didn't cry at all. She just remembered her mother, who said that she suffered a lot from the rumors that were because of Vivi. She was very worried and afraid because she was abandoned and it hurt her feelings more than she thought. He looked at her puzzled. A moment later, he asked her if she was afraid of being eaten. She looked at him in surprise. Aiken looked at her and said that then she could cry. Vivi looked at him in surprise. She didn't understand why he was so obsessed with her tears. He moved closer to her and told her to cry faster. She sighed heavily and rubbed her eyes. Vivi was shocked and twitching. She was confused that she couldn't cry in front of him. Turning away from her, he said that she didn't have enough willpower. He said that the day after tomorrow he would eat her because of this. She needed to try harder. A moment later, he pulled her closer to him. He looked at her and told her to lie as if she wasn't there, as she was irritating him. The next day, Vivi noticed that he was going somewhere. He looked at her in surprise as he did not understand what she was looking at. She looked at him with sweet eyes. A moment later, she waved her paw at him. Vivi wanted him to go away and not come back. The maid looked at her and said that by order of the young master, she would serve her. She said her name was Mamie. Sometime later, they slowly looked around the estate. Later, they started taking a bath. After she took a bath, she started eating. Vivi noticed that there was little salad today. She also walked leisurely through the garden. She was surprised because she noticed that the house was very huge. She thought that she was now in the aristocracy. She realized that the man who was constantly next to her was called the young master, which meant that he was the son of the owner of the estate. He threatened her at times, and she was scared, to the point of shaking. A moment later, she saw the main gate. She turned and looked intently at her maid. She looked closely at the gate, as she realized that she could easily squeeze through. She knew that this was her only chance. The knight and the maid were talking to each other. She understood that she had to leave the estate immediately, and now, with the speed of lightning, she rushed to the gate. She quickly passed the guards and maids. Suddenly, she heard a noise and, without noticing it, hit something. She fell to the ground because she was in so much pain. She was in shock and did not understand where the dagger appeared in front of her from. A moment later, the maid picked her up in her arms. The maid told her that it was very dangerous outside the estate. She was shocked and very scared because she understood that the local people were really strange. The young master was covered in blood late at night. Opening her eyes, she was taken aback as she saw the young gentleman covered in blood. She also noticed that he had wounds. She was very surprised. The young gentleman sat on a chair and sighed heavily. She noticed that he was very badly hurt. Moments later, the doctor and Erwin ran into the room. Erwin looked at him and asked if this was the work of werewolves. The gentleman said they even used a paralyzing aroma. The doctor said the wound was not deep, but still needed bandaging. Erwin looked at the gentleman with a puzzled expression. He said that he would dispose of the corpse and hand it over to the head of the Wolflands. Erwin said that even though they will deny that this is a problem, it has nothing to do with them. The gentleman told him to send 30 men from their side, and he also said that their high-ranking officials could be killed. The doctor bowed and said that he had done everything and would come to him in the morning. Akin sighed heavily, as all his wounds hurt. He looked at Vivi. The master was surprised that she had been here all this time. Erwin looked at her and said that she had been sitting quietly the whole time. He said that the rabbit was very smart, as befits the one brought by the master. Akin asked if this was related. Erin looked at him and said that this was exactly it. A moment later, the gentleman approached the rabbit and called him. Vivi was surprised and didn't understand why he was calling her. He looked at her and said, which was really quite remarkable for a rabbit. He was surprised that she understood his speech. Erwin said that, however, if he is a werewolf, then a lot of things don't add up. The gentleman looked at him and asked what happened to those they had killed in the forest when they found the rabbit. Erwin said that today he had just ordered the bodies to be returned, but only after the Black Panthers of the forest had torn them apart. The gentleman was angry. Vivi shuddered. She fell quietly onto his palm because she wanted him to spare her. He looked at her and said with a smile that she was a quick thinker. The master looked at the servant and told him to go out. Sometime later, they were lying in bed. She saw that he was in pain. She wondered what happened to him with the werewolves. A moment later, he looked at her intently. The gentleman grabbed her and lifted her up. Moments later, he pulled her closer to his face and began to sniff her. She was confused. She froze in shock, not understanding what he was doing. He looked at her and said that there was a pheromone scent coming from her neck. She was in shock and didn't understand what he just said. She understood that this simply couldn't be. She knew that the pheromone scent only came from werewolves who could turn into humans. He looked at her and said that it was suspicious. He looked at her and said that they shouldn't have killed them all at once. She looked at him in surprise as she did not understand what this predator was thinking. A moment later, she saw that he had already fallen asleep. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if it wouldn't be better to take the training easier today. Akin looked at Erwin and called him. Erwin looked at the master intently, as the wolf race's invasion of the earth had become more frequent lately. Because of this, attacks on the master, the heir to the head of the family, increased. The gentleman licked the blood from the wound. Erwin wanted the gentleman to take care of himself. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that the two-dimensional movements were overloading his body. He asked if he had any wounds recently. He said that it had healed. Erwin was shocked. He said that indeed no one could cope with the master's outstanding healing power. He said incredulously that it seemed that the gentleman had an ability that made the wound heal in a day. Akin understood that he didn't believe him. He understood that this must sound crazy, and he himself was very surprised when in the morning he saw that she had taken a drag too early. He looked at the rabbit who was sleeping peacefully. He was surprised as he was definitely fully recovered. He told him to find out if there were any deceased or recently disappeared members of the clan among the aristocracy of the Rabbitlands. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise as he understood what the gentleman wanted to say. The lady looked at the rabbit and asked the maid why her son had taken in this rabbit. The maid looked at her mistress and said that everything was correct. She smiled and said that there were rumors that this was an extraordinary talking rabbit. She looked at her and asked if it was true. Vivi looked at her in surprise. The maid said that apparently she had been misled, but the rabbit understood speech to some extent. She smiled and said that it seemed the gossip wasn't entirely true. She looked at the maid and said that she wanted to see this child, so she asked her to leave them for a while. Vivi realized that 10 days had already passed unnoticed since her arrival at the estate. She realized that she was face to face with the master's mother. She looked at her and asked her to raise her paw. Vivi did as she was asked. Then the lady asked her to pull up her leg. Later, she told her to sit down. Madame looked at her contentedly. She stroked it tenderly, and Madame smiled and said it was incredibly cute. A moment later, Madame said that it looked like her son was growing food. She flinched at the unexpected words. She was shocked because she realized that she had sometimes tolerated Erwin, who had come to talk. Every evening, she endured the abuse of the young master, and all this was for the sake of fattening her up for slaughter. She sighed heavily, as she knew that she couldn't do anything since she was just a rabbit. Madame looked at her intently with a smile on her face. She looked at her and said that if she wanted to live, she didn't have to be so submissive to the young master. She said that a predator always eats its prey if it loses interest in it. She understood that even if she resisted him, he could still bite her with his huge fangs. The lady smiled and said that she had just sensed subtle pheromones from her. She said with a smile that although not now, Vivi was shocked because she didn't expect pheromones to come from her. Sometime later, she lay quietly on the bed and thought about everything. She remembered that the young master and his mother had said that she smelled of pheromones. She was surprised, but she had heard before that werewolves had better developed senses than herbivores. She wondered if those two were wrong about her. Pheromones appeared after turning into a human, but there are always exceptions. She was an exception, since she could not turn into a human, and until now remained in animal form. The maids mocked her and told her to convert. Her family looked at her with disdain, as if they expected her to finally be able to turn into a human. She was very excited and wondered if she could become human now. She wanted to try. For some time, she tried to turn into a human, but unfortunately, she couldn't do it. A moment later, a young gentleman entered the room and looked at her intently. He was surprised and didn't understand what she was doing. A moment later, he came closer to her and called her. He said that today the mouth of wolves attacked again. He looked at her and said that he was wounded. For this reason, she looked at him in surprise. A moment later, he pointed to his face and told her that he had a wound there. She looked at him and sighed heavily. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she would heal him further. She turned away, wondering why she had to do this. He looked at her and asked if she really wouldn't help him. Vivi shook her head as she didn't want to do it. A moment later, he picked her up. He said that a rabbit that doesn't even heal is useless. She was very scared and trembled with fear. He looked at her and asked if she now had a desire to treat him. She nodded, afraid that he might eat her. A moment later, he put her on the bed and told her to heal him. She was surprised because she did not understand how she should treat him. She turned around. He looked at her in surprise. A moment later, she placed her paw on his cheek, moving closer. She licked his cheek. He looked at her in surprise and confusion, as he did not expect this. He looked at her in surprise and asked what kind of treatment this was. She was shocked because she did not understand what she should do. He jumped up and looked at her intently. A moment later, he said that this was not bad either. She was surprised and stunned because she did not understand what he was saying at all. The young gentleman looked at her intently and smiled. The lady sat and quietly drank tea. She said with a smile that today was a beautiful day. Vivi ate slowly. She completely agreed with Madame. The lady looked at her and said with a smile that she moved her lips charmingly when she chewed. She looked at her and said with a smile that she could still eat. Vivi was very happy. The first time she saw Madame, she felt uncomfortable and scared. But after several meetings, she was very happy to see her. Madame looked at her and said with a smile that she was a little late in greeting. She said that her name was Valence Grace. She thought for a moment as she had heard a name like this somewhere. Madame smiled and said that she could just call her Madame Valent. Vivi knew that she couldn't do that since she couldn't speak. The lady told her to hold her breath for a moment and think about the pressure on the veins all over her body. A moment later, she did as her mistress told her. Her whole body was shaking. She didn't understand what she was feeling now. A moment later, she looked at her mistress in surprise. The lady smiled and said that she was just a clever girl. She said with a smile that everything went great. And they finished. The lady smiled and told her to remember this feeling. Vivi looked at her in surprise, not understanding what she was supposed to remember. The young gentleman looked at her and showed her the toy. He said that if she couldn't catch it, he would eat it tomorrow. She was furious because she realized that he was making fun of her again, and she began to spank the toy. He looked at her, asked what she was doing. He said that she couldn't do it because she had short legs, and he called her a fat rabbit. Erwin said that soon the rabbit will hate Akin, since he scared him in the morning. Erwin said that now the rabbit looks at him with a look of complete hatred. The young gentleman smiled and said that, on the contrary, he liked this look. Erwin sighed heavily and smiled. He told the rabbit to continue to hate the master. The young gentleman smiled and said that you were trembling. She was furious because they were annoying her. They unexpectedly put her in a carriage in the morning and did not say where they were going. The gentleman looked at her and said she was a fighting rabbit. Erwin said that this was probably the birth of the first fighting rabbit. Vivi kicked Erwin with her tiny foot. She was very angry with him and wanted him to leave. Vivi stared out the window after she calmed down. She was surprised because it was the first time she went outside. She knew that she could now examine everything up close. Erwin looked at her and asked if she wanted to see. He lifted her higher. She looked out the window intently as she was looking at a truly beautiful view. She was surprised as the view was completely different from what she had read in books and heard from stories. She didn't know if the day would come when she would be able to go outside on her own. A moment later, someone lifted her up. The young gentleman took it and put it in his pocket. She was surprised because she was in a lot of pain and she didn't understand why he grabbed her so suddenly. She looked at him intently. A moment later, they arrived at the scene. She was surprised and looked out of her pocket. She did not understand where they had come and why this place was so far away. A moment later, she saw that they had arrived at the temple. She was very scared and trembling with fear. They walked slowly to the temple, Vivi shaking with fear. She didn't want to go there because she remembered her family's words. She wondered if they had come to the temple because she smelled like pheromones. Vivi thought that they were most likely going to reveal her true identity. The young gentleman told her to sit still. She did not want to sit still because she wanted to get home as soon as possible, because she did not like it. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked what was wrong with the rabbit. Ian didn't know what to answer. A moment later, they entered the hall. The high priest bowed to them in response. She was very scared. Akin looked at her and told her to wait for him a little. Vivi flinched and looked at him fearfully. The young master looked at her and told her to answer. Vivi nodded back at him. He smiled. A moment later, they approached the priest, Vivi looking after him with fear. Ahin said that they had not seen each other for 3 years. The priest said that a personal visit from Mr. Grace was an honor for him. She looked at them in surprise because she did not understand what they were talking about. She was very frightened because she again heard the words of the priest, which he spoke to her last time. He told her that she had been rejected by the god of beasts, and she was very frightened and trembling with fear. She didn't want to hear those words at all. A moment later, she jumped off and ran away with tears in her eyes. She ran and asked them to stop talking like that to her. Vivi remembered that the iron said that there were no such precedents. She was told that since it was the curse of the beast god, the high priest had no intention of interfering. She was told that it was disgusting. She ran up to the statue of the beast god and stared at it. She looked at him and wondered why she couldn't turn into a human. She wanted to know if she really had a curse. She didn't understand why it was only on her. The young gentleman approached her and, out of breath, said that she was irritating him a little today. He looked at her in surprise, asked why she was crying, and he also asked if she really hated the temple. She hated the temple very much, and even more the high priest. Looking at him, she cried. Sometime later, Erwin ran up to the gentleman. Irvine looked at Vivi and said that he was relieved that she was okay, as he didn't think she would try to escape from the temple. She looked at him in surprise as she realized that he was very slow. Akin said that Mr. Rabbit ran away because he hated the temple. Erwin said that Mr. Rabbit was apparently an atheist. Akin asked if religion among rabbits was strange. Erwin said that rabbits sometimes pray. Akin thought that was interesting. Erwin said that if Mr. Rabbit doesn't like the temple, then they need to return to the estate as soon as possible. She looked at them in surprise and wondered if they could come back. The young master looked at her and said with a smile that they would return to the estate right away. Erwin came closer to her and called out. She looked at him in surprise. Erwin said he didn't have the military stamina, so he asked her to refrain from making sudden runs in the future. The gentleman looked at him gloomily and said that Erwin was very close to Mr. Rabbit. Erwin looked at Akin and said with a smile that he respected his master's callous side. Akin told him to keep quiet. Vivi looked at the gentleman in surprise. She was very tired as the day had exhausted her. Lying on the bed, the young gentleman looked at her intently. She did not understand why this predator had opened his robe and was looking at her. She pretended to be asleep. She also wanted to show that she was a dangerous beast. The young gentleman touched her and called her, calling her a crybaby. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she knew that predators have a developed sense of ownership. She was confused and didn't understand what he was even saying. He said that when it's too strong, things are broken and thrown away. After his words, she jumped up. She was in shock and asked him in surprise what he would do to her. He said that he took her in. That's why she lives? He asked her. Right? That she is his property. She looked at her with fear, and he only grinned. She wondered if he was threatening her now, and if she tried to run away, he would most likely just kill her. A beautiful lady was sitting in the garden on a fine day. She looked at the sweet child and smiled and told her to breathe deeply. Vivi immediately followed the advice. The lady said that because of this situation, she again wants to hide her pheromones. She said to try to collect all her energy in her stomach. The lady told her to take her time and do everything slowly. She told her to exhale and inhale slowly. After a long workout, she fell onto the pillow, exhausted. The lady smiled and praised her. She said that Vivi had done a good job. It was hard for her, because lately she had been training herself to control her pheromones every day. Vivi hoped that she would soon be able to turn into a human. A moment later, she saw a book. The lady looked at her and asked if she understood the letter. Vivi was surprised and did not understand why the lady suddenly gave her a book. She nodded since she knew how to read. The lady said that since the doctor was like that, she would give the book to Mamie. The lady smiled and said that perhaps the book would be useful. She was surprised and didn't know how the book would be useful to her. Having opened the book, she first touched it and then began to read. She was surprised because she had read about the theory of pheromones. Pheromone is the innate scent and energy of werewolves that manifests itself in characteristic abilities. Were-rabbits mostly have developed an evasion pheromone. She was surprised and wondered if she was that kind too. She thought she wasn't that fast after all. Vivi noticed a note about pheromones and genders. She knew this part very well since the servants at the estate knew that she could not speak, and therefore came to her room to have affairs. A moment later, she heard a sound. Turning around, she saw a young gentleman who was laughing. She saw that he was laughing very hard. Erwin was also standing and shaking with laughter. She was surprised and didn't understand why they were behaving like this. Erwin said that in his entire encounter with Mr. Rabbit, this was the first time he had seen such a sight. They laughed and said she was a reading bunny. He said he wanted to capture that scene in a painting. Akin laughed furiously and couldn't stop. A moment later, he calmed down and said with a smile that he was going to choke with laughter. Erwin looked at him and with a smile told the gentleman to pull himself together. He looked at the young master and asked if the little rabbit would not be upset if the young master laughed like that. The young master could hardly hold back his laughter. Ahin was amazed by such a cute appearance. A moment later, the young master laughed even harder, and Vivi thought he was being presumptuous. Vivi enjoyed the walk, accompanied by Mamie. She paused for a moment and thought that the lady and young master were busy today. The maid looked at her. She didn't understand what was happening. A moment later, the young man picked her up in his arms, looked at her in surprise, and asked if it was really a rabbit. She was surprised, as it was the first time she saw this man. Vivi noticed that he had very beautiful golden eyes. She wondered if he was one of the herbivorous werewolves. He looked at her and said that she smelled like black panthers. Vivi was shocked. She wanted him to let her go. Vivi looked at the maid pitifully. Vivi looked at her, wanting to know if it was a predator or not. The maid nodded to her, agreeing with her assumption. She stared at him, not understanding where he had come from. Viv didn't take her eyes off him. Vivi was confused and didn't understand why he was looking at her so intently. She didn't know what he wanted from her. A moment later, he brought it closer to his face and sniffed it. Vivi was shocked, asked why she smelled like black puntera. Vivi realized he was talking about Akina. She was shocked and wanted him to take his fangs away from her. Vivi hit him. Everyone looked at them confused. Mamie looked at Mr. Manyenza and asked for forgiveness, telling him to let the rabbit go. Mr. Manyans looked at the maid in surprise. A moment later, the young gentleman approached them. Vivi was very surprised and at the same moment glad that he came. Akin looked angrily at Manyans. Manyans looked at him and said that this was unexpected for him, since he did not think that the young master would raise a rabbit. Akin looked at them intently and said nothing. A moment later, he told Manyans to give him the rabbit. Manyans sighed heavily and let go of Vivi. She approached Akin with lightning speed. Manyans asked Akin since when he had acquired such a hobby. Vivi looked at Akin and pointed at Manyans with her small paw. She wanted to know what kind of relationship they had. He looked at her and said angrily that she was soaked with the smell of a dirty lion. Vivi was puzzled since it was not her fault. A moment later, she realized that he was surrounded by predators, namely a panther and a lion. She was in shock. He asked her if she really wanted to go to the lion. She showed with her whole appearance that she did not intend to do so. Ahin asked with a smile if she really wanted to become food for the lion. Vivi twitched, because she didn't want that. She was surprised. She didn't understand why he was behaving like that. He smirked and told her to beg more if she wanted to live. She looked at him angrily. He looked and asked with a grin if she really wouldn't. She was furious and frowned, not going to do it, even if he looked at her like that. Mannion said with a grin that apparently the rabbit liked the dirty lion more than Sir Grace. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit and said angrily that this could not be, and he called her a traitor. Vivi was shocked by this statement. Akin turned around and said that he was telling him out of concern that polygamy was prohibited in the lands of the Black Panthers. Leo looked after them in surprise. Mannion stretched and said that, no matter what, he was still a crazy bastard. Vivi nodded in turn as she realized that the lion had noticed everything accurately. Akin sniffed his things with irritation as he smelled the scent of a lion, which was unpleasant to him. He was irritated because he didn't like the lion anyway. Erwin said there were no missing children among the aristocrats in the rabbit lands. He said that even when the search was expanded to include wealthy traders, no missing people were found. The young gentleman looked closely at the documents. He said with a grin that it was very suspicious. Erwin asked if there was a possibility that Mr. Rabbit was not a werewolf, but an ordinary rabbit. Aiken was surprised. The gentleman said that he had been watching the rabbit for about a month, but it had not grown at all, only gotten a little fat. Erwin smiled and said that thanks to the lady he gained weight. The young gentleman wondered if the rabbit was an aristocrat, but he still knew that the rabbit definitely smelled of pheromones, and for that same reason his mother was worried. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that he would personally conduct an interrogation about the true identity of Mr. Rabbit. Aiken said that perhaps he would really hate him. Erwin said that he really would. The gentleman said that the rabbit had recently torn up the book he had brought. Erwin had brought a book all about cooking herbivores. The gentleman told Erwin that he was very bad and asked if he liked it. Erwin said that he did not want to receive such an assessment from anyone except him. Erwin said that his master was the light and source of all that exists. Aiken told him to shut up. Erwin fell silent and stared at the gentleman as he looked at the documents. Walking through the forest, the men talked. They were in shock, as it was the first time they heard an order to throw a child into the clutches of a predator. The young gentleman read the report in the documents and was shocked that the people were ordered to let the child die at the hands of the Black Panthers. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise. The young gentleman looked closely at the documents and said that those looking for the rabbit might appear soon. He looked at Erwin with an angry look and told him to kill everyone who would look for the rabbit. The maid was intently wiping the rabbit. She looked at her and asked for forgiveness for not being able to help recently. She said that Mr. Lev is a high-ranking person who comes as a representative of the Leo clan to the negotiations. She said that a servant like her could not install it unceremoniously. Vivi looked closely at the maid. Now she knew the lion's name. The maid looked at her and said that in future it would be better to refrain from walking on days when the lion came. Vivi understood what she wanted to say. She hoped that the lion scent was now completely gone. She sniffed her paws, hoping that the smell had gone away, and that they wouldn't pick on her for no reason anymore. The young gentleman looked at her darkly and asked if she still smelled like Leo. Vivi was very angry and irritated. Aiken asked if she hadn't been bathed. She was shocked, as she didn't understand how he could ask such a question to a girl. Sitting on the sofa, they stared at each other. Erwin called the young gentleman. Erwin said that it had been a month since Mr. Rabbit had arrived at the estate and it would be nice to give him a name. The young gentleman looked at Erwin in surprise. Erwin said that it was time since everyone was calling him Mr. Rabbit. The young gentleman thought for a moment and frowned. He slowly pressed on her cheek. He looked at the rabbit and said that perhaps he already had a name. She looked at him in surprise and fear, because she did not understand how he knew this. Erwin looked at them and said that he would take his leave. He bowed and said that they would see each other tomorrow. Vivi was shocked. She didn't understand how he knew that she already had a name. She jumped up as if she didn't understand what he was doing now. A moment later, he pulled her and told her to follow him. She was in shock. I didn't understand how he could continue to unceremoniously grab her by the skin. He looked at her and said with a smirk that he wanted to eat her when she looked at him so angrily. She looked at him with disdain. Ahin looked at her and said with a grin that this was not a joke. She was in shock because she became very scared. A moment later, he lowered it and it plopped into the ink. She was in shock and didn't understand what he was doing. Vivi was splashing in ink. He looked at her intently and told her to write her name. She looked at him in surprise as she did not understand how to write her name. She was shocked. She didn't understand who he took her for, since he demanded this as a matter of course. He said that they say that you become attached to an animal if you give it a name. Ahin looked at her and asked if she thought she would live longer if he knew her name now. She was in shock. She didn't understand why he was saying such terrible things. She wanted to tell him that she understood everything and would definitely do as he told her. Vivi plopped down on the ground as she was very tired while writing her name on the paper. She was in shock because all her muscles and bones were in great pain. She didn't expect that writing the name would be so difficult. The young gentleman looked closely at the name she wrote. He looked at her and asked if her name was Vivi. He smiled and said her name again with a smile on his face. A moment later, he grabbed her by the skin and lifted her up. She was surprised and did not understand why he was calling her that. The young master looked at her intently, frowning. He pulled her closer as he intended to bite her. She was in shock, did not understand what he was doing and why he suddenly started behaving like this. She twitched and writhed as he touched her, fangs to her body. He looked at her and told her not to twitch, as he was only removing the scent of the lion. Her heart was pounding wildly. She didn't understand why he suddenly started acting like this, since she wanted him to tell her in advance what he was going to do. She shuddered as she felt very strange. She did not understand why her heart was beating so wildly. It seemed to her as if her strength was leaving her body. She felt the aroma, but she did not understand what was happening and what kind of aroma she was smelling. She wondered if she was smelling the young master's pheromone now. She felt sick and choked from the smell. Opening her eyes, she realized that it seemed like she had just fallen asleep after all. Everything inside her was cracking. She wondered if she was sick again. She saw that the young master was sleeping next to her. She noticed that he was very handsome when he wasn't talking and was just sleeping. She didn't understand why he was interrogating her and why Vivi seemed so suspicious to him. She wondered if he was curious about her true nature. Vivi touched his face tenderly. It felt very warm to her. A mother and son were sitting on a fine day and drinking tea together. The woman was worried. She did not understand why there was still no news. She knew that the services that had worked in her home for so long could not disobey the order because of her daughter. She wondered if they were being hunted by black panthers, and she felt uneasy at heart. The young man looked intently at his mother. He said that if they crossed the border unnecessarily and went into the deep forest, they could be attacked. He told his mother not to worry in vain. She looked at her son and asked if this forest was close to the Grace clan. She was worried that the servants of this clan might discover Vivi. He looked at his mother and asked if he should be even more grateful to them. He said that they would deal with it themselves. She thought for a moment and said nothing. He said if she was that worried about it, she could send people out and investigate. He said even if they were attacked by black panthers, there would be corpses or bones left behind. The lady, puzzled, agreed with his words. She said that it would be better this way. Vivi stared into the mirror. She cried because she was puzzled that when she woke up, she had seen a human hand. So inside, she was already anticipating that it could be her. She was shocked as she wondered what kind of transformation she could have done into a human if she was still just a ball of fur. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and called out. He didn't understand why she suddenly started behaving like this. Vivi sighed heavily, knowing that he would not understand her heartbreaking torment, being a black panther. He looked at her in surprise and asked what kind of strange behavior this was. The servant looked at the master in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young master looked at the servant and said that he was talking about the rabbit now, because she was sighing very heavily, and he did not understand why she was suddenly behaving like that. The servant looked at the master and asked if she wanted to eat. The young gentleman looked at him in surprise and asked if that was really why. The servant said she looked a little downcast. The master said breakfast was over. Vivi knew they were just stupid predators, since this was not her real problem. The young master said that there was some basis for this. The servant looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. He said that the statements were about her being hungry. He looked at the rabbit and said that it should prepare to be eaten and that it needed to gain weight. The servant looked at the master in surprise and asked with a smile if he was right. The young master said that everything was exactly like that, and the rabbit's preparation was perfect. She looked at him with anger in her eyes. Vivi didn't understand why he was making such conclusions again. He came closer, approached her, and sniffed. She looked at him in surprise. The young master looked at her and said that the lion's scent had completely disappeared. A moment later, he called her. Ahin looked at her and said angrily that if she ever came again with that smell, then she was shocked because he didn't finish what would happen then. Vivi looked at him in fear. The young master looked sideways at the servant and said that it was already late and they had to go. Vivi was angry and stunned because he didn't finish speaking and was already leaving. She was furious, but at the same time she was shaking with fear. Because she was scared and didn't understand what would happen if she came with a different smell, she screamed mentally that she had to tell her first and then leave. Sometime later, she was walking with the maid. She bumped into the lady. The lady looked at her and said with a smile that it was the first time they were so happy to see her. Vivi greeted the lady happily. She ran around her. She really wanted to tell the lady about what happened that night, but she couldn't speak. But she thought that she could write everything down now. Vivi looked at the lady intently, and Mrs. Valens looked at her in surprise. Still, Vivi decided to show what the young master did to her. She showed that he opened his mouth first. Vivi testified that he then bit her. She said that after this, she immediately felt dizzy and sick, as if she had been drunk, sighing heavily. She said that this is exactly how it happened. The lady looked at her with surprise and bewilderment. The lady looked at the maid and said that apparently the dinner was not enough. She told the maid to immediately ask the chef to cook everything, but from the eastern lands. Mamie was shocked as it was hardly an hour since breakfast, but she still meekly agreed and left. Vivi was shocked because the mistress had misunderstood her. She was rushing away from the mistress of the servant. She wanted to show that it was not what they thought. The lady looked at her and said with a smile that she was apparently pleased. Vivi was shocked and didn't understand what she was talking about. The lady looked at the rabbit with a smile on her face. Late in the evening, young people were looking at something closely. A moment later, the young man said he had found something. He looked in surprise at the bones that were near him. He realized that these were the remains of a werewolf. The young man looked closely at the remains and said it was very strange. He said they were strong enough not to die so easily at the hands of the Black Panthers. He was surprised and wondered if it was so difficult to check if the pathetic rabbit was dead. A moment later, someone told them that they had crossed the border again without their permission. The young people were scared because they did not know who told them. Akin looked angrily at the young people. The young master gave them a vicious and contemptuous look. He did not understand why they had suddenly invaded his territory. The young people were very scared because they noticed that the man had scarlet eyes. They looked at them intently as they realized that in front of them were young people who belonged to the Black Panther family. The man looked at the Panthers and said that it was none of their business. Ahin looked at them and asked if they were really looking for a rabbit. The young people looked at them in bewilderment. Akin looked at them and calmly said that he had taken in the rabbit. The young people were shocked because they realized that he said that he had adopted the rabbit. They wondered if this meant that the rabbit was still alive. The young gentleman looked at them with anger and contempt and asked if they were really going to take the rabbit again. The panther growled loudly and angrily at the young people. The man looked at them with fear and said in a trembling voice that it was not what they thought. Erwin looked at them and said that he now thought they were incredibly suspicious. Erwin told them to look at themselves right now, because they were no different from the night crooks. Erwin asked why they should suddenly trust them and give them the rabbit. Erwin said that Mr. Rabbit had already become very comfortable as Mr. Spare Food, so they would not give him up. The young people were shocked. They didn't understand what he was saying. The young gentleman looked at Erwin intently and asked what he really wanted to say. Erwin bowed and said that he could not contain his indignation since they dared to covet Mr. Rabbit, Mr. Aiken's spare food. The young master looked at him intently and said that he had said too much. Erwin said they don't know for sure because they might have intentions to steal Mr. Rabbit. The young master sighed heavily and said that that was why he had come to kill these people personally. The young gentleman looked at them with a grin. The young people were in shock. They shuddered because they were very scared. They whispered quietly to each other, not knowing what to do. The captain looked at them closely and said that they were not in a good position now. He said that they should flee to their lands, so he ordered them to get ready, to split up. The young man looked at the captain and said that, as expected, this strange dialogue of the Panthers must be a trick to lull their vigilance. The young men looked intently at the Panthers, who were communicating with each other. A moment later, the captain shouted and gave a signal, and they ran in different directions. A moment later, the captain heard a scream and an unpleasant energy. He was shocked because he could smell the predator's pheromone. He looked intently at the Panthers. Akin calmly and affectionately stroked the panther. A moment later, he looked at the man and told his pet that he could have some of them. The panther slowly approached its prey. The young gentleman, in turn, came closer to the man and presented him with a sword to his throat. The young gentleman looked at the man and said that he wanted to ask him something about the rabbit they were looking for. The man was scared. He looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young gentleman looked angrily at the man and said that he would like to know his true nature. Akin asked the man if this was an unusual rabbit or if the rabbit was a werewolf. Akin said angrily that the rabbit had fallen into his clutches anyway, so he would not give it back. Erwin looked at the young master and said that he had a devilish expression on his face right now. Ahin told Erwin to be quiet. Erwin instantly fulfilled his master's will. The young gentleman looked at the man and asked if he didn't want to talk. Ahin said that in that case, there was nothing to be done. He pierced him with the ball, and he, in turn, screamed very loudly. The young gentleman looked at the youth with a grin and said that in that case, he would ask the next ones who would cross the border. After a few minutes of torment, the man said that he would tell everything. The young man shouted angrily that this rabbit really was a werewolf. The young gentleman looked at the boy in surprise and said that he had never seen a rabbit turn into a man. He looked at him and asked if the rabbit was still small. The young man said in a frightened and trembling voice that this rabbit was already 18 years old. Akin looked at the young man in surprise and asked if the rabbit was really 18 years old. He had not expected to hear something like that. Erwin, in turn, froze in surprise. He did not expect to hear anything like that at all. The man looked at them and said that the one who was unable to turn into a human even after the ceremony of adulthood was a defective species. Akin was shocked by what he heard. The young gentleman sat down on a rock as he was shocked by the information he learned. The young master glanced sideways at the man and said that he forgot to ask about Vivi's lineage. Erwin, in turn, asked the young gentleman for forgiveness. He said that it had only just occurred to him now because he was quite surprised. Erwin thought for a moment and frowned. He said that if the rabbit was 18 years old, then he was their age. Erwin said that he didn't even believe it, since the werewolf was unable to turn into a human, even after becoming an adult. The young master said that in that case, the rabbit using the language of the continent and reading books is completely natural. Erwin looked at the young gentleman and asked if he had been so sure from the beginning that the rabbit was a werewolf. Atkins said that to some extent he knew it. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked why he then pretended not to know when he assumed that the rabbit was ordinary. The gentleman said with a grin that he found it funny when Erwin was puzzling over this. Erwin sighed heavily and said that it was really too much. The young gentleman thought for a moment and looked at his friend. He said, puzzled, that he wanted to eat the rabbit when he was sleeping. Erwin looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young gentleman sighed heavily and said that he almost bit him. Erwin smiled at the task, but also said that it was an amazingly shocking fact. For a moment, the young gentleman remembered the rabbit. He thought about the fact that when a rabbit sleeps, it emits a thick smell of pheromones. If we assume again, then the peculiarity of this pheromone can be effectively used for many years. The young master understood that he could not miss such a treasure at any cost. He was shocked and did not expect that the rabbit was 18 years old. He understood that since it was a rabbit with limited actions, it was convenient to leave it in the field of view, so there was no difference. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and called out. Erwin looked closely at the young gentleman and asked him to explain everything in detail. The young gentleman turned away and said that he was irritating him. Erwin sighed heavily and, looking at the gentleman, said that he was unbearably childish. The young master laughed after hearing these words. Ahan looked at him and said with a smile that it looked like he hadn't run for a long time. The young master snapped his fingers and called Ash. Ash, in turn, growled menacingly. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and with a smirk told Ash that dessert was waiting for him. Erwin was very scared. Erwin looked at the Panthers and in a trembling voice asked them to calm down, calling them cute black panthers. Erwin was in shock. He shouted that they had already spent many years together and was very shocked that they were now pretending that they did not know each other at all. The young master looked at them with a smirk and told Ash that it would be much better if he bit off that chattering tongue. Erwin looked at the young gentleman and said that his tongue was like his life, and this was too much on his part. A moment later, Panthers approached him. Erwin was very scared and ran away from them. Young master, you in turn laughed at him. He, with a smile on his face, wished him a good journey. Vivi sat reading a book late in the evening. She looked at the book in surprise as she realized that the young master would be late today. Throwing her thoughts aside, she frowned and thought for a moment, as she had already forgotten where she had left off. When the pheromone ability inherent to an individual is too strong, there is an opinion that the transformation into a human is delayed. As a real example, a fox werewolf with a difficult-to-use pheromone transformed into a human at the age of 5. She thought for a moment and frowned as she had read that the transformation into a human was delayed if the pheromone was strong. She wondered if the delay in turning into a human occurred at 5 years. This case might be different from hers. First of all, it might just be a feature of the fox species. A moment later, she heard a sound. She looked closely at the maid who was walking around the room. The maid seemed very suspicious to her. Since she was walking around at a late hour, the maid continued to pick up the vase and wipe the already clean place. Vivi noticed that the maid was repeating the senseless cleaning. In turn, the maid looked intently and angrily at the rabbit. A moment later, the maid came closer to her and told her to come to her. Vivi looked at the maid in surprise and fear. She didn't understand what was going on, but she knew that the maid shouldn't underestimate the rabbit's vigilance. She looked closely at the maid. For among the black panthers she had met before, the maid had the most insidious appearance. A moment later, the maid rushed at the rabbit. Vivi jumped back with lightning speed and the maid did not catch her, but she was still very scared. Vivi looked at the door with a scared, intent look. She wondered if there was anyone around. She wanted someone to come to her aid. A moment later, the maid slowly approached her, drilling her with a menacing and angry look. Vivi was very scared and did not understand why the maid was behaving like this. A moment later, the feather maid was incarnated, and a large, ferocious beast was advancing on the little rabbit. Vivi was in shock and very scared. She could not believe what she saw in front of her, as a real terrible wolf was coming towards her. Vivi remembered that earlier the Black Panthers had a skirmish with the werewolves, and Erwin said that it was the work of the werewolves. A moment later, the wolf pounced on her with his mouth open as he wanted to bite her. She was in shock, shaking with fear. She understood that she needed to run as quickly as possible. With the speed of lightning, she ran out onto the terrace. While turning around and looking at the wolf, she noticed that he had scarlet eyes, which definitely belonged to a black panther. But she wondered why there was a wolf in front of her. She was in shock and couldn't understand the reason why the wolf was chasing her. She knew she had to get out of here quickly. She was in shock and did not understand what to do as the wolf was advancing. As she approached the edge of the terrace, she thought she could jump off, but was puzzled by the fact that it was too high. She cried and closed her eyes as she wanted someone to help her now. A moment later, she heard a voice calling her. Turning around, she saw a young gentleman. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was doing there. A moment later, she saw the young gentleman with Manyenza. She cried because she was very happy to see Ahin. The young people looked at the rabbit in surprise. Leo looked at her intently and frowned. She was shocked because she did not understand why the lion was standing next to the young master. She turned around and looked at the wolf and realized that now was not the time to think about why they were standing together and talking. A moment later, she started signaling to them, as she wanted them to help her, as she was currently being hunted by a wolf. The young gentleman looked at her and greeted her with a smile. The lion looked at him with surprise and confusion. The young gentleman smiled and said that the lion needed to wave his hand, since this greeting was the basis of etiquette. Menyans looked at him in surprise and told him not to talk nonsense. Vivi was very confused. She was signaling because she was not greeting him at all. She wanted them to save her. The young people looked at her in surprise and wondered what her gestures meant. Menyans said in surprise that he didn't know what her gestures meant. The young gentleman said with a grin that the lion was no use. Menyans looked angrily at Akin and asked what he had just said. The wolf slowly approached his victim closer and closer. Vivi was very scared and did not know what to do. She continued to give signals because she knew that now was not the best situation to continue the argument. A moment later, the wolf attacked its victim. Vivi managed to dodge the blow and ran to the side with lightning speed. She was shocked and did not understand why the wolf was doing this to her and what she had done wrong. The lion looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked how he could greet someone. Ahin smiled and said that the rabbit was a genius and he could express himself well. Vivi moved further and further away. She was shaking, finding herself on the edge. The young gentleman looked at her in shock and called out. A moment later, she was falling from the terrace. Vivi landed right on the young master's head. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she suddenly jumped off from there. The young master looked at her in surprise and asked if she really had a passion for enjoying fear. Vivi was shocked. She wondered if he really thought so. But still, she was very happy. Because in any case, she felt relieved that she was able to survive. A moment later, the lion looked at the young master and asked if the rabbit was now giving off a strange smell. They looked at each other, looked intently at the terrace, and said in one voice that they could smell a wolf. A moment later, they heard a crash, and Mamie ran out onto the terrace, calling for the rabbit. Vivi looked at her maid with tears in her eyes. She was very glad that she was okay. Lev thought for a moment and said after that he didn't know what it was, but it still seemed like everything was resolved. Vivi reached out to the maid as she missed her very much. Ahin watched the rabbit closely. The young gentleman looked at her intently and told her in a calm voice not to cry now. She was surprised and did not understand what he was talking about, since before he had constantly told her to cry. She thought he was just a tyrant. She rubbed her eyes, and at the same time the young master watched her closely with a smile on his face. The lion watched them with surprise and confusion. Erwin said the werewolf involved in the incident was a hybrid of a wolf and a black panther. Erwin said he seemed to have gotten through by hiring servants to do relatively simple duties for her. Erwin, looking at the rabbit, said that the wolf thought that his true nature would be revealed, so he immediately decided to commit suicide. She was surprised and did not understand why and for what reason she was attacked. She wondered if the hybrid was just too hungry. She thought that most likely, because the young master called her rabbit, the hybrid developed an interest in her. She thought that if the hybrid was hungry, it would be better for him to eat some larger food, and not such a small thing as her. No matter how much she thought, she couldn't understand the hybrid's train of thought. She remembered that the young master had told her that if the smell ever clung to her again, then he did not finish. And she did not know what would happen to her. The lion looked at the rabbit intently and with surprise. She was in shock, because she did not understand where everyone went and why she was left with this predator. He looked at her intently with a smile on his face. The lion looked at the maid and called her. The lion looked at the rabbit and asked the maid if it was really a werewolf who had been transformed into a human. The maid looked at the master and said that it was just an ordinary rabbit. The lion looked at her in surprise and asked what was ordinary about this rabbit. If there were rumors around him that he understood human speech. The maid sighed heavily and said that it was just a special gentleman rabbit. Lev leaned closer to the video and frowned. He was surprised and puzzled because he did not understand why the wolf was hunting the poor, defenseless rabbit. The lion leaned even closer and began to stare at the rabbit. A moment later, he said with a smile on his face that the rabbit looked very appetizing. Vivi was shocked by such a statement. She was very angry and shuddered for a moment, since predators have nothing in their heads except the thought of how to fill their bellies. She was hitting the table with her little paws because she was very angry because the lion was so ill-mannered. Leo looked at the maid and said that whatever happened, with this commotion the ball might be postponed. The maid said that the ball would go on as planned, due to the fact that the invitations had already been sent. Leo was puzzled and said that this situation irritated him. He wondered if he couldn't just return to his lands. Vivi heard about the ball for the first time. Now she understood why the number of unfamiliar servants had suddenly increased. She wondered how luxurious the scale of the ball would be in this huge estate. She was surprised and at the same time very much looking forward to this event, and for a moment wondered if the scale would really be twice as large as that of the Revian family. The lion looked at the rabbit and said that apparently he was very shocked that pursuers from other families were making their way into the head of the house's estate and that this had already happened quite often. For a moment, she put all her thoughts aside and looked at the lion in surprise, as she had missed his words. She looked at him in surprise, as she wanted to know what he had just said. The lion looked at her intently and said that this was no place for such a herbivorous rabbit to live. Vivi realized that Mrs. Valens is the head of the Black Panther lands, but she still knew that the young master was still like a demon. She was shocked because she realized that the young master would be the next head of the clan. She was in shock as she realized everything that was happening. The young people looked at her in surprise and bewilderment. She jumped from one place to another. They looked at her in surprise and asked what happened to her. As they were stunned by her behavior, Vivi now understood why he was acting so arrogantly. She remembered how the maids were discussing the young master and how werewolves were dying every time in the Black Panther house, and there were corpses lying around wherever they went. She was terrified because she understood that this was the very world of predators, and she was in the very center of the lands of that kind of Black Panthers. When she woke up, she saw a young gentleman next to her. He looked at her intently with a smile on his face. He looked at her and asked if she wanted any punishment for her maid. She turned her head from side to side as she did not want to punish her maid, since she had only been gone 10 minutes, since she had gone to carry her favorite hay. He said with a grin that it was not her decision, but his, and she looked at him in surprise, wondering why he was asking her such things. She grabbed his hand tenderly and looked at him with sweet eyes, mentally begging him to be a little generous. He looked at her and said that the longer he thought about her almost being eaten by a wolf, the worse his mood became. Akin said that he was already suffering a lot. She looked at him with fear, wondering what he was putting up with, as she was worried that he might eat her. He stroked her tenderly. He looked at her and said with a smile that in that case he would forgive the maid at her request. He looked at her and with a smile on his face asked if he should get something in return. She was shocked because she realized that he was offering a deal for the life of the maid. He looked at her and said with a smile that she shouldn't cry in other places, especially in front of other people. She was surprised since he had only recently told her that she would be saved if she cried. He smiled and told her to cry only when he asked and only in front of him. She looked at him in surprise as she had no idea what he was saying, and she simply gave up. He looked at her and with a smile told her to promise him for the sake of her maid. She was shocked because he was saying such rude things and smiling right in her face. Vivi thought it was just disgusting. She knew she couldn't get out of it, and all she had to do was keep the promise she had made. And a moment later, they touched fingers to seal the promise they had made. He looked at her and said with a smile that everything would be fine now. The young master was pleased that she understood him. The young gentleman looked at her intently and said that now they should choose a signal so that he could understand her. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what signal he was talking about. Vivi was surprised, as until now he had never asked what she was thinking about. He looked at her and said with a smile that they needed to start with this. A moment later, he lifted one of her paws and said that in critical situations she needed to lift her left paw. Then he raised his right one, but thought for a moment. For some time, the young gentleman stared at the rabbit as he was deep in thought. A moment later, he gave his name and said that would do. He looked at her and with a smile told her to raise her right paw to call him. The rest she should express on her own. The young master looked at her intently and said that they needed to practice a little. A moment later, he said that she was in danger now and she raised her left paw. He then told her to call him and she raised her right paw. After training, he looked at her closely with a smile on his face. He was very pleased with her. She looked at him puzzled as she realized that he seemed to be enjoying the training. The gentleman looked closely at the rabbit and said with a smile that this was all very good. A moment later, he stroked her gently with a smile on his face. Vivi woke up and saw that the young master was sleeping quietly. She came closer to him and began to shake him. Vivi made sure that he was fast asleep. A moment later, she fell next to him. She thought for a moment as she had lived all this time so peacefully, as she had almost forgotten that she was in a place full of predators. She knew it was too dangerous for a rabbit like her to live here. Vivi knew she was very lucky to still be alive. After the young master bit her neck that night, she clearly saw a human hand. She understood that if she really left for a moment, turned into a human, then the pheromone or the fangs of the young master were the key to her healing. She wanted to make sure of it tonight. She crawled closer to him because she wanted to test her theory. She was very scared. She looked at the young gentleman in surprise as she had succeeded. She touched his lips softly as she wanted him to bite her paw a little. A moment later, she looked at him in surprise and shock as he suddenly bit her hard. She was shocked and stared at him, while at the same time she wondered why her front paw was stuck in his mouth. She was shocked and said that it was not food for him at all. For some time, she tried to stretch out her paw. In the morning, she stared out the window as she realized that the day of the ball had finally arrived. She was very excited. She watched closely the guests who were slowly arriving at the estate. She watched everyone closely because she really liked all the guests who came. They were beautifully dressed, but still she was sad because she could not turn into a human. A moment later, Vivi heard someone calling her. Vivi turned around and saw Mamie. The maid came closer to her and introduced her. Mr. Ulfes, a professional designer of the Grace family. The designer looked closely at the rabbit and greeted her with great admiration and a smile on his face. She was shocked because she noticed that he was an incredibly glamorous person. The man looked at her and said with a smile that he was simply amazed by her beauty, and he had also heard rumors that she was very smart, but he didn't even know about it. He said that seeing her in real life was amazing for him. He looked at her and with an admiring smile said that it was impossible to resist admiration. She looked at him in shock, as she felt incredible tension, but still did not understand what he was talking about. A moment later, she saw a whole box, which was filled with jewelry and various ornaments. The designer smiled and said that he was ashamed that he had not prepared enough because of the urgency of the order. He smiled and said that he had picked out a few decorations that would not overload her pretty neck. She looked at the decorations in surprise because she thought there were too many of them. She was surprised as she was the young master's companion. She wondered what kind of aristocrat brings to the rollers as a partner. The maid looked at her and said that the order had been received this morning and the young master had conveyed that it would be very merry. She looked in surprise at the maid, from whom she had just heard that she would have fun. She thought that the young master was simply beside himself. Mamie said that the young master was taking care that Mr. Rabbit could attend the ball. The designer said with a smile that their family ball was very solemn and luxurious. The man said that he always prepared a suit for the gentleman in advance. But still Akin did not show much interest, and he was very sad. For some time, Ulfes said that it would be better to go to the master. Vivi understood that it was not that the young master was not interested in clothes, but rather that he was simply avoiding the designer. Ulfes looked at the rabbit with a loving gaze, and with a smile on his face, he said admiringly that the crown suited her very well. Ulfes admired his work. He said that if you don't praise yourself, no one else will. The maid looked at her and said that the ball would be attended mainly by many high-status werewolves, and those from the lion and bear families. Vivi remembered the lion she had recently met and thought that he would most likely stay at the estate as well. The man looked at her and said that occasionally aristocrats from the hyena family participate. She looked at the man in shock, as she did not expect that there would be anyone else. She understood that the ball was not her priority right now, and the most important thing was that she needed to quickly escape from the estate. The man smiled and said that he was looking forward to her participation in the ball. He told her not to worry, as she would be able to shine better than anyone in a very beautiful dress. She knew that this was the problem, as a normal rabbit would be conspicuous to all predators. A moment later, she heard the sound of footsteps. Sometime later, she saw Erwin enter the room. The young men greeted Erwin. Erwin looked at them and asked what was wrong with Mr. Rabbit. The designer looked at her in surprise and said that recently the rabbit had been jumping happily, changing all her outfits. Vivi looked at them with the most painful expression. Erwin said with sadness in his voice that recently, after his appearance, the rabbit pretends to be dead. Erwin said that the rabbit's behavior brings tears to his eyes. He looked at the rabbit and said that if the rabbit didn't get up now on its own, he would have to carry it in his mouth. Erwin walked closer to the rabbit and leaned down, opening his mouth. He told the rabbit to get up quickly and follow him. Vivi was shocked and wanted him to stop what he was doing. Ulfez looked at Mamie and asked if Mr. Iron always bothered Mr. Rabbit like that. Mamie said that he did, but he seemed to be having an unusually good time today. Vivi saw this behavior as a Black Panther, and she slapped him in the face with fury. Erwin, with tears in his eyes, asked Mr. Rabbit how he could carry out such cruel violence. Erwin was surprised by the speed and power of the blow. He said that, as expected, Mr. Rabbit survived. Certainly the blood of a fighter flows. They stared at the rabbit and said that he was very cute when he was angry. Vivi was furious. She wanted them to shut up and go away as soon as possible because she didn't want to see anyone. Vivi sat in the young master's pocket. She admired the whole situation. Vivi was shocked because from the outside everything felt completely different. Erwin looked at her intently. Vivi was furious. She looked at the Black Panther and gave him an evil look. Erwin, in turn, looked at her tearfully and told the young master that the rabbit continued to glare at him, and it seemed to him as if he was cutting him with a knife. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit in surprise and smiled and told her to look at him angrily, too. Vivi looked at him in surprise as she did not understand what he wanted from her. The young master smiled and asked if she really didn't want to look at him angrily. She gave him a malicious, menacing look as she understood that predators were, after all, very strange by nature. They walked slowly into the hall, and the rabbit, in turn, watched everyone closely. She was surprised because she realized that the estate had a very large ballroom. She thought that they would just walk around the garden and look around, but still they came to a very attractive place. Erwin looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked if he could now ask him why he had chosen Mr. Rabbit as his companion. Vivi, in turn, became wary, as she also wanted to listen to his answer, as she was very curious. The young gentleman smiled and said that if you have a partner, you don't need to dance with other people. Erwin was shocked. He looked at the gentleman and said that he was still not sincere. Vivi understood that his words meant that he would just idle away, using her as an excuse. A moment later, they approached the banquet hall and were greeted by the knights. The door opened and Vivi saw a truly beautiful sight. She was in shock. Her heart was beating very hard because it was the first time she saw such incredible beauty and atmosphere. A moment later, they entered the banquet hall and were introduced. Everyone was surprised that the young master came accompanied by a rabbit. All the guests thought the rabbit was very cute, but they still wondered why the rabbit was in such a place. The young gentleman and the rabbit walked slowly through the banquet hall, and at the same time they were discussed because they did not understand why he came with a rabbit. All the guests were convinced that the rumors were true that the young gentleman was raising a rabbit in the house. Vivi was very tired and thought that this holiday was just crazy. The moment they entered, she felt sick because of the smells of pheromones. She constantly felt sick. She wondered if everyone else was okay. Suddenly, she heard the voice of the lady calling her. Mrs. Valens looked at the rabbit with a smile. The lady looked at her son and told Vivi that she had heard earlier that Vivi had almost gotten into trouble. She also said that they had not seen each other for a long time, as she had only returned to the estate in the morning. Vivi reached out to her, as she was very grateful to the lady for her concern. The lady looked at her with a smile and reached out her hand to her paw. Vivi was very happy because she thought that the lady was a very wonderful person. The young master looked at his mother and said that she was too close. The lady looked at her son and said that she really didn't like to meet him at all, and she also asked how he could allow the wolf to commit suicide. She said, puzzled, that he was not yet skilled in the work. Ahin looked at his mother with a grin and asked if the wolf had secretly entered her estate. Vivi looked at them, puzzled. She noticed that their relationship was not good at all, and the atmosphere was very tense and angry. The lady looked at the rabbit and called her with a smile. Vivi looked closely at the lady, wanting to know what she would tell her. The lady looked at her and said with a grin that she had personally hung the head of the wolf that had been chasing her in front of the gate. She said it would serve as a warning to others. Vivi was shocked as she did not expect to hear such a thing. The guests were amazed by what they heard as they now realized that there was a wolf's head hanging on the window with the iron bars and at the main gate. Vivi was shocked that there was a wolf's head hanging on the main gate. She could not accept the fact that the head of the family decided to hang the head of another predator at the entrance to the estate. She looked at the lady in shock. Her gaze was warning. The lady said that if someone touched this little rabbit, then everyone would get into trouble. Of course, she thanked the lady for such attention, but she was still very scared. For some time, the rabbit and the young gentleman stared at the guests who were enjoying themselves at the party. Vivi watched the young master closely. She was surprised because she noticed that there were a lot of people at the festival, but no one approached the young master. And in the meantime, she slowly chewed her favorite hay. She remembered his behavior and thought that he had certainly behaved unusually. She thought he was really very strange. The young master looked at her and called out. The young gentleman pointed to the young men standing nearby and asked her if this was the first time she had seen those two of the tiger and hyena clan. He said that most of the tiger clan had blue eyes, while the hyenas were mostly all dark. He looked at her and asked if she felt the hierarchy of power between the two families. She looked closely at the young men and completely agreed with the master. The young master, observing the guests, said that the tiger lands, widely known for selling weapons compared to them, the ore smelting in the hyena lands is quite insignificant. So naturally, a hierarchical relationship arose between the lands. She was surprised and looked closely at the young gentleman because she did not understand why he suddenly decided to tell her such a thing. She understood that even if he told her such information, it still would not help her in any way. A moment later, he looked at her intently and called out. He lifted her up on his arm and said with a smirk on his face that if she continued to eat so much hay, she would become too heavy a rabbit and would tear his pocket. She was shocked by this statement and hit him with her paw several times. A moment later, she was taken aback as she began to feel sick again. She thought that it would still be wonderful if she returned to the bedroom right now. The young gentleman took the rabbit with lightning speed and put it in his pocket. A moment later, a young lady came up to him and greeted him with a smile on her face. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The young lady looked at him intently and said with a smile that he was still very funny to have decided to bring a pet to the ball as his partner. The young gentleman looked at her intently but said nothing. Vivi thought that the young master was not funny at all, but just a tyrant. The young lady looked at him and said with a smile that she would like him to visit their foxlands at least once. She said, looking at the rabbit, that he refused every time. And this made her very worried. Ahin looked at her intently and said that he was just wondering if he would become fox food when he got there. She smirked and said that it would be even better if he became hers. Ahin looked at her and said that he refused. The young lady looked at the rabbit with a sharp, angry look. Vivi was in shock. She began to feel very sick again, as she felt an incredibly thick pheromone coming from the young lady. A moment later, the young lady bowed and said with a smile that they could arrange it next time. The young gentleman looked after her in surprise and intently, but said nothing. A moment later, he looked at her and told his rabbit that the young lady was one of the fox race. Ekin said that in their lands, polygamy was widespread, so she already had 5 spouses. Vivi was shocked by what she heard. She thought it was just unbelievable. A moment later, she began to feel very sick again. She did not understand what was going on. She was in shock because her heart was beating very fast and she felt dizzy and nauseous. She was in great pain and could not bear it. The young master looked at her intently and called her. Vivi sat quietly in his arms, shaking slowly. She was in great pain and writhing in agony. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and bewilderment and asked if she was okay, and he also asked if she should be released to the ground. She was shaking and couldn't stand it any longer. A moment later, she ran away. The young master shouted after her. He was shocked that she left him so quickly. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit in surprise and bewilderment. Ahin was shocked and did not understand why she behaved like that. Vivi ran between the guests with lightning speed. The guests were in shock, did not understand what was happening because they found out whose rabbit it was. She ran very fast because she was in a lot of pain, but she still understood that she should not lose consciousness in front of everyone under any circumstances. She wanted to get anywhere, to any secluded place, so that no one would see her. She understood that she needed to hide from any eyes as quickly as possible. She wanted to hide somewhere. She was in a lot of pain. Until recently, she somehow tolerated this pain, but she could not tolerate it anymore. It is that, most likely, it is indeed because of the thick pheromones of that young lady from the fox family. She was in a lot of pain and wondered what would happen to her next. Vivi didn't understand how much time had passed. Her body was aching and aching. She understood that she had most likely lost consciousness. And if she disappeared for a long time, the young master would start looking for her. Vivi was very surprised when she saw white hair. A moment later, she saw hands. She was in shock because she could not accept the fact that she was now seeing her body. A moment later, she looked closely into the mirror and was shocked by what she saw. She wondered if it was really her. She slowly touched the mirror as she wanted to make sure she was right. She noticed that the mirror was very hard and cold. She was shocked because she realized that she had truly become human. She didn't understand how this happened. Vivi had heard before that when a werewolf first turns human, they get a strong fever, but she had never had anything like that. She was now shivering with cold because she was very cold. She decided that she needed to put something on herself. She saw the blanket that was on the sofa. She sighed heavily as she realized that she had lost her fur and could freeze very easily. She wondered what she should do now, since she should be very happy that she had turned into a human. She understood that this was a very desirable transformation into a human, but she was becoming more and more worried about the young master's reaction when he saw her. She was afraid that he would start waving his sword in front of her and saying that she had deceived him. She was afraid that he might say that he would have her in the morning when she turned back into a rabbit. She was afraid that his reaction would not be as good as she thought. Vivi was horrified at the thought of his reaction. Vivi was in shock and didn't know what to do now, but she still wanted to calm down and think again very carefully about what to do next. She remembered that some time ago she had turned into a human with the help of his pheromone. She wondered if this time, too, everything would be temporary. She heard someone's footsteps and realized that she had made a mistake and forgotten to close the door. She wondered if it was the young gentleman who had found her. A moment later, she heard someone approaching the table. The man told her to get out as he knew she was under the chair. Vivi was shaking with fear as she sat under the table. Manyens looked under the table and told her to come out because there was a huge mess outside, because everyone was looking for her. Lifting the tablecloth, he saw a young and beautiful lady. He began to stutter as he was in shock. For some time, he looked at her in surprise and bewilderment, without uttering a word. The lion looked at the young lady in surprise and confusion. He did not expect to see her under the chair at all, as he expected there to be a rabbit there. The young lady was shocked by what she saw, became scared and began to tremble. But a moment later, she realized who it really was and calmed down a little. But still she understood that he couldn't be let go just like that. She pulled the tablecloth and the table turned over, but in the process, she fell on it. Leo looked at the young lady in bewilderment. The young lady looked at him intently and in surprise. Leo looked at her with confusion, as he was shocked by the whole situation that was currently happening between them. The lion stood on the terrace and sipped wine. He sighed heavily as he was a little bored. He understood that if he simply left the event, there was a chance that he would die at the hands of his sister. He did not understand why the night was so long. Turning around, he saw a rabbit hurrying in an unknown direction. He was surprised, as he did not expect such a sight. He looked in surprise at the rabbit that was running away and realized that it was the rabbit that the young master had brought. A moment later, he heard some noise, and he realized that soon everyone was looking for a rabbit. This noise irritated him. For a moment, he thought and frowned because he realized that if this continued, it was unknown what the young master could do. Lev still realized that he could be good-natured and show leniency to them and help in the search. A moment later, he followed the rabbit. Since he saw that the rabbit entered the room, he stood outside the room and wondered why the rabbit still did not come out. Unable to bear it, he entered the room. For a while, he stared at the room since he did not understand where the rabbit had gone. The lion was furious as this situation irritated him. A moment later, looking under the table, he told the rabbit to come out as he knew he was now under the table. The lion turned away in embarrassment as he did not understand what had happened and where the rabbit had gone. He looked at the young lady with confusion and told her to get dressed first. But a moment later, he realized who was in front of him. He looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if she was not just a simple rabbit, but a werewolf. The young lady was shocked and mentally said that she was not a werewolf. A moment later, she coughed as she realized that she was now human and could talk. She realized that she could talk, but everything was already difficult for her, and she did not know how to speak correctly. Since this was her first time, Lev looked at her in surprise. A moment later, he smiled and asked if she couldn't speak. The young lady blushed at this question. She was shocked because the reason for this was that she had never tried to speak in a human body before. She was furious and wondered if he had started talking right away when he turned into a human. She was furious that the predator would allow himself to mock her like that. A moment later, she said furiously that she was not a were-rabbit. Leo looked at her in surprise. The young lady was puzzled, as this was her first time turning into a human, and she immediately began to deny her essence. Leo smiled and told her to repeat it again. The lion came closer to her and sniffed her. He said that she was completely fragrant with Black Panther pheromones. He looked at her with a keen gaze and asked with a smirk if she was going to continue to deny it and say that she was not a werewolf. The young lady was shocked because he came very close to her. She turned away and said that it was not so. He said that she now has very beautiful purple eyes, and this is a characteristic of the rabbit race. With a smile, he said that she really is a were-rabbit. Vivi said that it is not so. She sniffed her hands because she did not understand what smell the predator was talking about now. She was perplexed. because she did not understand what aroma was emanating from her. She looked at him in surprise. Leo gave her an angry look. She looked at him intently, feeling awkward. She now realized that the man in front of her was a predator and she needed to be careful. A moment later, she moved away from him a little. Sometime later, the lion looked at the door in surprise as he heard a sound. A moment later, a young gentleman entered the room and looked at them in surprise. Leo sighed heavily as he realized that the atmosphere was now tense and the situation was very delicate. The young gentleman looked sideways at Erwin and told him to give him the sword at once. Erwin, in turn, sighed heavily and told everyone that he did not intend to do this. The lion was stunned and frightened. He did not understand what was happening at all and why the sword was needed now. Akin, looking at the lion, told his subordinate to give him the sword. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that he would never do that. Erwin said that this was the son of the head of the lion clan and no mistake could be made. Ahin was furious. He said that it would not be too late to think about it after he cut him. Erwin said that it would be too late and that this could not be done. The young master looked at him and said that he would only cut him once with his sword. Erwin was shocked. He said that this could not be done under any circumstances. The young lady was shocked and realized that this was not just a lion, but the son of the head of the clan. Manyens looked at the Black Panthers in surprise and said that the young gentleman was simply crazy. Akin drew his sword with lightning speed and, looking at the lion, asked if he really enjoyed having fun. The lion was frightened and confused by everything that was happening. He looked intently at Ahin as he wanted him to calm down. The young gentleman looked at the lion with a grin and said that he was brazenly trying to steal his own thing in his house. Lev looked at the young gentleman in surprise. He didn't understand what he was talking about. A moment later, the lion turned his gaze to the young lady, but unfortunately, he saw only a blanket. He did not understand what was going on at all. Leo looked at the blanket in surprise. He was shocked by the whole situation. With lightning speed, he grabbed the rabbit and looked at it in surprise. He was shocked because he realized that the young lady had turned into a rabbit again. Vivi, in turn, was also very surprised. She did not understand why and when she suddenly turned into a beast again. The young gentleman looked at them with menace and fury and said that even an attempt at kidnapping was already a serious crime. The lion and the rabbit exchanged glances. Erwin realized that the situation was getting tense and they needed to be stopped quickly so that something more terrible would not happen. He looked at the lion and called him. Erwin ran up to the lion and said that it was a pity, but he still wouldn't be able to cover Mr. Rabbit with such a cloth. Akin looked at Erwin and, blazing angrily, told him to get out of the way immediately. Erwin immediately followed the young master's order. Ahin looked at the lion with an evil eye. Menyan sighed heavily and asked what kind of kidnapping they were talking about. He looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked excitedly what he was doing. Vivi was in shock. She understood that now the truth about her would be revealed. She hit the lion because she did not want him to reveal her secret. Leo looked at her in surprise. She looked at him angrily, as she wanted him to understand that now was not the time for others to know about her transformation. She looked at him threateningly. A moment later, she hit him again, wanting him to shut his mouth and calm down. The young gentleman called her and said with a smile that she was a good girl. He looked at her with a smirk and said that she could hit the lion again. Leo was shocked by such a statement. Vivi looked at the young master in surprise. Sometime later, the young master took the rabbit for himself and said that the lion should be given back what belonged to him. The lion said that he understood everything and asked the young master to immediately put away the blade. Leo looked at the young gentleman in surprise, but suddenly he saw that the atmosphere was very tense, and everyone was watching them. The guests said that the son of the head of the lion clan was stealing from other people's lands. They were shocked and did not understand how he could do such a thing. Everyone condemned him for his actions. Leo looked at the guests in surprise and bewilderment. He was shocked by such a misunderstanding. Vivi hesitated and looked away as she was now being guarded by the good guards of the Grace family. Leo looked at everyone in shock and surprise and sighed heavily. Vivi turned away and laughed. As it was unexpected to be involved in an attempted kidnapping of a rabbit, she still asked him for forgiveness. The next day, the lion walked around the estate and everyone was whispering and discussing his actions. He was shocked because he thought they were all crazy. Last night, the lion was shouting that the cloth had fallen off the table and he had accidentally discovered the rabbit and was just about to escort it back to the banquet hall. He was shocked because even the head of the Panther clan had appeared because of some rabbit. He was in shock because he was actually beaten by a rabbit and his lip was cut. The lion was surprised because he realized that the scent he had smelled from the young lady yesterday belonged to a black panther, and the rabbit also had a thick scent of pheromones. He knew that anyone would think that the young panther head had fallen in love, but he still remembered how the young lady had stated that she was not a werewolf. He realized that she would have wanted to hide from the Grace family that she was a werewolf. Now he realized that this must be the reason she hid him. He wondered if the young master didn't know that there was a werewolf rabbit next to him right now. Still, the lion decided to push the thoughts away. He still thought that the rabbit was very interesting and strange. Since being a werewolf, he could remain in the form of an animal for a long time. He wondered what she was really hiding. He rubbed his neck in embarrassment, not understanding why he suddenly remembered her appearance. The young gentleman sighed heavily and said that he was very disappointed. She looked at him in surprise because she did not understand what he was saying again. And she was also shocked because he was sitting in an incomprehensible position. Akin told Erwin to tell the rabbit that he was very disappointed. Erwin looked at the rabbit angrily and said that the master was indignant. She was shocked by this. Vivi looked at Erwin and mentally said that since he was conveying the words of the young master, he should do it authentically. The young gentleman was in shock. He did not understand how it was possible to leave the panther and try to escape with some lion. Erwin looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked if she really liked lions more than panthers. They both looked at her intently and threateningly told her to confess to them right now. Vivi was shocked. She didn't understand what was going on at all. The young master looked at her sideways and told her to admit what she liked better, lions or black panthers. A moment later, the young gentleman smiled as he looked at Erwin. She was shocked because she noticed that he grabbed his sword. Erwin looked at him in surprise and asked for forgiveness. The young master looked at his subordinate and told him to leave immediately. Erwin, in turn, carried out his order with lightning speed. The gentleman lifted the rabbit into the air. Akin stared at the rabbit, frowning. Vivi was in shock. She didn't understand what was happening to him. He looked at her and said that there was nothing wrong with the lion being interested in her, but still he permeated her with his scent. Now she understood why the lion had said earlier that she smelled of Black Panther pheromones. She was shocked, wondering when he managed to do this. Vivi knew that according to theory, she should become human when she comes into close contact with pheromones. But until now, she had never smelled an unusual scent. She knew there had to be some direct contact, beyond the usual pheromone sticking. She knew everything had been fine so far, except for the moment he bit her. She wanted him to tell her everything. He looked at her and asked with a grin if she was curious about why this happened. She said that she was curious. He smiled and said that since she was a werewolf, they sometimes emitted pheromone, so he deigned to interrupt them with his own. The young lady was in shock. She did not understand what he had just told her. She was shocked to realize that he knew she was a werewolf. He looked at her closely and said that he knew that she had not yet managed to turn into a human. He said that the were-rabbits had crossed the border to see if she had managed to leave, and he had killed them all. And for this reason, he said that he could find out nothing more. I was shocked and looked at him intently because Ahin spoke such blood-chilling words with such a kind expression on his face. The next day, she stood on the training ground. She remembered that the young master had said that he thought all rabbits were like her, but they turned out to be more ferocious than he had expected. She was puzzled, as she did not know who he was describing. She thought about the werewolves, the rabbits that had crossed the border. Vivi thought that most likely they were sent by her parents. She thought that most likely they wanted to know if she was alive or not. The young gentleman looked at her and said with a smile that he liked that she was a rabbit, and it would be difficult if she were a human. The young lady sighed heavily and was puzzled by these words of the young master. Previously, she would have been happy with these words, but now she had a secret from the young master, so she could no longer continue like this. She wondered if he really wouldn't like it if she became human. She was shocked and very worried about it. But still, even if she found out that he wouldn't like it, she still wanted to completely turn into a human. She remembered how the lady, with a smile on her face, said that as soon as she smelled her aroma, her mood immediately improved. She said with a smile that she had a very pleasant aroma. The young lady thought for a moment about the pheromones that were emanating from her. She thought that perhaps, since she was from a noble family, she also had a special skill like werewolves with a good pedigree. She really wanted to bring it out. The young lady sincerely wanted to become a werewolf who could turn into a human. Ahin and Erwin walked leisurely about their business. Erwin looked at the young gentleman in surprise and said that lately he had been getting the feeling that the gentleman was keeping more and more secrets from him, and this was very annoying. Erwin said with tears in his eyes that the young master especially was hiding many secrets that were related to Mr. Rabbit. Erwin said that this made his heart ache and it hurt him a lot. The young gentleman asked him in surprise if he was really in such excruciating pain. Erwin looked at the gentleman and, straightening up, said that Of course, this was so, and it was incredibly painful for him. The young gentleman said that he understood everything and asked his subordinate to remain silent. For some time, they walked in complete silence. A moment later, the young master noticed the rabbit's maid. Mamie noticed the young master and bowed to greet him. The young people looked at her in surprise. They saw a rabbit that was on the training ground. The young master looked at the maid and said that he seemed to have warned her about the restrictions on her walks while the lion was in the estate. The maid apologized to the young master and said that Mr. Rabbit simply wanted to make use of the training ground for a little while. The young men looked at the rabbit in surprise and bewilderment. They did not understand what the rabbit was doing. Erwin looked at the rabbit and said that it turned out that he understood everything, and the rabbit was simply performing mandatory training. The young gentleman looked at Erwin in surprise. Erwin said with a smile that Mr. Rabbit had hit him on the cheek, and his accuracy and speed and the angle of his kick were simply impeccable. Sometime later, they saw the rabbit running from side to side. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked what he was doing now. Erwin smiled and said the rabbit was just tumbling. The maid looked at the Black Panther in surprise. She saw Ash. She was confused. Since Ash was raised on the border with the rabbit lands, she did not understand why he was now in the estate. Ash, in turn, looked intently at the maid. The young gentleman stroked the Black Panther tenderly and said with a smile that if the rabbit decided to escape, it would be difficult to catch him in his human form. The young master said quietly in Ash's ear that this rabbit was now his master. Looking at the rabbit, the young master told the panther not to let the rabbit get hurt under any circumstances. The panther watched the rabbit closely. Sighing heavily, she felt great, and also felt that the pheromones were much more than they were at the beginning. She knew that if she continued, she could turn into a human. A moment later, she felt someone approaching her and an eerie shadow looming over her. She looked around in surprise, wanting to know what it was. Turning around, she froze as she saw a huge panther looming over her. She was shocked and did not understand why the Black Panther was right in front of her. Vivi, of course, knew that this was the Black Panther estate, but she was still worried that the panther was now in front of her. She was shocked as she saw more of her fangs and panthers. Vivi knew she had to run, but unfortunately her legs were frozen and wouldn't move. Vivi was shocked as she wondered if they were trying to scare her on purpose. She of course knew that she had barely escaped the wolf's attack, and here was a whole panther standing in front of her and sniffing her. Vivi looked at the panther with tears in her eyes. She turned around and shuddered, wanting the panther to move aside and leave her alone. A moment later, the panther touched her paw, and unexpectedly for Vivi, the panther obediently sat down. She was in shock, didn't understand what was happening at all. A moment later, the panther was gently peeling its owner. Vivi froze in bewilderment. The maid looked at the rabbit and called her a moment later. She said that it was a Black Panther and that Ash would continue to guard her. Vivi looked at her new friend with surprise and intentness. She was very scared and did not understand why she should be guarded by a panther. A moment later, she saw the people who came up with this idea. Looking at them, she was not even surprised by this turn of events, but still wondered why they spread their arms. The young gentleman smiled and said that it looked like the rabbit would definitely not run up to him. She looked at them coldly, wondering how this had happened in the first place. Erwin looked at her and said that she made him feel even worse. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked him to mentally close his mouth. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit in surprise. A moment later, looking at her intently, he said that his mood had worsened. He grabbed her. Vivi was in shock. She didn't want him to behave like that. The young gentleman pulled her closer to his face and told her to direct such a look only at him. The young lady was shocked and perceived his words as complete nonsense. She did not understand what kind of look he wanted her to direct at him, since earlier she looked at Erwin with a look full of hatred. She wondered if he really wanted her to look at him the same way. She looked at Erwin in surprise as she didn't understand why he was standing there and nodding. Erwin smiled and said that as expected, the young master said this. He noticed that the young master was merciless in everything concerning Mr. Rabbit. The young ladies still did not take their words seriously and decided to let the situation go. Vivi looked at her new guard in surprise and intently as she hoped that he was still better than these perverts. She looked closely at Ash and saw that he looked very meek compared to the other two. She really hoped that they would get along. The young gentleman looked at his rabbit in surprise and asked why her pheromones were so thick. She looked at him in surprise as she did not understand what he was talking about. A moment later, she realized that it was all because she had overdone the training. The young gentleman came closer to the rabbit and grabbed it. He looked at her and told her to sit in peace. But since he would hide them, Vivi flinched as she stuttered very badly. She pushed him with her little paw because she thought that he was acting wrongly. Because she was afraid that he could bite her neck again like last time, she did not want to let him do that. She remembered that last time she had imbued herself with the young master's faith and become a human. She knew that she couldn't do that now. He looked at her and said that yesterday he asked her to hide, carefully, from others the fact that she was a werewolf. Frowning, she showed with her whole appearance that she understood everything and would be careful in the future. She tenderly touched his face and begged him not to bite her. A moment later, the young gentleman called Ash, and he, in turn, jumped up and looked intently at them. The young gentleman looked at her and with a grin told her to choose right now whether he would bite her or Ash. She was shocked because she realized that he was threatening her again. He looked at her and said with a smile that her evil gaze pierced him through and through. The young gentleman turned her around as he wanted to bite her. She was shocked and mentally screamed for him not to bite her. The young lady woke up because she felt heavy. She saw that the hand of the young master was on her body. She wanted to remove it and saw that she was in a human body. She watched the young gentleman, who was sleeping quietly, with surprise and intentness. Vivi began to think about the whole situation. She remembered that the young master had bitten her neck last night. At that moment, she held her breath so as not to inhale his pheromone. Fortunately, there was no pain. She thought that she had already found a solution to the problem of simply not inhaling the pheromone, but unfortunately, she became human again. She wondered if her body was becoming resistant to such pain. She understood that if they started to turn to her only from close contact with the pheromone, then she was really in big trouble. She understood that first of all, she had to immediately free herself from his embrace. She was in shock and very embarrassed, since she could no longer breathe. A moment later, she somehow freed herself from his embrace. Turning around, she saw her guard looking at her menacingly. She looked at him in surprise, as she was confused, and a tense atmosphere reigned between them. She was shocked and wondered if he was worried about a stranger. She was shocked and didn't know what to do in this situation. She froze and stared at him. She was shocked and did not understand why there was no reaction from the Black Panther. Vivi noticed that he was acting strangely. A moment later, she called out to her friend, wondering if he was sleeping now. Sometime later, she looked at him intently and was completely convinced that she was right. He really was sleeping, but still she was surprised that he slept with his eyes open. She was surprised and did not know if predators really do this. A moment later, she was taken aback as she felt the young gentleman leaning towards her. She was shocked and very embarrassed as he hugged her tightly. She was very scared because she thought that the young master had probably woken up. She didn't know what to do in this situation. She wanted to get out of bed as soon as possible and put on something. Vivi was very embarrassed because he was very close to her. Vivi looked at the young master intently and wondered if she would shock him when she was in human form. She didn't know if he had seen her when she was human during the ball. She looked at him intently and called his name. She hesitated as she was very surprised since he did not respond to her voice. She called him for some time, but to no avail. She was shocked because she noticed that he was sleeping very soundly. Be that as it may, Vivi found this situation to be extremely strange. She was surprised because she felt that pheromones were actively circulating in her body. She remembered how the lady had recently told her that as soon as she smelled it, her mood immediately improved. She remembered that the young master had told her before that when he was next to her, he did not want to wake up, but on the contrary, he wanted to sleep. Vivi was very surprised and wondered if this was the ability of her pheromone. She looked at the panthers surrounding her in surprise. She noticed that she could most likely put the people around her to sleep with her pheromone. She was shocked by this ability, as it was very boring, but still she knew that first she needed to slowly figure everything out. A moment later, she became wary as she noticed that her young guard had woken up and was staring at her. She looked at him and told him to come to her immediately, but quietly. Ash obediently and meekly sat down next to her and looked intently at his mistress. She was very happy and felt relieved, as he recognized her by smell. She looked at the gentleman intently, as she understood that now she had to get out of bed. She quietly extricated herself from the blanket and the master's embrace. Before she could even set foot on the ground, she fell. Ash looked at his mistress in surprise and bewilderment. She looked at her friend and said with a smile that she was okay. She hoped that the young master would not wake up. Looking at him, she sighed heavily as she noticed that he was fast asleep. A moment later, Ash wrapped her in a blanket. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not expect such concern from this side. Vivi looked closely at her friend. She was very grateful to him for his concern. She was surprised and at the same time very pleasantly glad that he showed concern for her, since she had not paid him due attention until now. She was surprised by the fact that her new friend showed kindness to her in any of her guises. She hugged her friend tightly because she liked him very much and she was grateful to him. The young gentleman woke up and jumped onto the bed. He was very surprised because he felt very cheerful. He remembered that the rabbit had fought him off vigorously the previous night, and he thought that it was as if the predator's fermions were strangling the rabbit in its animal form. But because he suppressed her pheromone, he, on the contrary, slept very soundly himself. Ahan was surprised, since he had not slept so soundly for a long time. Turning around, he did not see the rabbit next to him. A moment later, he looked down at the ground in surprise and saw the panther sleeping next to the rabbit. He looked at the panther in surprise and asked if Ash had really taken Vivi. Ash, in turn, looked at the young gentleman intently and with surprise. Ahin asked with a smile if he really liked the rabbit. Ash didn't answer, but it was obvious from his actions that he liked the rabbit very much. The young master smiled and said that he also liked the rabbit very much, but he was surprised by the fact that the rabbit was very eye-catching. The young gentleman found hair on the bed. He looked at the hair that was on the bed in surprise as it was very long and light. A moment later, he looked in shock at the rabbit sleeping next to the panther. Vivi arrived happily. She was very happy. But a moment later, she looked into the distance in shock because she did not understand why the atmosphere had suddenly become different. She suddenly heard the voice of the young master. He told her that if she did not wake up right now, he would eat her. When she woke up, she saw a young gentleman in front of her. It was in shock, as he had also scared her very much. Vivi was shaking with fear. The young gentleman looked at her with a keen gaze and asked with a smile on his face why she suddenly woke up on the floor. He asked if Ash had dragged her out of bed. She looked at him intently and said that she had gotten off on her own. She looked at him intently, wondering how long he had known about her pheromone. But judging by his questions, he knew nothing at all about yesterday. The young master looked at her intently and told her to answer him now. She looked at Ash intently and apologized for setting him up just now. She looked at the young master and nodded as she agreed that it was Ash who dragged her to the ground. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and calmly said that in that case, Ash needed to be punished. Vivi was shocked by this statement, as she thought it was just a trifle. The young gentleman looked at him and said that he was sleeping at Irwin's today. The young lady was shocked. She thought that this punishment was too cruel for her friend. Ash looked at them in surprise. Vivi screamed that she was very sorry. She remembered Irwin, who was always threatening to eat her. She looked at the young gentleman and plaintively asked him to think again. She looked at him in surprise, as she was very confused and wondered why the young master of the morning was so dizzy. She was very embarrassed. She was in shock, because she realized that this predator, who was now in front of her, was simply irresponsible. Ahin looked at her and asked with a smirk if she really liked something like that. He apologized because he didn't know about it. A moment later, he asked with a smirk if he really needed to lower the other shoulder too. She was shocked and screamed that she shouldn't do that. She was shocked that he decided to make her a guinea pig. She thought he was the devil incarnate. The young master looked at her and told her to open her eyes. Sometime later, Irwin looked at her and opened his mouth. She was shocked by what she saw. The young lady was trembling with fear. The young people sat and discussed that recently an annual ball had taken place at Grace's house. The young lady looked at the ladies present and said that there had been many unusual rumors about this. The young ladies were surprised. They looked at the young lady and asked what rumors were going around. The girls said that the next head of the Grace family was very much fascinated by the pet and even brought him as a partner to the ball. One of the ladies laughed very loudly and asked if the gentleman had brought his pet to accompany him to the ball. The ladies had heard before that he was very cruel, but for such a person, this was still an unusual hobby. They thought that most likely he brought his pet, which was also a panther. The young lady said with a smile that the young gentleman had brought a little rabbit, and what's more, he was very friendly with them. Madame heard the young lady's words and was taken aback. She was shocked and accidentally dropped the cup on the floor. The young ladies looked at her in surprise and asked if she was okay. Madame, in turn, said in a trembling voice that she was fine. The cup had simply slipped from her hands. Sometime later, the Panthers and Lions were holding a meeting. They were discussing some issues regarding a medicinal brew, the source of which is suspected to be in the land of wolves. The man looked at everyone present and said that the damage was especially great in one area that linked the boundaries of the lands of Black Panthers, Lions, and Wolves. Manians watched everyone present closely. A moment later, the lion glanced sideways at the young master of the Black Panthers. Leo noticed that the young gentleman was poisoning the atmosphere again. The man said that since this was a concoction that caused pheromones to become disordered, it was known that the spread began from the knights guarding the borders. Looking at the young master, the man said that the concoction was highly addictive, even fatal. Manians looked hard at Irwin. Leo looked at Erwin in surprise and asked what happened to his eye, as it looked very terrible. Erwin sighed heavily and said that his eye was damaged during the fight. A very angry and aggressive opponent, Manyans looked at him and asked which opponent he was talking about. Erwin said his opponent has risen to a level that is unfathomable and has been fighting consistently lately. Lev looked at Erwin in surprise and asked if this was really a very famous rival. Erwin looked at the young master of the Lion Clan and said that the master was leading a hermit's life. The man looked at Erwin in surprise and asked what he was doing now. Erwin smiled and said that he thought sometimes it was a good idea to change places. The man looked at him in surprise and bewilderment and said that they were currently having a meeting and they didn't need any jokes. Erwin looked at Sir Rustin and asked why he was speaking such cruel words when Erwin's life was in danger. Rustin looked at him and said that he only lived for today anyway. The men argued among themselves for a while, and while they argued, the lion wondered why the atmosphere at the meeting was so oppressive today. Akin glanced sideways at Manyans and called him. For a moment, everyone shuddered. The lion looked at the gentleman in surprise. The young gentleman looked at him and asked if anything unusual had happened during the ball. Akin looked intently at Manyans, waiting for an answer to his question. Manyans looked at Akin in shock and surprise. He didn't know what to answer. The young lion thought for a moment. He remembered the young lady with beautiful violet eyes who was trembling with anxiety. He also remembered the rabbit that hit him. Lev realized that the rabbit looked like she wanted to hide the fact that she was a werewolf. Leo looked at the young master intently and wondered if someone like Mr. Grace didn't know about the rabbit's true nature. Still, he found it hard to believe. The lion looked at the panther and said that nothing unusual had happened, and he was confused because he could not give an answer. The young gentleman looked at him and grinned. Akin looked at the lion and said that he understood him, since he had not expected anything from him before. The lion looked at him and said that he was better than a black panther, which I can't even tell the front from the back. Akin angrily told him to watch his words. For some time, the atmosphere in the room was oppressive. Everyone was whispering among themselves as they did not understand why the two were behaving so inappropriately. They said that, as expected, today's meeting also could not pass without a quarrel. Erwin looked at Manyenza and told him not to forget about his reputation and his status. Erwin said that the territories had already entered into a harmonious union. Only the two of them were constantly squabbling among themselves. Erwin looked at them and said that they were not even of the cat and mouse families. The young master looked at his subordinate and called him. Manyans looked at Erwin and told him to shut his mouth. Erwin smiled and complied. For a moment, everyone stared at Erwin. The young master looked at Ash and asked if he was dead. Vivi looked at him in surprise, but said nothing. She looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked why Ash would suddenly die, since she knew that he had just fallen asleep after inhaling her pheromone. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit and said that she was doing better than he thought. She didn't want the young master to know that she was training her pheromone on her friend. She hoped that he didn't notice. The young master looked at her and with a trembling voice told her to protect him too. She was shocked and thought that his behavior was ridiculous since she didn't understand why he was pretending to be unhappy. The young gentleman smiled and said that it was time for them to go. She looked at him in surprise as she did not understand where he wanted to go. Ahin looked at Ash and told him to go with them as well. She hoped that they would still go, but not to the temple. The young master looked at her and said with a smile that they were not going to the temple, so she did not need to worry about it. He smiled and said that you never know where it might come in handy. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand how she could be of use to him. Sometime later, they were riding leisurely in a carriage. Vivi sat higher because she wanted to see where they were going. Irina looked at her and called out with a smile on his face. He smiled and said that she had not been outside for a long time. He smiled and said that now he could hug her very comfortably. She looked at him with contempt, as his words made her feel sick. Irvine wanted to touch her, but Ash protected her and didn't let him touch her. Irvine looked at Ash in surprise and said that this was too much. Irvine said that he was being heartless to someone who cooked him food in the middle of the night. He couldn't hide his annoyance about this. Vivi looked angrily at Erwin. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if the current trip wasn't dangerous. He said that they were heading to the Endless district, and with so many people it was like a secret sortie. The young master looked at him intently, but did not answer. The young lady looked at them in surprise as she did not understand what they were talking about. She looked at the young master intently as Erwin's words sounded incredibly dangerous. Akin looked closely at the rabbit. A moment later, the young gentleman started playing with the rabbit. She was shocked because she didn't understand what he was doing. She didn't like what he was doing to her as she felt dizzy. and a moment later she bit his finger. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit and said that lately he did not like to be away from her for long, as the estate was swarming with lions. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that yesterday he also constantly followed only Mr. Rabbit, and this is a serious sign. Vivi looked at the young master in surprise. Only now did she realize that the young master had been persistently pursuing her and watching her. She wondered if he was okay, as he seemed like a predator who was completely fascinated by a cute rabbit. Erwin looked closely at the young master and said that it might be a rabbit disease. The gentleman looked at him intently and angrily and told him to drop all nonsense and begin his report. Erwin looked at the master and followed his order. Erwin said that judging by the fact that the medicinal concoction, which is spreading mainly in the designated area, has various symptoms, there is a high probability that it is a drug or an experimental drug. Erwin said that they will be able to know more precisely when they get their hands on it. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and asked if there was any reason to believe that the source was the Wolflands. Erwin said that it was only a hypothesis. There was no clear evidence. He said that this medicinal decoction was definitely related to pheromones. If we caught the original distributor of the medicine or the smuggler, we could easily interrogate him. Young Master said that since they were already on their way, personally, we could catch one. The young lady was shocked by what she heard, and she looked at them intently as she realized that they were now going to a very dangerous place. She remembered the young master telling her that he didn't know for sure where she might be useful, but she was still puzzled because she did not understand where such a little rabbit was. How she could help. She looked at him intently, wanting an answer. He smiled and didn't say anything sensible. The young lady was in shock. She didn't understand what he was doing now. She said she wanted to hear a normal answer from him. Erwin stared out the window. A moment later, Erwin said that they were getting closer to their destination, so the culprit of all this, who had spread the medicinal brew, might appear in person. Vivi was in shock. She didn't understand what Erwin's words meant. A moment later, the young master grabbed her and lifted her up. A moment later, there was a commotion. Unexpectedly for the Panther, they were attacked by a planned attack of werewolves. The young gentleman held the rabbit tightly in his hands and stared out the window at the werewolves. Akin looked at the black rebels and said that he understood everything, and he also asked the number of attackers. The knight looked at the young master and asked for forgiveness. He said that most of them had covered their tracks, so it was difficult to determine the exact number of attackers. Vivi was shocked to realize that they had been attacked by werewolves. She looked closely at the young gentleman and wondered if he was going out into the street to take part in a fight. Entering the carriage, the knights asked for forgiveness. The young lady looked at the knights in surprise. She was surprised and at the same time puzzled, because she did not understand what was happening and why only the young gentleman came out into the street to fight. Vivi stared at him, expecting someone to answer. Akin stood on the street near the carriage, waiting for the fight. He noticed that an arrow was aimed at him. With lightning speed, he deflected the arrow and, looking at Erwin, told him not to open the door until he completely figured things out. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if they couldn't even open the window. The young gentleman looked at him angrily but didn't answer. Erwin bowed and said that he would do everything immediately. A moment later, a hail of arrows flew towards the young master. The young lady was shocked because she knew it was very dangerous. The young gentleman saw the hail of arrows and only smiled. With lightning speed, the young gentleman deflected all the arrows that flew in his direction. He looked at his rabbit and smiled and told her not to argue with Erwin and to sit still. She was shocked because she knew that now was not the time for such jokes. Erwin looked at her and said with a smile that this happens often, so there is no need to worry. Erwin smiled and said that everything would be over very quickly thanks to the young master. The knight looked at them and said that attacks by the Wolf Clan or assassins on the master were common. The knight said that nothing terrible would happen to the gentleman. He said that thanks to the pheromone, they could be easily dealt with, so the accompanying security in the form of them did not interfere in such matters. He said that since the young master had a strong pheromone by nature, it would not be easy if they also fell under their influence. The young lady looked at the knight in surprise as she now raised why they had climbed into the carriage and were just waiting. The knight smiled and said that the young master was very magnanimous, since he was worried about the lives of some ordinary guards. Vivi was a little puzzled, since she understood that the knights were simply overpraising the young master. Erwin looked at her and said that all she had to do was sit quietly and wait for the fight to end. A few minutes later, Vivi heard a loud crash. She became alert as she was very scared. Glass shards flew at them. Vivi froze in horror. She understood that this was very bad and she had problems. Looking out the window, she saw a young gentleman with many corpses around him. She smelled his pheromone and immediately felt sick. Because the window broke, the young gentleman's pheromone got inside, and she felt very ill. She couldn't breathe normally. Vivi understood that if she inhaled his pheromone, she would immediately turn into a human. She was shaking violently from fear and pain. She understood that she should not under any circumstances turn into a human now. Erwin looked at her in surprise and asked if she was okay. Erwin said that it looked like the window had broken and the rabbit was scared. He looked at the rabbit and said that there was no need to worry as it would soon be over. The knight said to Mr. Erwin that the young master had just ordered that the window not be opened and that it should be covered with a curtain, although that would not be enough. Erwin told the knight that this was the case, and to start with, they needed to stuff the curtain so that the windows were completely closed. Erwin said that even if they were worried about the spreading pheromones, such a quantity would not harm them. The young lady knew it wouldn't harm them, but she still couldn't breathe because of the strong pheromone. She had no choice but to inhale the pheromone. A moment later, she felt the pheromone vibrating through her body. She was shocked as she understood that in this way she would certainly turn into a human. Ash instantly became wary and looked at his mistress. She looked intently in his direction, and he immediately understood her. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed her and ran outside. Erwin froze in surprise. He didn't understand what had just happened. He saw Ash dragging a young rabbit and shouted in anger. He shouted to Ash, but everything was even. Ash glanced sideways at Erwin. He wasn't going to stop. She felt very nauseous and dizzy, but they still continued to walk slowly around her. She was in shock, as she would have vomited now. She didn't know what would happen to her. She was in great pain and felt a heaviness in her chest. She was breathing heavily. Ash stared at her. She didn't understand where she was now. Opening her eyes, she noticed that they were in an abandoned hut. She thought that they were very far away from the carriage and it could be dangerous. A moment later, Ash growled menacingly. She flinched as she heard someone's footsteps. The man looked at them in surprise and asked what kind of monster was in front of them now. They looked at them in surprise and said that it looked like a werewolf, although the pheromones were barely noticeable. The young lady looked at them in surprise. She noticed that they had light brown eyes, scars, and traces of blood. She immediately realized that they were from the wolf family. She flinched and looked at them warily as she felt that danger emanated from them. She thought that most likely they ran away from the young master. Vivi was shaking with fear, because she understood that even if he was a predator, he would not be able to defeat the wolves. The man looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked if he couldn't come to his senses. Ash growled menacingly. The man looked at his friend and said that they needed to kill both of them first, because if they made a noise, it would be difficult to do it. And he also asked what was wrong with Damien. The man said that he had already died because the Black Panther had cut off his hands. He remembered the young master's menacing gaze. The man looked at his friend and said that they needed to quickly deal with those in the hut and leave. She was very scared and didn't know what to do or how to act in this situation. Ash growled menacingly. A moment later, he pounced on them with fury. The young lady was shocked. She heard a crash and saw a man injuring her friend. She saw her friend attacking them all the time without giving up. She was shocked by this and begged him to stop, as she was worried that he might die. A moment later, she saw him lying on the ground, covered in blood. She screamed furiously for it all to stop. The man looked at the panther and said that he would end his life right now. But a moment later, he flinched as he felt something. They were shocked because a moment later, another one attacked them. After everything that happened, he walked up to the rabbit and fell to the ground. She was in shock, but still she felt very bad and she was shaking with pain. She wanted to come closer to him and wanted him to wake up. A moment later, she accidentally fell to the ground. She was trembling, but still crawled towards her friend. She cried and wondered why she was such a small rabbit. She was furious that she could not help him in any way. A moment later, she finally turned into a human. She screamed and cried. She wanted him to become. Vivi screamed with fury and hugged her friend. She cried and asked him to open his eyes. She screamed that he couldn't die. She was in shock and didn't understand why she had turned into a human now. She understood that there was no point in her exercises with pheromones now. Vivi was furious that she could not help her friend in such a difficult moment. She understood that now she needed to come to her senses immediately and not waste time. She understood that now she needed to ask someone for help. She heard a rumble and thought that the werewolf had come again. But a moment later, she saw the young gentleman who was covered in blood. She was surprised, but at the same time very glad that he came. The young gentleman looked at the young lady in surprise and bewilderment. They stared at each other for a moment without saying a word. The young master looked at her intently and called her by name. If you think about it, it was a completely ordinary day. Once again, he had unerringly chased the stupid wolves. The man, with a trembling voice, begged him for mercy, but still the young master did not spare him. He knew that no matter how worried they were, the land's depleted state made their behavior of late very alarming to him. He looked around in surprise, wondering where Erwin was now. The young master remembered and smiled as Erwin wished him a good hunt and quickly hid. He was surprised that the servant had abandoned his master and fled the battlefield. Ahin thought that next time he should leave him among the wolves. A moment later, they heard some noise and became alert. The men walked through the dark forest. The young man said that they had already gone too far from the border. The man said that they needed to take the rabbit as far into the woods as possible. He said that they had been ordered to do so that it would not become necessary to make sure that she was finished off, necessarily by Black Panthers. Ahin watched the young men closely. He was shocked as they unceremoniously crossed the border, so they wanted the Panthers to commit the murder with their own hands. He watched them with a smirk. He looked at them intently and said that their wishes must be fulfilled immediately. A moment later, the young people heard some strange sound. They shuddered. The man looked to the side in surprise and asked what the sound was that they had just heard. A moment later, they were attacked. The young master looked at them with a grin as he wanted to deal with them quickly. After all the investigations, he saw the wallet. He looked at her in surprise. Ahin came closer to the wallet. He wondered what was in front of him now. Pulling back the tablecloth, he saw a rabbit trembling with fear. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit in surprise. He did not expect to see it. He looked at Ash and told him to move away. He watched the rabbit closely for some time and wondered what he should do. Kill the rabbit or let it live? He looked at the rabbit in surprise and noticed that he was crying. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit with a grin and asked him to cry some more. He thought that the rabbit looked very funny at the moment, and yet he decided to leave him alive for now. Irvine was in shock as Ash ran away with Mr. Rabbit in his mouth in an unknown direction. The gentleman looked at the whole situation in surprise. Erwin shouted to the knight to follow Mr. Ash quickly. Erwin came closer to the young master. Aiken looked at his friend in surprise. He did not understand why he was acting this way, as he knew that Erwin was the kind of person who would immediately run away at the sight of a battlefield. Erwin looked sideways at the young gentleman and said that they had had a misfortune, as Mr. Ash had suddenly grabbed Mr. Rabbit and rushed out of the carriage. The young master was shocked. He did not expect such actions from his friend. They both watched the attackers closely. Erwin said that arrows had recently come and broken the window, and maybe that was why the rabbit was scared. Erwin said that now it was time to follow them right away. The young gentleman asked in surprise if the window had really broken. Aiken was in shock. He glanced sideways at Erwin and told him to deal with the rest himself, and he, in turn, would follow the fugitives. Erwin was in shock. He looked at the gentleman and said that he was very weak and could not cope alone. Ahin did not hear him and ran in the direction of the fugitives. Erwin shouted at the top of his lungs after the gentleman. The young master ran in the direction of the fugitives. Aiken understood that that rabbit was definitely a werewolf, since he had already reached his age. The young gentleman ran without slowing down. So far, he had only noticed the rabbit's eccentric behavior 4 times. He first noticed the rabbit's strange behavior when the lion's strong pheromone latched on. At that moment, he bit her in order to get rid of the pheromone, and then the powerless rabbit fell asleep with him. The second time the rabbit encountered a fox-werewolf pheromone-laden fox at the ball, Vivi immediately ran out of the hall and disappeared from sight. Then he found her next to Lev, and she beat him up. The third time he bit her to hide her pheromones. When he woke up, he noticed someone's hair on the bed. And for the 4th time right now, Akin understood that all these events had something in common. He knew that this happened when the rabbit picked up foreign pheromones. As he approached their hut, he sighed heavily and also smelled blood. A moment later, he rushed into the hut and noticed a beautiful young lady holding a black panther in her arms. She looked at him in surprise and intently with tears in her eyes. The young master froze. Ahin did not expect to see something like this. He was surprised to see a girl in front of him at the moment. He noticed that she had beautiful purple eyes and white blonde hair. He suddenly felt his pheromone. Looking at the young lady in surprise, he called her, as he simply could not help but recognize her. She looked at him in surprise and asked how he had managed to find her. But a moment later, her friend let out a piercing groan. The young lady was in shock, as she understood that her friend was suffering greatly. She did not know what to do in this situation, as his whole body was pulsating, and the blood continued to ooze. The young master came closer to her and wrapped her in his clothes. Ahin looked closely at her tear-stained face and told her to move away a little. The young lady looked at the young master intently and later glanced at Ash. He said to his friend that the ball was deeper than he thought. Ahin sighed heavily and said that even if they took him to the doctor, he would not live to see him. The young lady was shocked. She didn't expect this. She was furious as she didn't want to lose a friend like Ash. Vivi hugged him tightly and screamed furiously for him not to die. A moment later, a bright light illuminated them. The young gentleman looked at the young lady in surprise and bewilderment. Vivi looked at her friend intently. She was crying without stopping. She was in shock and screamed for him to wake up because she didn't want him to die. The young master looked at her and told her to wait a bit. Vivi in turn screamed for him to let her go since Ash saved her and was now dying. The young gentleman came closer to her and hugged her. He looked at her and asked her to listen to him immediately. She looked at him, surprised and puzzled. A moment later, he told her to look at her friend. The young master said that early at the moment disappeared and was tightening. The young lady looked at his body in surprise and noticed that there was no wound. She was in shock, didn't understand how this happened, and didn't know if it was true. A moment later, she saw that her friend was sleeping very soundly. They stared at him for a moment. The young lady pointed at him and asked whether he was asleep or not. She said with a smile that it was a very good relief. The young man looked at her in surprise. Vivi in turn smiled and said that she was very glad, but she was still surprised and did not understand why and how early she disappeared. She was very happy that her friend was getting better and wondered if this was the young master's ability. She looked at the young master as she wanted to ask him something, but she saw his cold and angry gaze directed at her. She looked at him puzzled and called out. The young gentleman looked at her intently and asked in a serious voice who she was. The young lady was shocked and did not understand what he was even talking about. The young gentleman looked at her intently and, coming closer, asked who she was. She was shocked, since he had recently called her by name. She saw that he was looking at her angrily and his expression didn't even change. She was in shock and shaking with fear. A moment later, the young lady timidly stated her name. The young gentleman looked at the young lady with wide eyes and bewilderment. The young gentleman was shaking with laughter. Vivi looked at him in surprise and confusion. She did not understand why he was acting like this. She was shocked and embarrassed, thinking that it was most likely a Black Panther making fun of her. The young gentleman approached her and with the speed of lightning grabbed her and lifted her up in his arms. The young lady froze in surprise. He looked at her and asked with a soft smile if they didn't have a lot to discuss right now. They stared at each other for a moment. The young lady was shocked as she wondered if he was going to interrogate her now. She was trembling with fear, while the young gentleman in turn was quietly smirking. She knew she had to get out of his arms first. But suddenly she staggered as it became difficult for her to breathe. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and called out. Ahin was very worried. She wanted to tell him that she couldn't breathe, but all attempts were in vain. Ahin looked at her and said that she would be fine, and she just needed to breathe without stopping. He looked at her and said that she had released the pheromone for no apparent reason and without preparation. And now it was difficult for her to endure all this. Ahin told her to breathe slowly. The young lady understood that she had to follow his instructions, but she was still in shock and couldn't do anything, and suddenly became hysterical. He looked at her with surprise and confusion. Ahin saw how difficult it was for her. He didn't know what to do in this situation and how to help her. A moment later, he looked at her intently. Approaching, he asked if he could help her. Vivi looked at him intently. She knew that if he helped her, she would be grateful to him. The young gentleman slowly approached her. She was shocked and puzzled. Looking at him, said that she was fine and did not need help at all. He looked at her with a grin and said that if he helped her, she would feel much better and not suffer so much. Ahin said that if she remained in this state, she would certainly die. The young lady looked at him with a puzzled expression, and an awkward atmosphere reigned between them. The young lady nevertheless decided to accept his help, and he slowly began to approach her neck. She was surprised because she felt very strange. She was surprised because she understood that Ahin was secreting a pheromone, and he was forcibly suppressing her pheromone. Her pain suddenly disappeared for some reason, and she felt much better, and it became more comfortable to breathe. But still her body was without strength. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and intently. He pulled away from her a little and told her to breathe slowly. Vivi leaned closer to him, her heart pounding heavily. Her head was no longer spinning, and she didn't feel as stuffy as before. Vivi looked at the gentleman, sighing heavily. She said that she was fine now. She noticed that he was looking into the distance. Vivi looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. A moment later, she heard someone outside. They looked at the door in surprise as he knocked very insistently. A moment later, the master's guards burst into their house. The young lady looked at the master in surprise and bewilderment and called out. A moment later, she froze, not expecting to see something like this. She was in shock and didn't know what was going on. Stepping back to the door, she looked at the gentleman and asked who was next to him. Ahin looked at Mio and told her to immediately close the door from the outside. She looked at him in surprise as she did not know what to do. The young master looked at her with an angry look. She obediently agreed and left. A moment later, silence reigned in the hut. Vivi shuddered as she thought that the werewolves had come to them again, and that was why she was very scared. Ahin looked at her and asked if she was okay. He also asked about the bite marks, whether they stung or not, while he gently touched her neck. The young lady frowned as he was getting too close to her. She was shocked and very embarrassed by this situation. A moment later, they heard some rustling. Erwin walked closer to the knight and asked what she was doing. Mio looked at Erwin and said that the young master ordered her to wait outside. Erwin looked at the knight in surprise. A moment later, the rhubarb knocked softly on the door and said that it was he who had come, and also asked the young master if everything was all right with him. The young gentleman glanced sideways at the door and said he was fine. Erwin asked about the gentleman rabbit. Ahin said the rabbit was fine. Vivi looked at the young master and pointed her finger at her neck. She looked at him questioningly as she wanted to know if he thought this was normal. Unexpectedly for himself, the young gentleman laughed. A moment later, he looked at her with a smile and said that it was relatively normal. Erwin came closer to the door and asked what it meant. He said with fury that he demanded a detailed explanation. The young gentleman said that he was all right, so he should not wait near the door and should go further. Erwin said that he would certainly do so. Vivi laughed as she found the whole situation amusing. The young gentleman looked at her with a smile. She leaned closer to him and said that as soon as she heard Erwin's voice, for some reason her anxiety went away, and she began to feel sleepy. Ahin looked at her in surprise and smiled. A moment later, he asked if this was not the first time she had turned into a human. As she fell asleep, she called him by name. She asked him how much he already knew. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and told him to report the situation to him. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that they had dealt with the werewolves, and the carriage that had arrived at that time had been overturned. He said that instead of returning to the estate, it would be better to head somewhere near the lands of the Indelius family. The young gentleman agreed with him. Erwin looked at the gentleman with a puzzled expression and asked him if he could ask him a couple of questions. The young gentleman smiled and said that there was no need for that. Vivi, in turn, slept sweetly in the arms of the young master. He was shocked because he was very curious as to why the gentleman had said to close the carriage windows, and he was also curious as to what happened after Mr. Ash and the rabbit left the carriage. The young lady looked at everyone present with a keen eye. She was also curious about what kind of herbivorous werewolf she had never seen before was this. The young gentleman looked at everyone with a grin and showed with his whole appearance that they should not ask him anything. The knights looked at him in surprise and confusion as they understood everything. Akin stared at his rabbit. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that it would probably sound very impudent, but he still had a very vile smile. Akin looked at the rabbit and told Erwin that his whole existence was vile. Erwin silently looked at the gentleman. The young man looked at the werewolves and said that they couldn't be like that. He didn't understand what kind of symbiosis this was. Opening her eyes, she suddenly found herself in the guest house, discovering that at some point she had become a little rabbit again. The young master had gone somewhere, so she was relieved, until she found herself in a difficult situation. The young man was surprised. He could not understand what kind of rabbit would use a black panther as his slave. The young lady was shocked, as she knew that this was a simple misunderstanding, since she was not using her friend as a slave, but simply responding to his affection. Manians looked at the rabbit and remembered the words of the young master who had said earlier that the rabbit was food for emergency situations. The young lions discussed the pressing problem with puzzlement. The young lady listened to them silently and even agreed with some of their statements. The young man was surprised as he noticed that the rabbit nodded. Manians looked at Lestan and told him not to behave so rudely. The lion looked at the rabbit and asked for forgiveness. He said that his assistant's outlook was slightly limited, so he was now apologizing in his assistant's place. The young lady looked at them in surprise, as she wondered if he himself didn't act just as unflatteringly every time they encountered each other. Manians looked at Lestan and told him to go immediately to the rabbit and introduce himself properly. Lestan stood up, puzzled, and walked over to the rabbit. Moments later, he bowed and said that he was a little late with his greetings and therefore offered his deepest apologies. He said that he was the hands and feet of Mr. Manyenza, and also the third son of the Leston family, and his name was Harrington Leston. Vivi slowly extended her paw to him and also introduced herself. Of course, she knew that it was all pointless since he would not hear her. The young man was suddenly frightened by the rabbit's behavior. Manyenza just laughed. Lev looked at his assistant and said with a smile that he was very cheerful. The lady looked at them in surprise because she didn't care. She knew that, no matter what, all those who call themselves predators have simply a terrible character. Leo looked at the young lady and said with a smile that they had gotten rid of all the interference. And now it was time for them to talk. He said that of course it was impossible for you to speak in your current form, so he asked how about her turning into a human now. The young lady understood that this was impossible and brushed it off since it was happening against her will. He looked at her in surprise because he did not understand why she refused, and he also asked why she was hiding that she was a werewolf. She looked at him with an angry look. She wanted to say that she was already caught, and revealed her true nature. He looked at her and asked with a smile what was the reason for her hiding from everyone. He wondered if she had a specific goal and intended to get closer to young Master Grayson. He looked at her and asked if she really wanted to find out all the secrets of the Black Panthers at this rate. He looked at her and said that no matter what, she couldn't do anything. Since she was currently locked in a pea-sized body, the young lady was shocked since he insulted her. He looked at her and asked why she was wearing such clothes at the ball then. The young lady shuddered as she remembered that moment. The lion pulled the rabbit closer to him and said with a smile that, just like then, now the smell of a black panther emanated from her. He looked at her with a grin and asked what they were both hiding. The young lady thought for a moment as she remembered that the young master always tried to hide her pheromone. Vivi wondered if he was trying to make it so no one could recognize her. Ash looked at them warily. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise. She did not understand why he was behaving like this. A moment later, they walked leisurely out onto the terrace. Looking down, they saw young people who were very suspicious. The lion looked at them in surprise. The young lady looked at the young people in surprise. She did not understand what was going on at all. She was surprised and wondered who they really were, as she thought they were the guest house workers, but she still didn't understand why they were acting secretively. A moment later, they noticed that the young people had exchanged something suspicious. She remembered that Erwin had previously said that there was a medicinal brew that had spread to various areas, and that there was a high probability that it was a drug or an experimental drug. She looked at them in surprise and bewilderment, wondering if she was just now noticing the same drug she had heard about earlier. The young men were frightened and looked warily at the terrace. The young lady looked at them in surprise as she realized that they had just met eyes. Lev smiled and said that at first glance it was worth noting that it all looked very suspicious and that they should check everything first. The lion looked at the rabbit and the Black Panther and asked what they thought about it. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise as she understood that he had already decided to grab them himself. Vivi did not understand why he was asking her opinion now. With the speed of lightning, the lion jumped from the terrace. He looked at the young men and said that he had examined them closely and thought they were hyenas. Leo looked at them and asked with a grin what they should do now. Leo watched the young people closely. The young men were frightened by the lion's ferocity and staggered. Lev looked at them and said with a smirk that he would deal with them immediately first. Vivi was shocked as he suddenly ran and scared her. Vivi was surprised and wondered what was the point of him asking her opinion earlier if he did that. Leo looked at them intently and stood at attention. The young people were puzzled. The lion looked at his god in surprise. He shuddered as he was surprised that he did not take his sword with him. The young men looked intently at the lion and in trembling voices asked what he was going to do. Lev smiled and began to mumble something incoherently. The young people looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Lev said that one way or another they now had drugs in their hands. The young people looked at each other. Lev looked at them in surprise and asked why the atmosphere was so tense now. Leo looked at the rabbit and said that he was saying this just in case. But he didn't have a strange hobby of raising rabbits. It was just the way things were now. The young lady looked at him in surprise as she didn't understand why he was worried about this now, as the situation was completely different now. A moment later, the young man attacked the lion. Vivi was in shock. She shouted at the lion to come to his senses and look to the side, as he was being attacked by a predator. Suddenly, the lion turned around. A moment later, he parried the attacker's blow with lightning speed and struck back. The young man fell to the ground, breathing heavily. His friend ran away as fast as he could. The lion looked at them intently and asked where he was going to run. Lev said that he must really be worried about something. The young man wriggled away, holding a vial of the drug in his hand. The lion looked at the young man and said that it was quite dangerous, since he saw what the young man was holding in his hands. A moment later, the young man threw a bottle at the lion. The lion covered the rabbit with his body. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise and confusion as she realized that it was some kind of powder. A moment later, she fell to the ground. She didn't understand what had happened at all, and she found it very difficult to breathe. The young lady understood that the werewolf hyena had thrown some powder at them and nothing had hit her. But the lion had been hit by the entire contents. Looking up, she saw a beautiful lion standing in front of her. She was in shock because she was very scared. Erwin and the young master stood at the entrance to the estate and chatted. The young master said that judging by the fact that even through the network to the merchant guild, they did not find any trace of the medicinal decoction, however, there was another person responsible for its supply. The young master looked at his companion with a puzzled expression and said that the rest would need to be found out tomorrow. Erwin looked at the gentleman with puzzlement and hesitated. He wanted to tell him something. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he was going to continue to be with the rabbit. Akin looked at him and asked why he suddenly became interested in such a question. Irvine asked the young master if he hadn't said earlier that it was a werewolf and not a pet. The young gentleman looked intently at Erwin. The young gentleman looked at his friend and asked if he had forgotten that here, by nature, the weak die. Irvin looked at the gentleman in surprise. Erwin was surprised. He didn't know what to answer to something like that. Akin said it seemed like Erwin was suggesting that he use something to his full potential if it was even useful. Akin said that even after constantly interrupting him for several months, the rabbit was still extremely afraid. Erwin remembered how the young master always made fun of Mr. Rabbit. Erwin smiled and said that, to be more precise, Mr. Rabbit hated him. The young gentleman smiled. Aaron said that Mr. Akin was torturing the rabbit himself, so Vivi relied on him. The young master said that it was just his mistake. Aaron said that this simply could not be, but the young gentleman still said that this was his personal delusion. While they were talking, they saw the young man running in a hurry. Erwin looked at the man and said that Mr. Rabbit always told him this with a blazing look. They also saw a rabbit running after the man. A moment later, they saw a lion and a black panther hurrying to catch up with the rabbit and the man. The young master and Erwin watched everything with puzzled and surprised expressions. The young gentleman said in surprise that he had just thought he had seen something strange. Erwin looked at the young gentleman in surprise and said that he had also just seen something very strange. They looked to the side and saw a chase. They wondered if they knew these animals. Erwin smiled and asked if there was any animal farm nearby. The young gentleman watched everything closely and with a smile. A moment later, knights ran out of the manor. The young master and Erwin looked at each other. They were shocked and did not understand what was happening. They looked at each other in bewilderment for a moment, and the young master shouted at Erwin to run after them. The young lady looked at the gentleman and said that it was an uncontrolled mess. Mr. Rune turned into a lion, and Mr. Rabbit bravely chased the hotel staff. The young gentleman thought that the lion must have been more frightening to the little rabbit. Akin glanced sideways at Leston and said that they would definitely ask for help from the Grace family. Leston was shocked, as he thought that most likely the young master thought that he came here of his own free will. At the meeting, as soon as the question of help arose, Mr. Rune suddenly raised his hand. The man who usually dozed off and was doing something completely unrelated during them said that he would go. The young man looked at Akin and said that since the matter of the medicinal decoction was a matter in which they should cooperate, he would help. The young master looked at the young man in surprise and asked if Sir Maniens had really set out on his journey. Leston said that he had. Leston was shocked and was very curious as to why his master had behaved this way. He looked at the young master intently, wondering why Mr. Ahin and Mr. Runn were so interested in the investigation. The young gentleman looked at Ash, who in turn became wary. Erwin looked at the young master and asked why the young master suddenly transformed into a lion. Ahin said that it seemed that since he had decided to do this not out of boredom, there was a good reason why he had turned into his true form. One of the reasons could be because he had come into contact with the medicinal decoction that affected the pheromone. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he was talking about drugs now. Akin thought for a moment and said that perhaps the lion did this because he had nothing better to do. The young gentleman looked intently at everyone present and gave his instructions. A moment later, everyone immediately began to carry out his orders. The young man looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked where he was going. He was surprised because the young gentleman did not answer and went away in a hurry. The young man noticed that the young gentleman, as always, was treating everything with a nonchalant attitude. But he also noticed that the young master looked especially annoyed today. The young lady slowly retreated back as the terrible lion advanced on her. Vivi understood who it was, but she was still scared. The lion looked at her menacingly and growled. Even knowing who he really was, she was very afraid and cried. A moment later, she fell to the ground, the lion looking at her in surprise and confusion. A moment later, he lay down next to her and sighed heavily. He saw that she was trembling with fear. He was surprised that she was shaking with fear, since it was taking him a lot of effort to catch up with her. She raised her head trembling and looked at him. Vivi knew that all her problems now were because of him. She understood that the werewolves' hyenas, whom they had recently pursued, were not showing their noses now. She did not know what to do now. The young lady knew they had to go back, but she was still wary because she didn't know where they were now. A moment later, a young gentleman approached them and said angrily that he barely found them. Lev was taken aback, as he was in shock. The young gentleman, breathing heavily and with a grin on his face, said that they had run far after all. The young lady looked at the young master in surprise. Vivi was very happy that he finally found her. A hen picked up the rabbit and saw that she was hurt. Vivi was shocked as she realized that she had hurt her precious paws when she ran away. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she had brought herself to such a state. With tears in her eyes, she looked at him, as she now understood why her paws hurt. She stretched out her paws to him, wanting him to blow on the wounds and heal her, just as he had previously healed her friend. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and bewilderment. He looked at her with a smile and said that he would cure her as soon as they returned to the estate. He said that if she wandered around like this, she would spend her whole life in his pocket. The young lady was shocked and looked at him intently as she realized that he was saying such horrific words again with a smile on his face. Akin looked at the lion and pulled his mane. Akin said with a smile that this was the first time she saw him in his true form. The young lady laughed. The young gentleman said with a grin that he didn't know that the lion had a passion for playing tag with the rabbit. Lev looked at him because he was very scared. He said that he did not turn to him of his own accord. Lev waved his hand and said that while he was pursuing the suspected people, they threw a strange powder and dispelled his human form. The young master looked at him in surprise and said that he had gone crazy in the end. Vivi nodded in confirmation. The lion was in shock as it was very hard for him, as the young master did not understand him. Vivi looked closely at the lion as she was familiar with this feeling. A moment later, the young gentleman stuffed the rabbit into his pocket. Vivi was surprised and did not understand why he suddenly did this. The lion looked at him in surprise. She stuck her head out of her pocket and looked at them in surprise, not understanding what was going on. A moment later, some people approached them. The man looked at them and said with a grin that they should walk together. The man looked at them in surprise and said that it seemed that the human form only slept when the powder was inhaled. The young people looked warily at the new guests, as they realized that there was one worker there who had recently escaped from the hotel and who had thrown the powder at the lion. The man put his sword to the young master's throat and asked if he could hear what they said to him. The young lady was surprised. She looked at the man and thought that he was a complete fool for daring to threaten a Black Panther. A moment later, she looked at the young gentleman in surprise as she noticed that his eyes had changed color. He smiled and told her to sit quietly. The man looked at the young man and said that, judging by his eyes, it was either a raccoon or a cat. Looking at him, he said with a grin that it would be better for him not to resist. Akin slowly raised his hands up and showed that he was surrendering. The young men looked at him expectantly. A moment later, he turned around and asked them to spare him. The rabbit and the lion were shocked. They did not expect this from the Black Panther. A hen looked at them and once again politely asked them for mercy. Vivi, she did not understand who was in front of her now. The man looked at the rabbit intently and told her to look here. And as he did so, he named her baby. Vivi looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect him to address her. The man handed her a carrot and told her to at least eat this. The young lady looked at the carrot in surprise as it was huge in size. The lion and the panther could barely contain their laughter in the corner. Another man came into the room and said that he still couldn't tear himself away from the little animals. He told him to do everything in general terms and leave the way the door should be closed. As he left, the man looked closely at the rabbit. Vivi was in shock. She didn't understand what was happening and wanted to leave such a terrible place as soon as possible. There was silence in the room. She was in shock because she wanted help to escape from here, what they fed her. Akin looked at them and said that no matter what, they had not succeeded in penetrating the enemy camp. The medicinal decoction case they were investigating was definitely related to them, so if they looked around, they would have found something. Akin looked at Manyens and asked if he couldn't turn into a human. He, in turn, nodded, since he couldn't do that. Akin looked at him and said that he was a useless and stupid lion. Manyens was shocked by such a statement. A moment later, Akin freed himself from the ropes and, looking at the door, said that they were very naive. Akin looked at Vivi and called her. Manyens, in turn, twisted himself as he wanted to be untied as well. Vivi looked into his eyes in surprise as she noticed that they were indeed blue. She pointed her paw at her eyes in surprise. He said black panthers with a strong pheromone are often shunned, so he used a drug from the raccoon family to lower their guard. He looked at her and said that in a few hours everything would go back to normal. She was surprised and looked at him. A moment later, the lion roared very loudly. Leo looked at the young gentleman and asked him to untie him. Akin came closer to the lion and said that he was impudent. Akin untied Manyenza and looked at Vivi in surprise and said that he had assigned Irvin to watch. Akin noticed that she sneezed. She sneezed loudly for a while. The young people were surprised. They did not understand why she was suddenly behaving like that. Vivi was in shock and continued to sneeze. He looked at her and asked if she had inhaled the gray powder. The lion became wary. The young lady was in shock. She understood that big trouble was about to happen. Without stopping sneezing, she stared at the young gentleman. He looked at her and asked if she had actually inhaled the powder. He also asked if she had any more anywhere. Vivi looked at him puzzled. It wasn't that she was in any pain, but unfortunately, she suddenly started feeling nauseous. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and said that her pheromones were in a strange state. The young lady looked at him warily. The young gentleman looked at her in shock as he realized what was about to happen. She looked at him puzzled and wondered if she was going to turn into a human now. The young lady was shaking with fear. Vivi understood that this could not be allowed to happen in this situation. She remembered how he had said earlier that in a critical situation she should raise her left hand, looking tearfully at the young master. She raised her left paw, as she understood that now was a very critical situation. The young gentleman looked at her with surprise and bewilderment, but after a moment he turned to the door and called the lion. Akin looked at Manyens and said that their plan had changed, and the matter with the medicinal decoction was temporarily postponed. Manyens was shocked by this statement. Akin looked at the lion with a smile and said that they were about to run in now, so he had to figure it out himself. Akin said with a grin that it would be better for him to die. Akin kicked the door. A moment later, the door fell with a crash. The young people looked at him in surprise and confusion. Vivi was shocked, as Ahin managed to break the iron door. The young people were in shock. They did not understand what was happening and how he managed to get out. Akin looked at them with a grin. A moment later, he struck them several times, after which the men fell to the ground with a crash, and he in turn ran. Irvine looked at his friend and said that if he continued walking in that direction, he would soon be able to see the Merchant Guild building. He said that it was currently up for sale, so no one was using it. Looking into the distance, the young man said that it was very suspicious. Irwin said that it was true. The young man was very puzzled and worried, because at the moment they remained in the dark and did not know where their masters and Master Rabbit were. The young man looked at Irwin and asked who Mr. Rabbit really was. Irwin realized that he really couldn't reveal the rabbit's true identity. She looked at Irwin as if expecting an answer. Irwin knew he had to change the subject quickly. He looked at his comrade and said he had smelled a very specific odor. The young man looked at Irwin and said that indeed some kind of smell had appeared recently. Erin looked at him in surprise and asked if it was true. Irwin thought that there were different scents of perfume floating around the street, but Sir Leston had said something similar, and it was very suspicious. Irwin thought for a moment. Leston looked at Irwin and called out, but Irwin quickly started running away. Running around the corner, Irwin saw and smelled a rotting corpse. The knights came closer to the man and noticed that he was already dead. They noticed the strange color of his skin and thought that he was probably not a hyena. They also noticed that in some places his skin was ash-colored. Irwin thought that there was most likely an overdose of another drug. Irwin looked at his companion and told him to feel the corpse's wrists and check for its pheromone. The young man looked at Irina and nodded. The young man, frowning, said that his pheromone was quite confused. Irwin said that it seemed that the man was addicted to a medicinal decoction, and recently they received information that werewolves who use it also die. Irwin said the pheromone could cause dizziness, so Leston should stop and take his hands off the corpse. Leston shuddered in horror and quickly moved away from the corpse. Leston was very angry because Irwin was worried about his own skin and made him touch the corpse. The young man looked at Irwin and said angrily that he really was becoming more cunning day by day. Irwin smiled and told his companion that he was overestimating him. Sometime later, they followed the trail. Ahin called Vivi. He looked at her, asked how much time passes from the irritation of the vermin to turning into a human. She looked at him, surprised and puzzled, as she realized that he knew about everything. So now he was deliberately avoiding a fight, asking, was he really afraid that she could absorb his pheromone and become human? The young gentleman looked at her and called her. He told her to answer his question quickly. Looking at her, he said that they couldn't hide here forever. The young lady was shocked, as the duration of the treatment was always different due to the medicinal decoction, making it even more difficult to predict. He looked at her and, puzzled, said that he did not understand at all what she wanted to tell him now. The young lady was shocked because she knew that this was true. She wanted him to be able to read her thoughts. She frowned, and he, in turn, motioned for her to sit quietly. A moment later, they heard noise and voices. The young lady was very scared as she realized that the men who were holding them hostage had gone into the room. Ahin and Vivi sat wary and quiet. A moment later, a large shadow loomed over them. The young lady squinted as the light blinded her eyes. A moment later, she saw a familiar man. Akin looked at the gorilla and told him to be quiet. The young lady reached out to the man as she was very glad that it was him. The gorilla shuddered and stared at the rabbit. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes and cried a little. She wanted him to pretend he didn't see anything and help them. The gorilla flinched and moved a little further away from the closet. He was in shock, as he did not expect to see her. A moment later, a man's rough cry was heard from the corridor. He, in turn, shouted that he would certainly kill the fugitives when he found them. The gorilla closed the closet door and said that there was no one there. The young lady was shocked, but at the same time very happy that he helped them. The young gentleman looked at the door in surprise and said that it seemed like the rabbit had made friends with the gorilla. Ahin said that they were not at all suited to each other. The young lady looked at the young gentleman in surprise. She understood that he was a complete impudent person, since her new friend helped them, and he was proof that he was a noble werewolf. The young gentleman thought for a moment. The young gentleman said that first they needed to go out and then decide what to do. But a moment later, he saw her in human form. The young gentleman looked at the young lady in shock. He was in shock and didn't know how to behave. The young people looked at each other intently and in surprise. A moment later, the young lady greeted him with a smile. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise. They stared at each other for a while longer. The young lady looked at him in surprise and asked if he really didn't want to talk to her. The young gentleman smiled and asked why she had such an angry look. She was puzzled, as she was not yet very good at controlling human facial expressions. Vivi, embarrassed, said that she had this facial expression initially. Ahin smiled and asked if she knew what she looked like initially. He said with a smile that the most important thing would be if she would warn him in the future when she would contact him. He said that once she felt like she was about to turn into a human, she could dance or something like that. He looked at her and told her to imagine how she would react if Ash suddenly turned into a human. The young lady looked at him in surprise and said that she would most likely be very surprised and confused. The young master smiled and said that he had such a feeling right now. He said with a smile that the fierce rabbit had finally become a man. The young lady was furious because she was not considered fierce. She looked at him and said that next time she would dance. The gentleman looked at her with a grin, as he thought she was very cute. Vivi asked with a smile what other dances. She was shocked because she knew there were many other signals and wondered why she had to dance. A moment later, she hit her head. The young master looked at her and told her to be careful. She thanked him as she remembered that they were now in the closet. She was surprised and puzzled, as she did not understand why the atmosphere was so strange. The young master looked at her and said with a smile that she had just looked at him with a sly look. She looked at him in surprise and said that this had not happened. He smiled and asked if it was true. She said with a smile that this was true. She noticed that this predator, who was sitting right in front of her, had a very good sense of smell. A moment later, she heard footsteps. Vivi covered his mouth with her hand and listened. She was shocked, only realizing that they were uninvited guests and wondering what kind of nights they were and what kind they were. The young lady looked at the young gentleman and told him to sit quietly. The young gentleman looked at her in bewilderment. A moment later, she flinched as she realized that she had touched the predator's lips with her hand. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise. She was in shock, as she did not understand what she had just done and was very scared. They sat quietly and listened to the men's conversation. The young lady took his hand and drew symbols on it. She told him that they needed to go back. He looked at her in surprise and asked where they should go back to. The young lady was surprised and did not understand what you mean, where. She wanted to go back home. She thought about the estate and wondered if she could call it her home. She remembered the young master saying that he liked her because she was a rabbit, but the situation would be complicated if she suddenly turned out to be human. She looked at him puzzled. The young gentleman was surprised, bowed and asked what was wrong with her. She was in shock and panic. Vivi wondered what would happen to her if he no longer needed her. The young lady was very worried and afraid that she might be abandoned again. The young gentleman looked at her and called out. He noticed that her pheromone had thickened. A moment later, she began to cough violently. She fell on him. Ahin was in shock. He screamed and called her as if he wanted to know what happened to her. He looked at her and shouted at her to come to her senses. She noticed that the young master's voice was getting further and further away. Vivi thought that she must have lost control of the pheromone again. At the same time, the lion roared ferociously in the street. The lion was furious because young Master Grace had abandoned him, and he wanted to tear him to pieces before returning to his human form. There was a lot of commotion in the street. Leston and Erwin saw Mr. Manions on the street. Erwin said in surprise that Manions was fast. Leston trembled and called for his master. A moment later, with the speed of lightning, he ran after him. The lady looked at Erwin in surprise and said in a puzzled tone that the lion had gone in the opposite direction. Erwin told her not to worry about it, as the truth was sometimes difficult to accept. He told her to follow those two people and collect the medicinal substance. Erwin looked up in surprise. Erwin glanced sideways at Ash and called out to him. Erwin looked out the window in surprise and asked what was going on. The young gentleman looked down and saw his men. Erwin and Ash quickly ran towards the young master. They looked at him in surprise as he held the body in his arms. Erwin looked at the gentleman with puzzlement and asked if this was really a man. A moment later, Erwin saw the girl. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and asked if there was a horse or a carriage. Erwin bowed and asked for forgiveness. He said that they had neglected to take them. Erwin was a little puzzled as he felt some kind of disgusting feeling. He did not understand why. The young gentleman looked at his friend in surprise and bewilderment. He did not know what or how to do. A moment later, the young gentleman saw the gorilla and told him to take them to the nearest doctor. The gorilla looked at the man in bewilderment. A moment later, he looked at the young lady in surprise. He was shocked because he had recently seen a baby rabbit, but later it disappeared and a woman appeared in its place. A few minutes later, they heard a man scream. Ash pounced on the man. The young gentleman looked at the gorilla and said angrily that they didn't have time. The gorilla was in shock. He understood that if he refused, he would die. The young gentleman looked at the gorilla with anger and told him to hurry up. A moment later, the gorilla turned into a beautiful horse. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The young gentleman came closer to the gorilla. A moment later, the young gentleman mounted his horse. Akin looked sideways at Erwin and said that he could do as he wished, but he must follow him. Many moments later, they rushed off. Erwin looked at the gentleman in bewilderment. He was in shock and didn't understand what was going on. Erwin looked at Ash and wanted to tell him something. But a moment later, he saw Ash running with their lightning speed. Irvine was in shock and didn't understand what was happening. Irvine sighed heavily, as he did not understand how they all imagined that he would follow the horse in human form. A moment later, he transformed into his true form. He picked up his things. A moment later, he rushed after them. Manions turned back into a human. He remembered the young master and was very angry. The lion remembered how the panther abandoned him. He wanted to take revenge on her. He was furious because after he turned into a human, he almost became the laughingstock of the pervert of the century. As he paraded around the street shirtless, his assistant came closer to him because he saw that the gentleman was on fire. Lev said, looking at his assistant, that this medicinal substance belongs to the type that forcibly activates the pheromone, and so his pheromone reacted in order to stop the action of this substance. The lion looked at his assistant and told him to forget about everything, as the rabbit smelled very strange. The young man looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if it was really the smell of butter. The gentleman thought for a moment and said that it was more like the smell of freshly baked bread. The assistant reached out to his master and asked for forgiveness. He touched his forehead. Leston, looking at the gentleman, said that there was no fever. He wondered why his gentleman was saying such strange things like Sir Erwin. The gentleman looked at the assistant in surprise and asked if he was speaking too rudely now. The young man looked at the gentleman and said that just in case, he was reminding them now that they were currently the invited guests of the Grace family, and if for some unknown reason they had a conflict and the union they had created with great difficulty turned to dust. Lestiv remembered the lady's menacing look. For a moment he cried because he didn't know what to do. The young man said that he was very afraid of the head of their clan. He said that she would definitely slap him first and then ask questions. Munyens looked at his subordinate in surprise and asked what was wrong with that. He said that since he was afraid of his sister, that was why he suggested that they simply move away from the topic, even resigning himself to what Mr. Grace had done. They continued talking for some time, and Munyan said that, whatever the case, these were just his guesses. He remembered the rabbit and said that the rabbit seemed to have some special ability. The young man looked at the gentleman and said that, of course, that was how it was. And he understood everything. The young man said that the rabbit used to be called the king of rabbits. Manyens looked at his subordinate in surprise and asked who had said such nonsense. The young man said that Sir Irwin had said it before. The lion was furious. He looked at his subordinate and told him not to listen to such things from a man who was just talking nonsense. The young man looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked where he was going, since they needed to collect the medicinal substance. Leo said that the knights who followed them would deal with it themselves. He said angrily that he was busy now because he was going to go kill the cat. The young man looked at the gentleman in surprise as he did not understand what he was talking about, but a moment later he remembered young Master Grace. He was very scared because he understood that it would be hot. Leston shouted after his master that this could not be done. Vivi sat on the ground, shaking with fear. There were many shards of the cup around her. A moment later, she raised her head, trembling with fear as she heard someone's voice. She saw the servants looking at her with contempt. They said that in any case, this little rabbit couldn't even speak. They looked at her with disdain. The lady was trembling with fear because she was very scared. She wanted someone to help her, but it was all in vain. Waking up, she was surprised because she did not understand where she was. Raising her head, she saw that she was sitting in a bag. But she was still very scared since she did not understand where she was being carried. A moment later, she heard a conversation, the men saying that they had to carry out the order and let her die at the hands of the Black Panthers. She sat quietly in the wallet and was in shock, as all this was unfair to her. Somehow, she managed to survive in the body of a little rabbit who couldn't really do anything, even left to starve and abandoned by everyone. She tried her best just to live. Vivi wondered why even turning into a human had to be so painful for her. Sometime later, she heard the voice of the young master, Ahin, telling her not to lose consciousness. As it was very dangerous, he said that he would bite her if she passed out. She looked at him intently and did not understand why he had taken her in. The young gentleman looked at her and said with a smile that he had taken her in to eat her. Looking at him, she thought that he was simply a bad predator. Sometime later, they arrived at the doctor's. The young gentleman shouted and knocked very loudly on the door. Sometime later, the young lady came out and looked at them in surprise. She did not understand who it was that came to her in the middle of the night. She said that it was very rude. She looked at them in surprise and bewilderment because she realized that it was a Black Panther. A moment later, she saw a young lady in her arms and, dumbfounded, told them to enter the house quickly. Vivi opened her eyes, puzzled, and looked at them. She looked intently at the young gentleman as she envied him. Apparently, from birth, they were as different as heaven and earth. And she looked at them and asked if she understood correctly that he said that drugs got into Vivi's system. She looked at them and asked how much time had passed since that happened. The young gentleman looked at Vivi intently and said in a puzzled tone that 2 hours had already passed. She looked at the young lady in surprise and said that it was very strange since there was no reaction to the drug. She looked at Vivi and asked earlier if there had been any cases of contact with this drug. Akin said that this did not happen. She said that when taking the drug, which was common in their area, in most cases the senses were greatly heightened and the skin turned ashen, but she did not observe such reactions in the patient. She said that, however, the problem was not with the drug, but with her own pheromone. She looked at the young master and said that he could now turn around. He looked at her in surprise and asked if the problem was not the drug, then what to do about it. She said that the young lady needed to give me antidotes and a pheromone stabilizer. Vivi lay on the bed and writhed in pain. The young people looked at her in surprise and shock. She reached out her hand to the jar because she wanted to get rid of the pain as soon as possible. She was trembling and crying, saying that she was in great pain. The young gentleman came closer to her and called her. The young lady looked at the young man intently. She begged him to relieve her of pain. Akin looked at her, puzzled. He looked at the doctor and said that if it wasn't drug-related, then her condition would improve with simple pheromone suppression. She looked at the gentleman in surprise and said that it was true, but she was still surprised because she did not know what he was going to do now. A moment later, she looked at him in surprise and bewilderment and asked if he had gone crazy. The gentleman looked at her in surprise but did not answer. She was shocked and said that she was using strong pheromone suppression in another way, a risky move. He said that it was okay and it might work. She looked at him and said that by using a medium pheromone for this, he would be putting the patient in even more danger. Ahin looked at her with fury and said that his pheromone was of the dominant type. The young lady looked at him in surprise and shock. Akin said that they couldn't drag it out any longer, and this was the best option for her. The doctor, puzzled, told the young gentleman to wait a little. She said that during the examination of the patient, she discovered teeth marks on her neck The use of such a method is unacceptable, since the body of a herbivore cannot be treated in the same way as the body of a predator. The young gentleman looked intently at the young lady. The doctor discussed the whole situation for a while. Ahin looked at her and said that he understood. Akin slowly approached the young lady. Vivi looked at the young master with tears in her eyes. A moment later, they were locked in a kiss. Vivi was breathing heavily, overwhelmed by the young master's pheromone. A moment later, he stopped kissing her and she looked at him, out of breath. But still, she pulled him as if she didn't want him to leave. A moment later, they were locked in a long kiss again. She wanted to stay with him a little longer, as his powerful pheromone quenched her burning pain. Vivi thought that his pheromone was a pheromone of power. Vivi remembered him saying that today some wolves attacked him and he got hurt. Ahin asked her if she would treat him. Now she realized that his pheromone was not the type that could heal wounds. Now she realized that all this time she had been treating them with her pheromone. She was shocked because she realized that he knew about everything all this time. She wondered why he didn't tell her. Sitting on a chair, the young lady fell asleep and began to drowse. A moment later, she plopped down on the sofa and fell asleep. The young master sat and watched Vivi closely the whole time. For a moment, he thought about it as he realized that it was very dangerous, since he himself almost fell under the influence of the pheromone. He looked at her intently as she slept. Coming closer to her, he covered her nose with his hand and said that she was very peaceful. He let her go and she sighed heavily. The young master stared at her and smiled. He knew that if he had been a little more careless, he would have been consumed by her pheromone. He thought that perhaps because she was in human form, it was much more dangerous than usual. The young gentleman looked at her intently as he realized that with a pheromone of such power, she must be the heiress of some noble family. He thought for a moment as he remembered that the Amon family already had an heir, which the head of the rabbit lands had mentioned, even if they were related by blood. If they were to kill, then only personally, he thought that she would not have been thrown out in foreign lands, although she and the rabbit cannot be left without attention to the blood of the head of the family. He threw all his thoughts away as he heard a sound. Looking at the door, he realized that someone was nearby. A few minutes later, he heard a loud sound. Walking to the door, he asked who was there. Opening the door, he saw an exhausted Erwin. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked for forgiveness for being late, but he said that he had a lot to report. Erwin said there was a gorilla-like man outside, standing and shaking naked. The young master gave him a blanket and told him that it could cover the lower part of his body. Ahin told Erwin to wait outside. Erwin froze in shock. He looked at the door and told the gentleman that he should let him in. The young gentleman asked for forgiveness and said that people uglier than him were not allowed to enter. Erwin said that in that case, he did not live up to such criticism. Akin opened the door and looked at Erwin with a threatening gaze. Akin asked if he really considered himself more handsome than the young master. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he could answer honestly. He said that he was more handsome. The young gentleman looked at his friend with a grin. A moment later, he slammed the door shut. The young gentleman sat down on a chair and looked intently at the young lady. He was in shock because he didn't know what the right thing to do was. Vivi slept peacefully and quietly in bed. The young gentleman looked intently at the young lady. He realized that, most likely, she had already guessed what kind of pheromone he had. And after some time, she would also understand whose pheromone belonged to the healing type. He looked at her intently and wondered what would happen after she started turning into a human often. He was afraid that she would say that she wanted to leave him. Looking at her, he said that he was not going to let her go. And even more so, he did not want to return her to the lands of the rabbits, even if she herself wanted it. Slowly, Ash walked up to him. The young master looked at Ash intently and said with a smirk that he had said earlier that he did not keep animals with black fur around. Ahin looked at Ash and asked if he knew she was turning into a human. Ash growled menacingly, looking at the young master. The young gentleman, thinking, said that it was the first time he had seen such a strange rabbit. Ash looked at the young master with bewilderment. Akin looked at him with a smile. The madam looked at her daughter and said with a smile that she was her favorite child, who possessed a very unusual pheromone. The madam smiled and told her daughter to quickly turn into a human. After all, by becoming a human, she would be able to get anyone's love. Vivi also wanted to become a human as soon as possible. She sincerely wanted to make her mother happy. Vivi wondered if she had become a rabbit again. She was shocked because she had spent a lot of energy in vain. She thought that now she should definitely become a human, at least through persistence. Vivi jumped up as she had lifted that she was now in human form. She looked at her hands in surprise and wondered how she was still like that. She didn't understand why she hadn't become a rabbit. The young lady looked at her and said with a smile that after waking up, excessive activity would only bring harm. especially after 2 days of sleep. Vivi was shocked that she had slept for so long. The young lady looked at her and asked if something was bothering her. She looked at Vivi and said that her companion had been here all this time. But now he had gone away for a short while to buy her some clothes, since the village shop was not far from here. So he would be back in a moment. She looked at Vivi and asked if she felt any discomfort, and also asked her to give her consent for the examination. Vivi thought for a moment, as the healer who helped her turned out to be a werewolf capybara. She was an incredibly friendly and sociable individual who chatted nonstop. Vivi understood that the doctor was a very busy man, so immediately after the examination, she left her alone. Vivi touched her lips and remembered the kiss with the young master. She was very embarrassed. She was in shock because she was just going crazy. She thought that it would be better if he just bit her on the neck. She was shocked and thought he was just a careless predator, since he didn't know what insidious thoughts were going through her head. The young lady was shocked by the whole situation. Now she understood what kind of pheromone he had and which one belonged to her. A moment later, she heard a creaking sound. The young lady looked out the window in surprise, wondering what that sound was. She slowly walked up to the window, shaking with fear. She hoped that it was not a wild animal. She stood by the window for a while and listened. The young lady heard a growl. She opened the window with lightning speed. Ash stood in front of her. She looked at him puzzled and asked why he was outside and whether someone had thrown him out. She looked at him with tears in her eyes and asked what was wrong with him and since when had he been sitting on the street. A moment later, she saw the bird lying unconscious on the windowsill. They looked at the bird in surprise. Manians looked at them and said that he did not kill the bird, but only knocked it out. The young lady looked at him in surprise as she did not expect to see him. Leo came closer to her and said with a smile that this was their second meeting in human form. He looked at her in silence for a while. The young lady was in shock. She did not understand how the lion got there. She wanted to quickly close the window and disappear from sight. But he held the window. He came closer to her and said with a grin that now was a great chance to do some mischief to Akina. He said that he had been waiting for this for a long time. The young lady was shocked and very scared. She did not know what this predator had planned. Ash growled loudly as he looked at them. Leo looked at him and showed that he would not touch her. The young lady thought that the lion would hurt her friend, and with the speed of lightning, she grabbed him by the hair. She screamed at him not to touch Ash. Ash and the lion were in shock. While their cute fight was going on, the young lady accidentally tripped and fell, holding her head. She said, puzzled, that she was in a lot of pain right now. Leo looked at her and told her to listen to him. He looked at her and asked with a smile if they weren't too close to each other. The young lady looked at him intently, surprised and puzzled. At first, she didn't realize what was happening, as she was in shock. A moment later, she tried to get up. At the same time, she pulled his hair, and the lion said that it hurt. The young lady was in shock. She didn't know what to do now. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness. Manyans looked at her puzzled, and asked if she hadn't said before that she wasn't a werewolf. He asked why she was silent. The young lady was in shock. She understood that the further it went, the more difficult it would be. She wanted to be silent for a while and not say anything more to him. The lion stared at her for a moment. A few minutes later, they heard someone scream. The lady turned towards the scream. She thought she had heard that voice somewhere before. Vivi thought it was most likely a gorilla. The man shouted at Mr. Irwin to come to his senses. The lion and the rabbit looked away warily. The lion smiled and said that apparently there was still one rat left. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise and asked if he had killed Irwin too. The lion smiled and said that he had said earlier that he had only knocked him out. Meanwhile, Ash was pulling the young lady by her clothes as he wanted her to move away from the lion. Vivi was very angry. She looked at the lion with fury. She began to beat the lion again in a rage. She did not understand how he could do this to Irwin. She screamed that he was a scoundrel. Unexpectedly for her, she heard someone scream. She was surprised because she heard a sad and plaintive call. A few minutes later, she turned around to see a gorilla standing and crying, looking at her. The young gentleman came into the house and saw a very strange picture. He was in shock because everyone was tied up. He noticed that even the messenger falcon was lying on the ground. He saw a gorilla who was crying. The young master was furious because he smelled the lion's pheromone. The young master thought for a moment. He understood that a direct confrontation between the lion and him could result in a conflict, so the lion decided to act in this way. The young gentleman looked at the gorilla and said that the lion must have left some kind of message. The gorilla looked at the young gentleman in surprise and said that the lion was going to take the little rabbit. The young gentleman looked at the shark in surprise and asked why he was going to take it. The gorilla looked at the panther with a pitiful look and said that he was not there, so he took the big one away. A hen was burning with rage. He looked at the gorilla and asked if that was all. The gorilla cried and said that the lion told the panther to go to hell. The young lady sat quietly and calmly on the sofa. Leo looked at her and asked with a smile why she was fidgeting like that, like a person visiting the studio for the first time. She was very angry at his words, since she was here for the first time, and therefore was behaving like that. After all, the only clothes she had ever worn were her white fur. The young lady looked at the lion and asked why they were here. Mannion said she couldn't wander around dressed like that. She was very angry because thanks to him, she had ruined her outfit. She understood that she had no way out, and she had to sit and wait obediently, since she could not walk normally and could not run away. If she ran away, then she could say with confidence that he would return her. Sitting on the sofa, she looked closely at all the things. She looked at the lion and told him to take her back to the doctor's hut. The lion said that when it started to sparkle, he would deliver her there safe and sound. He said he just wanted to wait for the Black Panther to explode in anger. The young lady sighed heavily and said that the young master would not look for her. Leo looked at her and said with a grin that he wanted to see how everything would really be. She noticed that the lion, like the Black Panther, had a speech built full of insolence. But she knew that he was a good person. While they were getting to the studio, he was constantly worried whether she felt any discomfort. She looked at the lion and said that perhaps he would be waiting for her return. Leo said that perhaps that was the case. He smiled and said that in any case, he really enjoyed her company. He said that the fact that she was a werewolf was eventually revealed, and thanks to Grace, she suffered more than enough. He smiled and asked why they didn't send him to hell together. She looked at him with fury and at the same time tangled herself in her hair. He looked at her and asked with a smile if that was really why she grew her hair so long. She looked at him intently, wondering what thoughts were going through his head right now, as he was looking at her with dead eyes. She wanted to get home as soon as possible, but still, there were so many thoughts spinning in her head, and she didn't know what to do with them. She plopped down on the sofa, puzzled. Leo looked at her and said with a smile that he saw that she was peeping now. He looked at her for a while. He asked with a smile where in the world one could find a person who faints with such a peaceful expression on her face. He said that her acting was absolutely disgusting. She looked at him with fury and said that he was an infuriating predator. Leo smiled and said that he heard everything. He looked at her and asked her permission to take her in. He said that apparently the clothes were ready. Coming closer, he extended his hand to her. Leo looked at her intently with a smile on his face as he waited for an answer. Vivi looked at him, as she didn't expect him to offer her something like that. She didn't expect him to be so polite to her. Sometime later, she was sitting at the table in the company of lions. She looked in surprise at the food that was on the table. Vivi noticed that there was a lot of food, but she didn't know what it all was. Before, she had eaten only hay her entire life. The master's assistant looked at him and called out. She turned around in surprise. The young man was shocked because he did not understand what was wrong with the young master's hair. Leo smiled and said that this is such a popular hairstyle now. His assistant was shocked. He said that the gentleman was as if he had been caught in a typhoon. The lion smiled, looking at the very typhoon that sat in front of him. The young lady looked at the lion and noticed that he had a wound on his face. Leston looked at the young lady and asked if this was the same rabbit that smelled like freshly baked bread. Vivi looked at them in surprise and confusion, as she did not understand what they were talking about now. Manyans looked at her and said with a smile that he was now more inclined to smell the oil, but he did not smell anything except the scent of Mr. Ahan's pheromone, and the reason for this could also be that the gentleman bit her. Leston was shocked by this statement. Vivi was shocked and suddenly felt uneasy. Leston screamed in shock rather than her being a werewolf. Manyans looked at his subordinate and told him to ask, and again, he also told his subordinate that he came to his senses very late. The young man was very surprised and could not believe that she was a werewolf who had lived in her true form all this time. He said that she was definitely not an adult beast, but a cub. Vivi was shocked, because she understood that even the young man already knew. And the further, the worse. Vivi touched his hand and Leston became very scared. Rune looked at her and smiled and told her not to pay attention to his assistant, as he was very cowardly by nature. He said that they would better start eating. The lion pulled the plate with the contents to her. The young lady looked at the food in surprise as she was very hungry. She was very worried because she had never eaten anything like this, and therefore she was a little worried she had observed this more than once before. But she herself was quite inexperienced in terms of etiquette. She understood that if he noticed her incompetence, he would definitely suspect something. He looked at her and asked if she didn't want to eat. Rune said that if she was worried about taking the medicine recently, she didn't have to worry about it because she didn't have to restrict herself from eating when taking such a small dose. The young lady looked sadly at the plate as she knew that this was not the reason. Vivi glanced out the window. Vivi noticed that the sun was already setting. She thought that if she returned to their hut, she would find no one there. She wondered if this was all a dream. She wanted to go back very much. A moment later, she jumped up and said with fury that she wanted to go back. Leo looked at her in surprise. Leston was shocked. He looked at her and said that she was unceremoniously calling someone by name. The lady struck the table with lightning speed, and the lion became frightened. She looked at him with fury and said that he was a bird's soul. Leston looked at her in surprise and asked what she had just said. Menyans was shocked by what was happening. With lightning speed, she turned and walked, but she staggered very badly. Leo watched her uncertain steps closely. He sat silently for a while, looking at her. She walked around for a while, looking around the area, as she remembered that she needed to turn right at this point. A moment later, she jumped as she realized that someone was hugging her. Leo picked her up and gently said that he would take her. He looked at her and asked her, puzzled, if she was very angry. He asked her forgiveness for bringing her here so arbitrarily. The young lady was shocked. She did not expect to hear an apology from him. He looked at her and asked why she was walking like a duck. Rune said he didn't think she had any problems with her legs. The young lady glared at him as she knew she should have pulled out some more of his hair. He looked at her and said that there was a strange energy coming from her. Rune asked if she had used a pheromone. She became embarrassed and flinched as there was a mistake due to the fact that she was very surprised for a moment and lost control of the pheromone. Rune looked at her, asked if she could hear him. Rune looked at her and asked why she was silent. Unexpectedly for him, the young lady gently touched the corner of his lip. He stood there, looking at her in confusion. She looked at him intently as she noticed that with her help, the wound had disappeared. She realized that she had a pheromone that healed. Now she was convinced of it. She understood that the young master's attitude towards her and his decision to teach her were all because he wanted to benefit from her. She understood that he did not want her to become human at all, because he wanted to see her as a silent animal who was not capable of making decisions on her own. The young lady's expression sank, and she wondered if he was just going to use her. She was able to understand something. When you turn into a rabbit again after becoming a human, the turn into a human occurs upon contact with the pheromone of a strong individual. The reverse process occurs soon after she has already used the pheromone. The lion stood there in surprise. The young lady realized that she had accidentally healed the lion's wound, and now she had to turn into a rabbit. She knew she had to return home before the fortune began. She remembered telling the young master she wanted to go back. He then asked her where she wanted to go. Now she thought and did not know where she should return to. But still she knew that she wanted to return home. She wanted to go back to where everyone was waiting for her. She wanted to go back to the young master, but still she knew he was going to use her. She wondered if she could go back to someone like him. A moment later, they noticed a bird in the sky. The lion looked at the bird and said that they had found them after all. Leo said that he had been right after all, and the young gentleman did not just sit and wait. The young lady pushed him away and ran. Leo froze in surprise. Vivi ran as fast as she could, and the lion in turn shouted at her to listen to him. He looked at her and asked where she was going. In her haste, the young lady told him not to follow her. The lion said that the young gentleman should arrive soon. The young lady cried out in a rage that for this reason she was telling him not to follow her. Leo froze in place, looking at her. He was in shock and did not understand what was happening at all. A moment later, the young lady threw the door open with fury. She looked at the bird and screamed that it was here. A moment later, she heard the voice of the young gentleman who was standing below and looking intently at her. The young lady looked at him in surprise, her heart pounding wildly. He smiled and said that it suited her. Vivi stood and stared at him. Akin looked at her and said that because of this scoundrel, he had spent the whole day looking for her. She looked at him but said nothing. He looked at her and asked if she had enjoyed her third escape with Leo. She smiled and asked if he was keeping count. She looked at him intently and sadly, as she noticed that she had been with him for a very long time and was no longer surprised by his strange manner of speech. Vivi looked at him and asked why he was looking for her. She would definitely return to him because she knew that he already knew about it. Because besides, she had no place left, and she had nowhere to return to. Even in such a situation, she had no choice but to rely on him. Odin looked at her in surprise. A moment later, he said with a smile that it was because he was so worried, he knew she would be scared. She looked at him with tears in her eyes and said that she was not such a coward that after a couple of hours away from him, she would be shaking with fear. He looked at her and said with a smile that apparently she was the only one who thought so. Vivi looked at him and didn't answer. After his words, she calmed down. Akin said with a smile that they needed to go back. Vivi remembered the last time she told him they needed to go back. She looked at him and asked where they should go. He said with a smile that they needed to go back home. Akin told her to jump and he would catch her. Wiping away her tears, she told him to listen to her. She understood that she would soon become a rabbit again. Ahin looked at her and asked what she wanted to say. She said, confused, that she didn't want to say anything. Vivi understood that it would be better not to tell him about it. After all, if she told him he would use her again, Vivi understood that as much as she wanted to become human, he did not want it. Ahin looked at her and asked if she was acting like this because she was afraid to jump. He said there was nothing to be afraid of here. Vivi looked at him angrily and said it was much higher than she thought. The young gentleman looked at her with a smile and laughed. A moment later, he told her not to worry about anything and to just trust him. She looked at him intently because she understood that in any situation she would return to him. A moment later, she jumped down. The young gentleman looked at her intently and with a smile. A few minutes later, he caught her. Akin looked at her intently and laughed. He told her with a smile on his face that she should at least warn him when she transformed. Akin smiled and greeted her. Vivi smiled sweetly in her beast form. A moment later, she extended her paw and greeted him back as well. The lady sat and slowly sipped her tea. She sighed heavily as she had not seen the rabbit for a week, and she felt very lonely. Turning around, she looked at the beautiful painting that was Vivi. The man looked at the lady with anger and asked where the young master had gone. The man said that his grandfather had arrived, but he was nowhere to be seen. The lady said that they had gone to Andalus. She said that she had just recently received a letter about their imminent return, so the latest time they would arrive would be tomorrow morning. She looked at him and said with a smile that, even though he said that, he also came without any news. The man said that on the way here he greeted a baby made of lions. The lady asked if he was talking about Rune. He said that everything was correct and he remembered as if it were yesterday how he and his grandson squealed and threw themselves at each other with their fists. And now he had grown up and become very tall, although he still looked like a blockhead. The man sighed heavily and said that in any case he was going to stay here for a while. The lady looked at him and said with a smile that she had already prepared a bedroom for him, since he came to the estate every time on the eve of his grandson's birthday. She smiled and said that she had also prepared his favorite apples from the rabbit lands. He asked, surprised and smiling, if this was true. He looked at her and said with a smile that he had liked her from the first sight, and it was no wonder that she had managed to captivate his son. She said with a smile that, as far as I was concerned, he was still the perfect husband for her. But the only problem was that he was too soft a father for Akin. The man said that there was no need to protect him. Such a careless idler and the husband of the head of the clan, he said that the god of beasts was angry. He looked at her and asked if Ahin was okay. The lady said that fortunately he had never had an attack before. The man looked at her warily. He was furious because with all this he was hanging around somewhere outside. He wondered who he was with this carefree nature of his. The lady said with a smile that many of his peers say that he is just like her. The man about the task, but looked at her and said that his carelessness only meant that his head would never be idle. He said that in any case, looking at her, left alone, it was impossible to even think about seeing her grandchildren's children. He looked at her and asked if she had found a way to prevent the attacks. She looked, puzzled, and said that she hadn't yet. He looked at his daughter-in-law with puzzlement. He looked at his daughter-in-law and asked what he should do with these ridiculous rumors, because everyone said that his grandson danced with a rabbit at the ball. While drinking tea, he said that someone had put in a lot of effort to tarnish the reputation of a powerful family. The lady smiled and asked if that was all. She said that their family tailor had recently been incredibly busy making clothes for the rabbit. The man choked on his tea, looked at his daughter-in-law in surprise, and asked what she was talking about. The lady smiled and said that if she thought about it, it was time to order hay. She called the maid and asked if everything was ready. The maid said with a smile that everything was ready. The man was shocked by the whole situation. He looked at her and asked what was happening now. The man bowed low and called the young master. The gentleman looked at him and asked what the outcome was. The doctor looked at the young gentleman and said that Mr. Rabbit had shown no reaction to the medicine. The young man looked at the doctor in surprise. A moment later, he told the doctor to take the powder to the medical department and check everything. Ahin told him not to put it off. The doctor bowed and said that he would definitely do everything. The young gentleman looked intently after the doctor. He felt relieved after the doctor's words that there was nothing special, but still this ashen color had passed. It had worried him. He understood that he really needed to find out a little more. A moment later, he looked intently at the door. A few minutes later, someone called him. Erwin came closer to the young master. Erwin immediately began reporting the entire situation to Akin. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and told him to wait a bit. Ahin slowly walked to the door. The young gentleman sat down near the door and listened intently. He looked at the door with a smirk as he realized something. A moment later, he knocked on the door with a grin and said that if she was going to eavesdrop, she should hand it to the morgue. Vivi and Ash flinched as they realized they had been exposed. The young lady was confused as they were caught. Sitting by the door, the young gentleman laughed. Ahin opened the door, and Vivi and Ash were very scared and jumped up. He looked at them and asked with a smirk if they had been eavesdropping. A moment later, he said that it was very clever of them. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that he didn't think he should say that. The young gentleman looked at Erwin in surprise and asked whose side he was on. Erwin said that he was always loyal to his master. Ekin smiled and asked Erwin if he was a loyal dog. Erwin was shocked. He told the gentleman not to compare him to a dog. Erwin looked at the gentleman and told him to tell him everything too. Erwin wanted to know the reason why he couldn't even set foot in the hut that day. And he wanted to know about the mysterious girl. The young gentleman looked at her intently but still did not answer. A moment later, he said there was nothing to say about it. Erwin still wanted to hear everything from the gentleman. Aiken looked at Erwin and said that he himself had already guessed everything to some extent. The young gentleman said that Erwin had never asked him about the whereabouts of Mr. Rabbit in the past few days. Erwin stood there in bewilderment. A moment later, he dropped all the papers he had in his hands. The young gentleman looked at him and told him not to exaggerate. And picking up the documents, Erwin slowly began to collect all the documents that he had thrown away in shock. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if the gentleman rabbit had turned into a human chest back then. The young gentleman said that he had checked and there were no scars from the heat flowers either. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and said that all werewolves who had been transformed into humans should have this scar. The young gentleman said that this was true, but still, most likely, it was a temporary phenomenon. Erwin was lost in his thoughts in surprise. He wondered why she had now turned to a man after being unable to do so for 20 years. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked what he was going to do now. Erwin said that it was no longer emergency food. He said that if the servants found out, it would be difficult for them to explain everything. The young master said that it was not difficult, since sometimes it happened that rabbits grew up. Erwin said, puzzled, that if rumors spread that he had appeared in public with his girlfriend of unknown origin, even the elders would be forced to intervene. He handed him the documents and said that they were related to his birthday. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that he really didn't expect that he wouldn't do anything to Mr. Rune for taking the big gentleman rabbit away from him. The young gentleman was intently engrossed in reading the documents, but a moment later, looking at Erwin, he said that nothing special had happened. Looking at the young gentleman, Erwin, without noticing it, felt the grove, said that it seemed that the gentleman thought about the friction between the lands and restrained himself. Erwin said that no matter what happened last night, Master Rune was attacked by assassins and there was a very loud noise. Erwin said that he felt relieved when the young master let him off the hook for what happened to Vivi. The gentleman said indifferently that it was simply terrible. He looked at him and, frowning, agreed and said that this situation was terrible. Erwin looked at his master in surprise and bewilderment. A moment later, Erwin asked the gentleman in a trembling voice if it was really he who hired the Assassin's Guild. They stood there in silence for a while, looking at each other. Sometime later, the young gentleman entered the room and called Vivi. She jerked and peered intently from under the curtain. The young gentleman looked at her and said that he had found her now. She looked at him and said that she was here and also asked him for 1 minute. A moment later, she froze in shock as she realized that every day she had been obediently obeying him. She looked at him as she realized that she needed to immediately remember that he was a predator and could eat her at any moment. The young master looked at her and called out. Vivi ran up to him with lightning speed. The young gentleman, holding onto the bed, laughed quietly. Akin looked at her sideways and asked if she was completely losing this habit. The young lady looked at him angrily, but a moment later her face turned red. She knew she had to be patient because she was now facing an angry Black Panther. The young gentleman lay down on the bed and looked intently at the rabbit. Vivi was shocked because she saw him in an indecent form. She understood that he was simply seducing her. Vivi understood that of course she was a rabbit first and foremost, but she was still furious and very embarrassed that he came to her in such an inappropriate state. The young master grabbed her and asked where she always went. He pulled her closer to him and told her to lie next to him. The young lady looked at his chest and was embarrassed to the point of unconsciousness. He looked at her and asked with a smile what she was thinking about now. She wanted to tell him what she was thinking about now about the significance of the War of the Lands that took place 300 years ago. He looked at her, sighing heavily. The young master said that they had only exchanged a few words, but he still felt a little sad that they couldn't have a full conversation. She looked at him in surprise and nodded, as she too felt a little offended. He said that's so. Yes, now uses pheromone. Looking at her, he asked if she would then turn to you as a person. The young lady looked at him warily. She said with her whole appearance that this could not be allowed. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and asked why not. She began to show him why it was impossible. She said that her body was very difficult to handle before experiencing such pain in one moment. She stopped the person. Vivi knew that it would be better to start looking for the proper way of handling from tomorrow. He looked at her and asked if her throat was dry. The young lady waved off his suggestion. She looked at him and told him to look at her more closely. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and asked if she was in pain. She looked at him and patted him with a smile, as if he had understood her correctly. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and asked if she was really in that much pain. The young master looked at her and asked if it really hurt that much every time she turned into a human. She looked at him and said that it was so. Ahin looked at her and asked how she had coped with this pain until now. She looked away in surprise and wondered for a moment if there had ever been a time when she had dealt with it properly. She didn't want to remember the times she spent in the Revian house. He looked at her and asked if she had really managed everything on her own. The young lady nodded slowly in confirmation. A moment later, he turned away from her and said it was time to go to bed. Vivi looked at him in surprise as he behaved very unexpectedly. Looking away from her, he said he wanted to break up. The young lady froze in shock. She didn't know who he wanted to tear apart. Sometime later, a meeting was held. The young master's assistant said that they had interrogated several werewolves who were held in a locked building, but they still could not get any information about the medicinal brew. They said that its level was too high for Togo to believe that it was produced by the gang. There was also a possibility that the capital for its creation was obtained from an aristocrat or noble merchant. The medicinal decoction was currently being analyzed. It was obviously the type that activates the pheromone. Akin said that the sight of the naked lion was rather unpleasant. Rune told him that he must have been just envious of the magnificent mane that he didn't have. Akin said that he was absolutely not. That was not true. Rune was very confused that they were sitting here pretending like nothing happened. He was furious and wondered how many assassins had already visited him in a few days. Rune knew it was the work of one cat. Rune looked at them and asked if they knew that dear rabbit Sir Grace had complained that his life was too hard because of the Black Panther. Everyone present was shocked. They did not understand what he was saying and wondered how the rabbit could speak out about what had accumulated in his heart. The young gentleman looked at him with a grin and said that the rabbit already commands the Black Panther with one paw. Ahin asked what difficulties could be discussed at the moment. Irwin said with a smile that this was indeed the case and that the day was not far off when Mr. Rabbit would rule the entire continent with that same paw. Those present at the meeting were shocked. They wanted the young gentleman to try to avoid such nonsense in such an official place. Rune looked at the Panthers in surprise and asked if this rabbit was really going to rule an entire continent. Leston looked at Irwin with puzzlement and surprise and asked if this was true. Lev understood that this was quite likely, since the video was different from the usual werewolves. Rune remembered what happened after that incident at the restaurant. After transforming at the restaurant, he checked his face and noticed that the wound was gone. He knew that it was definitely the work of the rabbit. Rune knew that if that rabbit had a pheromone that no one could even imagine, then a new incredible power would appear in Grace's house. The young master looked at the lion with a grin. Rune, in turn, understood that he was grinning because you have an incomparable rabbit in his power. Rune looked at the Panthers with a puzzled expression and told them to continue their story. The young men were shocked and did not understand what Rune was saying. They wondered if he was really interested in how a rabbit could take over the world. Akin said with a grin that if you remember that way, their rabbit insistently asked not to even talk to Lev. Rune looked at the young master in shock and asked what he was talking about. Ahin told him to just remember how quickly the rabbit ran away when he saw him in Endelus. Irwin looked at the lion and said that in reality, since ancient times, the lion had been the rabbit's ancestral enemy. Even in fairy tales, this was mentioned more than once. Akin said with a grin that the Black Panther was not portrayed in such a bloodthirsty role there. The representatives from the Lion Clan were shocked and wanted their young master to ignore the Black Panthers. Rune, in turn, looked at the Panther with bewilderment. He was even offended by such words. The Black Panthers, in turn, won a difficult fight, and the lions suffered defeat. Everyone present looked at each other. They did not understand what kind of incorrect dialogues were taking place at the meeting. Vivi slowly turned it onto the table. She looked at the maid with a smile and thanked her for walking her to the office. The maid looked intently at the rabbit. Mamie stroked the rabbit tenderly, and Vivi noticed that the maid seemed to miss her as well. She turned around and showed her butt. Mamie, without showing any emotion, stroked Vivi. Vivi looked at the maid with a smile and told her to stroke her heartily as she allowed. Sometime later, she was closely studying the information about the healing pheromone. By nature, werewolves with healing abilities are rare, so it is not easy to obtain records from them. The ability that most often manifests itself in the area of healing is sleep. And also there is anesthesia. Especially in the case of pain relief, sometimes a werewolf-inducing aroma could appear. She remembered how the lions had discussed how she smelled like bread, or rather butter. There are records of a werewolf lion with an amazing healing ability, who, in addition to healing small scars, was able to cure an infectious disease. The young lady realized that everything was in line with her ability. She was puzzled, as she knew that such an ability could not be possessed by a herbivore, and even more so by a werewolf aristocrat of the middle class, since he definitely could not withstand this level. A moment later, she remembered the book that the lady had given her. There she read about the case of a fox werewolf whose transformation into a human was delayed due to an overly strong pheromone. Vivi understood that if her body couldn't withstand the healing pheromone, then it could be forcibly suppressed. She wondered if this was the reason why, even after the coming-of-age ceremony, she couldn't turn into a human. She understood that when she could control the pheromone, then she would finally be able to become human. A moment later, she heard a sound. Turning around, she saw a man who was very surprised by such a sight. He screamed furiously at what was happening in front of him. The young lady looked at the man in bewilderment. A moment later, a meeting was held in the arena. The high priest was delivering his speech. The young gentleman said, puzzled, that 2 hours had already passed. He sighed heavily, as it was already unbearable for him to sit. The lady looked at him and said that if he was so bored, he could take the rabbit with him. She said with a smile that this pastime would become more enjoyable for her too. The young master looked at his mother and said that he had intended to do so, but the rabbit did not like temples. The lady looked at her son in surprise and asked why the child didn't like temples. Aachen said that he didn't know. For a moment, he thought. At first, it amused him to watch her get scared, and her tears of fear and how she was afraid. It was amusing to watch how crocodile tears flowed from her big eyes. But now he found it more pleasant to look at her when she smiled. But still, he was troubled by one thought that she did not like temples. He did not understand why he felt such sensations. The lady looked at him and said that there was a huge gap between the herbivorous and predatory werewolves, which was difficult to overcome. If they dared to leave their lands and abandon the rabbit in the lands of the panthers, then death in the lands of the herbivorous werewolves is rare. The lady looked at her son and asked if the rabbit had seen too many deaths around him. Aachen looked at his mother in shock. He looked at her in surprise as she had just said herbivorous werewolf. The lady said with a smile that whoever her husband was, he very often demonstrated what pleasure he got from someone's death. She said that he would have to try very hard to earn the trust of the rabbit. A moment later, he realized that his mother knew that the rabbit was a werewolf. Sighing heavily, Ahin said that he would take her words into account in the future. She looked at her son and said with a smile that she had completely forgotten to tell him that his father had arrived, so he needed to visit him. The young man looked at his mother in shock and asked if his grandfather had really arrived. She said that his birthday was approaching, so he arrived the day before yesterday. Aachen was shocked. He looked at his mother in surprise and called her. The lady looked at her son in surprise and asked what had happened to make him have such an impatient expression at the moment. He looked at his mother in surprise and quietly asked how his grandfather would treat Vivi. The lady thought for a moment and said that he was a hardened person by nature, and if he suddenly ran into her, he would probably faint. For a moment, there was dead silence between them. Aachen called Erwin. The young gentleman told Erwin to change clothes with him, as he should have gotten used to it by now. Erwin immediately complied with the order. The lady looked at the young man and asked if he was thinking of getting a haircut. But a moment later, she said with a smile that although it suited him very well as it was. Erwin smiled and said he was honored to hear that. Sitting on the couch, the man sighed heavily and said that this was simply real decadence. He was shocked because he saw a caring rabbit who understood human speech. The young lady looked at her grandfather in surprise and asked him if he was okay. He looked at her and asked who she really was, as he considered her a very suspicious person. She looked at him in a way that she wanted him to calm down, since she was not a suspicious werewolf. He sighed heavily and said that he would like to understand what she was talking about now. The maid looked at them and said that she would tell him everything now. She looked at him and said that the young master called this little animal emergency food. The man was shocked by what he heard. He angrily asked where his grandson was at the moment and told him to call him immediately. The maid bowed and said that he had gone to the great temple to take part in the ceremony and would return later in the evening. He jumped up a little and said that he knew what day it was, since there would be a bunch of Templars in the temple. He looked at the maid and told her to call the servants and get the carriage ready. The man looked at the rabbit with a sharp and angry expression and said that he would immediately take this rabbit to the temple. The young lady became wary and very frightened. He took her in his hand, but she, in turn, twitched since she did not want to go to the temple at all. Mamie tried her best to stop Mr. Rillian, but he, in turn, did not listen to her and told her to hurry up. The young lady tearfully begged him to let her go, as she did not want to go to the temple. She hated temples. A moment later, the master saw a bright light. He was in shock and didn't understand what was going on. The knight looked at Ash and said that since he was left here, it meant that he couldn't enter the office now. The young lady transformed into a human and pulled the knight's things off. She wondered if she would be okay with this. She laughed a little as she had caused a stir again. As she walked through the room, she noticed that everyone was passed out. She walked up to the maid and shook her. Vivi asked her maid to stand up, but she didn't react in any way. The young lady knew that if this continued, she would get caught one day. She was confused and did not know what to do. She thought that if someone saw her, she would say with a smile that right now in front of them was the rabbit they had greeted just this morning. But in fact, she was a werewolf, and she had accidentally put the people behind her to sleep. She was shocked because she expected that they would immediately start poking her with spears. She was shocked and very nervous because she did not know what to do in this situation, but she knew that first she had to get out of the house. A moment later, she heard some rustling outside the window. The young lady looked out of the window and saw a gorilla. The gorilla, in turn, looked at her in surprise. He looked at her in surprise and called out. The young lady was shocked as she was very happy to see him. For some time, they shouted for each other and called. Vivi was very happy because she understood that she was saved. He looked at her and said that he would now bring some clothes and asked her to wait a little. The young lady looked at him shyly as she was grateful. Rill looked at the horse and told Vivi that this was the favorite of the young Master Ahin. Everyone preferred to stay away from Jane, so it was better to settle down nearby. Riel said that Jane wouldn't jump the fence anyway, so just don't get too close to her. He said that you could get seriously hurt if she kicked, so he asked Vivi to be careful. She looked at him and said with a smile that she would sit still and wait for his return. She smiled and said goodbye to him. A moment later, she flinched as Jane snorted. The young lady was puzzled. Her heart was beating very loudly as she noticed that the horse had just laughed at her. Looking at the horse, she now saw and understood the owner's arrogance. Jane really irritated her, and she wanted to give her a punch in the neck. A moment later, Jane came closer to her. The young lady was very scared. A few minutes later, Jane jumped over the fence. The young lady was in shock and was shaking very much with fear, as her friend said that she would not jump over. She didn't understand what was going on at all because she saw that Jane was slowly walking towards her. A moment later, Jane came closer to her and rubbed her affectionately. A few minutes later, a gorilla entered the room. He looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if she was okay. Vivi said that she was perfectly fine, as this had been going on for an hour already and she had gotten used to it. She thanked him with a smile for his help. Rill looked at her in surprise and asked if he couldn't help her, but he still said that it was surprising to him that the young lady had taken a liking to Jane. He said that he had heard that if she was not satisfied with something, she could even attack the groom who looked after her every day. The young lady thought for a moment and said that she could guess that it was the young master's pheromone, since his scent often remained on her. Rill looked at her in surprise. Vivi said that she wasn't really sure about that, but she still asked if he could smell. Rill was puzzled, said with a frown that he wasn't very good at distinguishing smells. She thought about how her companion couldn't clearly detect pheromones because she was also a herbivorous werewolf. Vivi looked at him and asked how he knew back in Endelrus that she was a rabbit. He frowned and said that he had not doubted it at all until he took her and the gentleman to the doctor. Riel frowned and asked how she had ended up in such a state. The young lady thought for a moment. A moment later, she smiled and said that she was just a little weird, and that was why everyone had abandoned her. The young man was shocked by what she said. He looked at her and said that it looked like a terrible person had abandoned her. He wanted to know who did it. Vivi said in a puzzled tone that she was abandoned, but luckily she was picked up by a young master. but she still said that she had not yet decided whether she was lucky or not. Wiping the tears from their faces, he said that she had had a very hard time, and it brought tears to his eyes just imagining what she had gone through. He looked at her and asked if she ever planned to return to her homeland. Vivi looked at him in surprise and shock, as she did not know the answer to this question. She considered this question for some time. Previously, she was focused on turning into a human as soon as possible, so she didn't think about anything else. Vivi remembered the healer who told her that deep inside a predator there was always a wild side hidden. They were cruel, conflicted, and full of greed. She remembered the young gentleman who always smiled at her. She thought that it was probably hard for a herbivore to survive in the lands of predators. She sighed heavily and said that she would return one day. The young lady looked at her companion and asked if he was not afraid of predators. He said that he was not afraid of them, as he had seen many families since early childhood. Sometimes it seems that they are often guided by instincts in their actions, but in the end they are exactly the same werewolves as they are. The young lady sighed heavily and said that she was still afraid of predators. He looked at her and said that she could understand people in power were very different from everyone else. He looked at her and said that it must have been very difficult for her. The young lady looked at him with a smile. Looking at her companion, she said that she was now in human form, so he did not have to call her a little rabbit. He looked at her and said that he couldn't call her by any other name. The young lady looked at him in surprise and asked why. He said that he just couldn't call her by her name. A moment later, he saw that Jane was wary. They looked at the door in surprise and bewilderment. Real looked at the door and said that it looked like there was someone there. He told the young lady to hide behind him. She looked at him and jumped up, saying that if she had to, she would use her pheromones. A moment later, the door swung open and someone entered. The young people were very scared and screaming. The young gentleman came out the door and asked if he was there. The young gentleman and the knight were greatly shocked and surprised by what they saw when they opened the door to the room. They did not understand what was happening, as they saw that everyone was lying on the ground and sleeping quietly. The young gentleman looked in surprise at his grandfather, who was sleeping soundly. He was in shock and did not understand why his grandfather was lying on the ground and sleeping. A moment later, the young master approached the maid and called her, and Mamie woke up. The gentleman looked at her and told her to explain everything that had happened. Mamie said that Mr. Rillian was puzzled by Mr. Rabbit's amazing intelligence, so he tried to take her to the temple, but the rabbit was very much in charge. The young gentleman said in a puzzled tone that she must have reacted that way because she did not want to enter the temple. Mamie looked at her master and said that she now understood. She said puzzledly that then even she did not notice how she began to lose consciousness. The young master frowned. He looked in surprise at everyone lying on the ground. Approaching one of the bodies, he lifted the tablecloth and saw a young man in an indecent state. The maid looked at the young man in surprise and asked why he was like that. The young master angrily told the maid to find this woman immediately. He looked angrily at the young man and told the maid to find the young lady secretly. Vivi looked outside and asked Ash if he was there. She looked around and didn't see her friend for a moment. She wondered if he had run away to the mansion. He had surprised her very much with his sudden arrival. She wondered where he had gone now. They saw Ash and looked at him with joy. She looked around and told Ash that if he jumped out at them again, they would definitely pass out. She said that if he was here, he could at least wag his tail as a signal. A moment later, she saw someone's tail in the bushes. She said, puzzled, that she had found it. She said with a smile that she had caught it and ran into the bushes. A moment later, she saw another panther. It was very scared because it noticed a scar on its eye and realized that it was not its friend. The panther looked at the young lady and growled. She was in shock and did not understand who was in front of her. The young lady was very scared as the panther was coming straight towards her. Vivi dropped the lamp in fear. She trembled, looking at the panther. The young lady knew that something bad had happened to her now. Since this was not her friend, Vivi wondered if this was one of the panthers that were raised here. Vivi did not understand what she was doing here. She was very scared because she knew that if she used the pheromone, she would turn into a rabbit and the panther would fall asleep. Vivi didn't know what would happen to her friends who remained in the stable, but still, the young lady knew that she had to do something. The panther rushed at her with fury. Vivi looked at the panther in fear, but suddenly, unexpectedly for them, a sword fell in front of them. The young master looked at Baru and asked if he hadn't ordered him not to approach her. The young lady looked at the young gentleman in surprise. Bara looked at the young master and whined, trembling. The young gentleman, with the speed of lightning, picked up the young lady in his arms and asked with a smile on his face if she was really working in the stable now. He looked at her intently and tenderly. A moment later, looking at the young gentleman, the young lady burst into tears. He looked at her and called out. She said angrily that she wasn't crying. Ahin smiled and said that he didn't even tell her anything. But Vivi said that she wasn't crying anyway. He smiled and said that in that case, he would like to look at her face. She looked at him, sniffling. A moment later, he said that she was crying after all. She looked at him and asked him to put her down. The young gentleman looked at the bara and asked if she really wanted him to put her on the ground, even though there was still a bara there. Bara lay down on the ground growling. Vivi said that it turned out that she had hurt her leg. Ahin said with a smile that then he should just continue to hold her in his arms. He looked at her and called out. A moment later, he asked her, even if she didn't have time, how could she still leave a book in the library open to the page with the chimpanzee? Ahin said with a smile that since she was with the gorilla, she should have opened the book to the page with the gorilla. Vivi looked at him and said that she didn't have time to look for gorillas there. A moment later, they heard some noise. They looked at Ash in surprise as he attacked Bara. The young master said that Bara is Ash's best friend. You could even say that they are childhood friends. Ahin said that maybe because Ash always follows the rabbit, Bara was upset, so Bara wanted to play a prank on her. She was shocked because she realized that he just wanted to make fun of her, and he had no intention of eating her. The young lady looked at the young master intently and called out. The young gentleman frowned but did not answer her. A moment later, she said that he had just said that it was not Bara's intention to harm her. She asked him not to kill Bara. He looked at her in surprise and asked if he would do that. Vivi looked at him and said in a trembling voice that he had already decided to do that. Vivi asked if she was right. Ahin turned away from her, as he understood that she was sensitive to danger due to the fact that she was a herbivore. Akin said that, however, this was disobedience. He looked at her and said that he had said earlier that for disobeying an order, they could lose their heads. She looked at him with annoyance and sadness, because now he looked very much like a man without a drop of mercy inside. She looked at him and wanted to tell him something in a trembling voice. She looked at him and asked if he would kill her too for disobeying him. The young master froze in shock as he looked at the young lady. He remembered the words about his mother, who spoke and asked if the rabbit next to him had seen too many deaths. He frowned and looked at her intently. Ahin looked at her with a smile and asked how he could kill Bara after these words. He asked her if she really wanted him to leave Bara alive, and looking at him, she said that she really wanted that. The young gentleman said that in that case she could take it for herself. She looked at him in surprise as she did not understand what he was talking about. Ahin said that now she had saved Barry's life, which meant that this life belonged to her. The young lady was in shock, shaking with fear as the Bara looked at her with an evil gaze. The young gentleman said with a smile that everything was fine, but even though she was a coward, she was still steadfast. He said that he would be patient and wait for the day when she would boycott command Bara. She looked at him in surprise as she didn't expect him to say something like that. Then she imagined herself riding on Bar and ordering him to conquer the continent. She decided to push the thoughts away, as she thought that this was too much. Rill bowed low and greeted the young master. The gentleman looked at him in surprise, and the young lady in turn looked at him with a smile. She looked at Akin and asked why he was here. She asked if he was not supposed to return from the temple later. The young master looked at her and said that he should have done so, but he felt that she was in trouble. She looked at the young gentleman in surprise and remembered what had happened. Dumbfounded, she asked how he knew. He said he got some help from a hawk he left to watch over her. He looked at her with a grin and said that it was better for her not to go into details about how he found her. A moment later, she saw many black panthers in the bushes. She looked at the young master and said that in that case, she would remain in ignorance, since she really did not need to know the details. A few minutes later, another black panther approached them. The young gentleman looked at her and asked her with a grin what to do. He said that it was too late. Riel saw many black panthers and lost consciousness. The young lady was shocked by his condition. She looked at the young gentleman and asked what kind of black panthers these were. He said that these black panthers live in the border forests and are guarded by them. She was shocked because she heard that black panthers lived in the border forests. She now realized that the whole forest was filled with black panthers. Ahin looked at her and said that he thought he would find her faster, so he called them for help. She was shocked by what she heard, as she realized that they were looking for her. The young gentleman looked at her with a surprised look and said that she looked strange now, and spoke strangely too. She was shaking and saying that she had endured too much, and a moment later she lost consciousness. Erwin looked at the young gentleman with surprise and bewilderment. A moment later, Erwin said that tomorrow morning there would be rumors that the gentleman had kidnapped the stablemaster. The young gentleman looked at his friend and said that he did not think that society thought so badly of him. Erwin said that this was truly a great misconception. He looked sideways at his companion and asked if this was really how he was asking to have his tongue torn out. Erwin looked at the gentleman and apologized for his behavior. Vivi twitched in Ahin's arms. The gentleman looked at his friend and asked what he was staring at. Akin said that he might as well gouge out his eye while he was at it. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that he would like to be surprised a little longer. The servants walked around the room and looked at each other in surprise because they did not understand who was in the master's arms. Erwin asked the master if Mistress Rabbit remained Mistress Rabbit, even in human form. Erwin looked at the young master and asked if he had left him in such an awkward position today for the sake of the rabbit lady. Ahin said that she had bumped into his grandfather while reading a book. Erwin said that he was now very worried about what nasty things the gentleman might have said to the rabbit lady. The servants were shocked. They looked at each other as they had never seen anything like this before. Erwin looked at the master and asked if she still couldn't control her transformation. Ahin said that it was likely that way. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hidden in the stable. Vivi sighed heavily. Erwin said that in that case, it was unwise to continue to hide it from the others. If something like that happened again in his absence, as it had today, it would be a disaster. The young gentleman said that everything was too vague to tell anyone yet, and that it was impossible to even predict at what moment she would become a rabbit again. Erwin asked the gentleman if he was planning to assign a guard to the rabbit lady. Erwin said that it would be better to find her normal security. The young gentleman said that he had thought about it himself. He said he was afraid she would rebel if he put another were-panther on her. Erwin said it was likely. The young gentleman smiled as he looked at the young lady and said that he should at least let her get used to the bar first, so that she could live normally in the estate. Erwin was a little surprised by these words, but still sighing heavily, he said that it was quite reasonable for the young master to act like this. Erwin looked at the master and asked if she would stay here since she had turned into a human. The young master was shocked by such a question. A moment later, he said that she had not yet become a person in the full sense of the word. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise. The young master frowned and looked at her intently. He looked at her and asked if she would stay here. She didn't answer him. He called her again. A moment later, she slapped him across the face with fury while she was sleeping. Erwin froze in shock, but still no smile came from his face. The sleepy young lady hummed to herself. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and asked if he had seen that she had said that she would live here. Erwin looked at her with puzzlement and said that it was a pure warning. The young gentleman said that among rabbits, a blow to the face meant a positive answer. Erwin, in turn, said that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The maids froze in bewilderment and began to whisper among themselves. They were shocked and did not understand who this woman was who was now in the arms of the young master. They noticed that she was wearing a groom's uniform. They were shocked, as the young master had never carried anyone in his arms before, not even a corpse. They wondered if she was still breathing or if she was already dead. A moment later, the mistress approached the maids and with a smile told them not to worry, as the young lady was breathing perfectly well. The lady said with a smile that she had seen many interesting things since she had just returned home. The maids looked at their mistress and, bowing, told her to punish them, since they should not even speak disrespectfully about the young master. Madame Vallon looked at them intently and told them to calm down. Mrs. Valens looked at the young lady with a smile and asked the maids who, in their opinion, was currently in the arms of the future leader. The maids looked at each other and said that the young lady looked like a stable worker. The lady smiled and said that it looked like it. The maid looked at the young master and greeted them. The young master looked intently at the maid and called her. A moment later, he told her to take care of Vivi when she woke up. Ahin asked Mamie if she understood him. Mamie bowed and said that she understood everything and would do it. The knights looked at each other in surprise as they wondered who the young lady was that was in the arms of the young master. They also looked at the maid in surprise and wondered why she was so cold-blooded. They thought that perhaps she knew about everything. A moment later, the maid hit her head against the wall. Everyone present was shocked by the maid's behavior. She looked at them and asked for forgiveness. The young master looked at her and said that she was bleeding. She asked for forgiveness again. Sometime later, the young lady woke up. She looked at the maid in surprise and called her. Vivi looked at the maid and asked what happened to her nose. Mamie looked at her silently and did not answer. A moment later, the maid said that she was getting ready for the bath, and at the same time she hit the bed, Vivi was in shock. She looked at the lady and said that she would help her bathe. The young lady timidly agreed. The maid said that you prepared the shirt in a hurry, so it might not fit her. Vivi said that it was okay. Mamie looked at the young lady and said that the shirt was a little big, but by tomorrow she would prepare clothes of her size. Vivi gave it to her for her concern. But still, she was not sure that tomorrow she would still be a human. The young lady sniffed herself and noticed that she smelled very nice. The maid bowed and said that she would leave her at that. The young lady looked at the maid in surprise and asked her to wait a little. A moment later, she approached her and asked if she was very surprised. The maid froze for a moment, not knowing what to answer. Vivi said she meant morning in the library. Mamie looked at her and said with a smile that she apologized for being unprepared due to her lack of notice. She looked at her and said that of course she was a little surprised, but she definitely did not feel any negative emotions towards her anymore. Mamie asked her to behave more freely with her. The young lady was very pleased with these words, and a moment later she rushed to embrace Mamie. Vivi felt relieved after she said that she hated her. Vivi thanked Mamie. Entering the room, the young gentleman saw a beautiful picture. He looked at them and asked what they were doing there. The young lady looked at the young gentleman in surprise. She noticed that he was standing and watching them intently. She hugged the maid because she didn't want her to go away and leave her alone with him. The young gentleman looked at them with a smile. Mamie looked at the young lady and said that it was time for her to go. Vivi was in shock. She didn't want her to leave and leave her alone with the master. A moment later, the door slammed shut and the young lady felt betrayed. The young gentleman looked at her and called out. He looked at her in surprise and asked where she was going at such a late hour. She said with a smile that black panthers are nocturnal, so she wanted to bring Ash something tasty. He looked at her and said with a smile that this was a very strange idea on her part. It looked more like she wanted to go out for a late-night snack alone. She was shocked because he started teasing her again. She looked at him and said that in any case, she wouldn't be for long. The young master said with a smirk that she could try. Opening the door, she saw the knights looking at her in surprise and bewilderment. They looked at her menacingly and asked what had happened and what she wanted. The young lady looked at them with a smile. A moment later, she said she didn't need anything and slowly began to close the door. The gentleman looked at her with a grin and said that he would go and wash himself. She was shocked because she realized that he was now making fun of her. She wondered if after everything that had happened, she really needed to sleep in the same room with the young master. She thought it was just absurd, since in human form it would be difficult for her to sleep with him. Coming out of the bathroom, he looked at her and asked if she was hungry. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise. She said she wasn't particularly hungry, but her stomach made a different sound at that moment. He came closer to her, pulled the blanket down, and called her. He asked with a smile what happened. She turned away as he blinded her with his light. She said he was right. He looked at her and said that if she overate before bed, she might get a stomachache. So he asked her to limit herself to milk for now. She tasted the food he had prepared for her with surprise. She was very shocked because she liked the taste. Vivi looked at him with a smile as her body relaxed after drinking the milk. She knew that if she was human, she would be able to drink this every day. He looked at her and called her. The young master said with a smile that if she had finished drinking, she could come to him. The young lady looked at him embarrassed. She wished him good night and lay down on the sofa. A moment later, she heard some noise. She looked away in surprise as she did not understand what had just happened. She saw the young gentleman writhing on the bed. The young lady looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. She saw that he was shaking with pain. Vivi was furious because she knew he was at it again. She knew he was just making fun of her, but he still didn't stop writhing on the bed. Vivi looked at him in surprise and shock and wondered if he was really feeling bad. With the speed of lightning, she ran up to him and asked what was wrong with him. She called him, but he did not answer. She was in shock and didn't know what to do because she saw that he was in a lot of pain. He said something in a trembling voice. She was surprised because she didn't hear, coming closer to him. She asked what he was saying. A moment later, he laughed and said with a smile that she had a very funny face now. She was furious because she realized that he was just a heartless predator. She was shocked. She didn't understand how he could do something, but tease and play with other people's feelings. She thought with fury that he really needed to be prescribed some kind of medicine. She pounced on him in rage and pressed a pillow to his face. He screamed that he could hardly breathe, but she was furious and told him to be quiet. He smiled and pulled her closer to him. He said that now she could use a weapon and not just her paws. The young lady looked at him and told him to let her go. Ahin looked at her intently and asked why she was avoiding him. He looked at her and asked if she realized that she hadn't even looked in his direction for some time now. She looked away from him, knowing it was because she couldn't seem to get distracted. She wondered if he really didn't care that much that she wasn't a scared rabbit now, but a grown person with whom he would share a bedroom. He looked at her and said with a smile that he could hear the gears turning in her head from here. He asked her why she didn't just say everything that was on her mind. She said that while she was in human form, she would sleep on the couch. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she wanted to do that. She thought about it and didn't know how to answer his question. He burst into tears, but looked at her and said that all this time he had had a hard time. He said that once, while he was sleeping, she touched him on the forehead with her paw, and also when he fell asleep, she stuck her paw in his mouth, and she also drilled him with her gloomy gaze every day. And then she untied his robe and buried herself in it. Vivi embarrassedly said that she simply confused it with a blanket. He looked at her and said with a smile that everything would be fine if she just kept her hands to herself. He wrapped her tightly in a blanket. She was in shock and did not understand what he was doing now. He looked at her and smiled and told her to stop kicking the blanket. Ahin told her not to even think about touching him with the tip of her finger. Vivi looked at him and asked how she could even touch him like that. The young lady turned away as she was offended by the young master. A moment later, she called him and asked if he was really okay. He looked at her in surprise. Looking at her, he asked if she was okay. She looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with her. He said that she had said earlier that it hurt her to take on human form. She thought for a moment and said that she met her grandfather in the library. She said that he tried to take her to the temples, despite the fact that she hated them, when they rejected her. The priest's words, although not directly, contributed to this. She said that she hated baskets more. The young master looked at her thoughtfully and said that she used the pheromone against his grandfather because she hated temples and baskets. His grandfather used his pheromone to protect himself, and as a result, she turned into a human. He asked the cheese with a smile on his face, and why didn't she beat him with her paws? The young lady looked at him in shock. He closes her eyes, said that although she will soon have such an opportunity, therefore she needs to wash her paws well and not cry. She said that she is not crying. He looked at her and asked for forgiveness for taking her to the temple. The young lady was shocked and couldn't believe that the young master was now apologizing to her. She looked at him in surprise while the young gentleman smiled tenderly. She looked at him and asked if he could let her out. He said that if he let her out, she would definitely touch him. The young lady was shocked. She said that she would never touch him and she could promise that. He looked at her with a smile and asked if she swears. She screamed furiously that she swears on her liver that she will never touch him. He looked at her and said with a smile that he didn't believe her. She woke up feeling a bit uneasy. Turning around, someone's tail hit her. When she opened her eyes, she saw a black panther. She felt that it was all very strange and wondered if Ash was really that big. A moment later, she winced, realizing that her friend didn't usually sleep in the room. She looked in horror at the black panther that was next to her. The young lady was in shock and didn't understand what was going on. She stared at the panther for a while. She was in shock and did not understand what was happening and what she should do. A moment later, she was freed from the blanket with lightning speed. She moved further away from the black panther. The young lady realized that this was not her friend. She didn't know what to do because she noticed that the panther's body was large. A few minutes later, the bird knocked on the window. She looked at the bird in surprise as she realized that it was the young master's falcon. Falcon opened the window and jumped on her head. She pointed to the Black Panther and asked the bird if he knew who the Black Panther was. The falcon, in turn, laughed at her. The young lady was shocked and did not understand why he was making fun of her. A moment later, he pecked her on the head. She was in shock, did not understand why he was behaving like this. A few minutes later, she saw a robe near the Black Panther. She remembered that the young gentleman was wearing a robe when he came out of the shower. She was shocked and wondered if the Black Panther she was now seeing in front of her was the young master himself. She slowly walked up to the bed and called him. She asked if he was okay and if he was definitely the young master. She leaned over and asked if he was in pain anywhere, and also asked if she needed to call the doctor or Irwin. But there was no answer. Vivi didn't understand why he suddenly took on his true animal form. She wondered if he was just bored. She knew that this was probably not the case, although the young master liked to joke. But in general, a shapeshifter does not return to its animal form if there are problems with the human body. She thought that maybe he really was sick. Coming closer to him, she asked if he was sleeping. The young gentleman did not answer and lay quietly on the bed. Vivi was furious and said that he was an ill-mannered Black Panther and a frivolous predator. She jumped up, wondering if he was really ill. She told him to wait a little. Unexpectedly for her, he grabbed her hand with his tail and knocked on the bed. Vivi looked at him in surprise and asked if he hadn't been sleeping all this time. She asked him if this meant that there was no need to call anyone. She asked if he was really sick. Maybe she should treat him a little. The young master looked at her intently. Vivi was shaking very badly from fear. He shook his head and she asked if it wasn't necessary. She was shocked and said that in that case, she also didn't care whether he was sick or not. She just wouldn't pay attention to it, and he could do as he wished. She looked at him and said that if he didn't want her to treat him, she could just pet him a little. She moved closer to him and slowly began to stroke him. The young gentleman looked at her with a keen gaze. She saw him wagging his tail. She was surprised because she did not understand what this fancy tail movement was. She wondered if he was drawing letters with his tail. The young lady looked at him in surprise as she realized what letters he was drawing in the air. She read the word liver and remembered that she had previously said that she swears on her liver that she would never touch him. She looked at him with surprise and confusion. She was furious. She said that if he continued to make his jokes, he would get a spanking on his hairy bottom. The young lady hit him. He was shocked as he did not expect such actions. She understood that the young master did not want to name Erwin and the doctor because he did not want to spread further rumors. She remembered the healer saying that predators were ruthless deep inside, soulless by nature and in constant conflict with each other. She understood that the other side of luxury and power was constant danger. It would not be strange if, under such circumstances, one day someone's throat was simply torn out. She looked at him and asked if he was sure he wasn't sick. He nodded in response. She sighed with relief. She looked at him and told him to listen to her for a bit, since it's not that rabbits don't have fighting ranks, but they don't kill each other when one gets a little weaker. She said that she was also a rabbit, so even knowing about his weakness, she certainly wouldn't bite him. A moment later, she lay down next to him. She held out her arms and told him to come to her as she would hug him tightly. The young gentleman looked at her with surprise and bewilderment. She closed her eyes, expecting him to come to her. A moment later, he lay down next to her. She was very surprised because it was very huge in size, but still one knew that everything was fine, because it was a young gentleman. She hugged him and stroked him. She smiled, looking at him, and said that her recent words about how she wouldn't care whether he was sick or not were a lie. The young gentleman looked at her intently. She thought that if she looked at him that hard, she would see a simple cat the size of a human. Vivi laughed at her own thoughts, as she knew he was the scariest cat in the world. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness for what she said without thinking. She looked at him with a smile and said that for this reason he should not be sick. He moved closer to her and began to purr. They lay silently in bed for some time. The falcon ate the hay with fury. She was shocked because it was her hay. She didn't understand what he was doing with her food. She looked at him with fury. A moment later, she hit him because she could not stand it, because in the morning he had pecked her head. And now she could not stand this either. Falcon was shocked that she attacked him. The young people looked at them intently and were surprised by their behavior. Erwin smiled and said that he had said many times that the rabbit had the spirit of a battlefield conqueror. The young gentleman smiled and said that he was right because the falcon was not easy to control. At the same time, the young gentleman called the falcon by name. The young lady was surprised because she realized that his name was very beautiful, but his character was disgusting. Erwin said that since ancient times, kicking a rabbit meant the submission of the beast. The young gentleman looked at him in surprise, asked if this was true. Irina said that it was, of course, true. Since he had just made it up, the young lady was furious. She understood that if he was going to make up something about her, then first he must submit to her himself. The young man came closer to her and called her. He smiled and asked if she needed anything else. Looking at the young man, she remembered that he was the one she had borrowed the clothes from back then. Vivi looked at him with confusion as she realized that he seemed to be in a state of great confusion when he woke up without clothes. The young lady asked the young man for forgiveness. For the last time she wanted him to accept her apology, the young man looked at her in surprise. Akin came closer to her and asked if cheating was becoming a habit for her. Erwin said that last time in the case of Mr. Rune it was the same. Erin said that Mr. Rabbit cheats more often than you can imagine. The young lady was in shock, did not understand what they were talking about. The young gentleman lifted the rabbit higher. He looked at her with fury and asked how she could leave him when she had recently sworn on her liver. She was in shock because she realized that he was going to bite her now. A moment later, the young gentleman came closer to her and kissed her. He smiled and asked if she wanted to walk with him to his work. He said it was instead of a liver. She was in shock and didn't understand what he had just done. Madame was quietly resting in her room, while the maids were whispering to each other and wondering if Madame was really going to sit within four walls all the time. They said she was in shock because one of the children had failed to turn into a human, and the other, having encountered unexpected adversity, had left this world so early. They were in shock and didn't know what the future would hold for her. Madame sat on the bed. She thought and was very angry. She did not know what would happen to her. She married without love for the sake of influence of position, and lived like that for more than 20 years. She was shocked to realize that her son had died. She had hoped that when he grew up, he would take over as head of the clan, but now the head's place would be taken by one of his countless half-brothers. The maid approached her mistress and called her. The madam looked at her angrily and asked what she wanted. The maid said that the answer had come from the Dunnon family. The maid said that they say that the rumors about the tame rabbit that the next head of the Black Panthers got for himself are not an empty rumor, but the truth. The maid said that there would soon be a banquet in honor of the chief's birthday, but Madame turned away and said that she didn't care about it. The maid said that, be that as it may, it seemed that the young master himself would take part in this banquet. Madame looked at her and asked again if this was true. She understood that the young master was probably taking that rabbit with him to the banquet on the occasion of the birthday of the head of the rabbits. She thought that soon all those rabbits could have was her daughter. The gentleman looked at his grandson and asked what he had just said. The young master smiled and said that if his grandfather did something like that to the rabbit again, he would personally drag him to the academy. The young master sipped his tea with a smile. Moments later, the young master told the maid that the tea was not tasty and asked her to bring him something sweet. The gentleman looked at his grandson in shock and said that he was behaving very impudently, and also asked him if this was the right way to speak to his grandfather, whom he was seeing for the first time in several months. The gentleman told his grandson that he couldn't even enjoy normal tea. Ahin said that the tea was sour. The gentleman looked at his grandson and said that he should always be careful in his behavior and should remember the place he occupies. The young gentleman said that he never forgets this, that he hides his feelings and is not content with what he has. He said that one must not hesitate before death, not give in to weakness because of illness. He looked at his grandfather with a grin and said that it seemed to him that he adhered to these principles quite well. The gentleman said that he was not talking about this at all, but was trying to draw his attention to his own actions and sense of self-worth. The young gentleman looked at his grandfather and said that he didn't even think about the consequences and was getting into squabbles without paying any attention to anything because of him. Everything inside his grandfather was turning over from worry. He looked at his grandfather and asked if what he said was true, and that he was going to say something similar in turn. The gentleman was furious and shocked by his grandson's words. The gentleman said, puzzled, that it was the rabbit that used the pheromone. The gentleman said that without changing the subject, he continued speaking. He looked at the lot and asked where he got the rabbit from. The young gentleman said that he found it in the forest on the border 6 months ago. The young gentleman smiled as he had already spent a lot of time with the rabbit, and only just realized this. He looked at his grandfather and said that he was curious about something, and it was really important. He looked at his grandfather and asked him what he thought was the point of biting someone's neck. She looked at her grandson and asked what he was trying to say again. The young gentleman thought for a moment and said that the rabbit was thinking about eating him. Everyone present was shocked by this statement. The servant asked for forgiveness for throwing the tray out of his hands out of surprise. The young gentleman remembered how she bit him that night. He looked at his grandfather with a smile and said that the rabbit had bitten him on the neck. He was shocked. He looked away and told him to repeat his words again, since he had become hard of hearing after so many years. The young gentleman said with a smile that he was just rabbit food. He looked at his grandfather and said that he had been bitten by that powerful rabbit. He said that, warning that his rabbit would soon come down, he even hit him on the bottom. He said with a smile that he would leave Grandpa at that. He smiled and said that he needed to prepare himself to become someone's food. The gentleman looked at his grandson's tracks in shock. He was furious because he thought his grandson was just crazy. He shouted at him to come back to him so that they could continue the conversation. Sometime later, the lady was sitting in the garden with the rabbit. The lady looked at her and said that she had heard about what had happened in the office. She said that she had not thought that her father would react so violently. She hoped that the rabbit would not have an unpleasant aftertaste after their meeting. She looked at the lady and, shaking, showed that she was fine and that the lady should not worry. Mrs. Valen said she had intended to speak to her father first, but her son had reached him first and had played with his nerves again to his heart's content. She said they might not run into him right now, but it would be better for her to avoid him for a while he was at the estate. The young lady nodded obediently as she understood all the words and warnings to the mistress. The lady looked at the panthers in surprise and said that it seemed that these animals followed her more diligently than she had imagined. The lady asked if it was because they were sensitive to the pheromone. Vivi was surprised, as Bara behaved very meekly in front of the lady. Maybe it was because of jealousy towards Ash's love, which she received without shrinkage. But every time he tries to push her or press her with his paw, unnoticed by everyone. She wanted to reveal all his atrocities to the lady right now. Vivi jumped up as she wanted to tell everything. Vivi turned around and said that Bara was torturing and beating her very badly. She showed how she turned back and spun around from his torment. The lady froze in shock. A moment later, the mistress told the maid to call the personal artist immediately, because she wanted their white fluffy one to be captured in a portrait. She mentioned that it was very difficult for her to convey her thoughts when she was in the body of a rabbit. The lady looked at her and asked what she was thinking about. The lady smiled and told her to try again as she was interested in her thoughts. The young lady stood up in surprise. She jumped up as if she wanted to ask something about the young gentleman. She wanted to say that last night she saw that the young master felt unwell. In the middle of the night, for some reason, he suddenly turned into a black panther, and then she stroked him a little, and he fell asleep again. She wondered if werewolves reverted to their original form when they were sick. The lady looked at her with surprise and horror and asked if she was really so curious to know about the weak spot of black panthers. The young lady froze in place in surprise. The lady thought for a moment and said that it seemed like she was going to tame Ash and Bara. She said that it was a very good idea. Since no trainee could handle a trained predator properly, the lady said that she really liked her zest for life. The lady shouted for everyone to gather and explain in detail their thoughts on the Black Panther's weak point. The young lady was shocked. The young master looked at the rabbit and called her. He looked at her in surprise and asked who she took him for. She looked at him in surprise and shock as her protectors could not resist the box. She was shocked by the realization that she was a werewolf. This also works. He asked her if she was really going to make him crawl before her with such petty tricks. He smiled and said that he would go along with her, but personally he had no interest in the boxes. He told her to think of another way. She sighed heavily as she realized that it had always been defective in some way. She realized that it was useless to force it to break using a regular box. He looked at her and asked where she was going. A moment later, he sat down in the box with her and sighed heavily, saying that it was very cramped in here. The young gentleman thought for a moment. She smiled as she realized that he must have liked the box after all. A moment later, he remembered the gift. She looked at her pocket watch in surprise. He pulled the watch closer to her and told her to pay attention to it. He smiled and said it was pherinium. The young lady was shocked by what she heard, as she knew that it was incredibly expensive, even if she worked all her life. And no matter how much money she saved, she would not be able to buy something like that. Although she already knows this gemstone can contain the ability of pheromone, he said that he put his pheromone into this gemstone, and she can use it 3 times. He told her to use it if her pheromone ever got out of control and he wasn't around. But as soon as her pheromone hits it, it automatically activates, and it is very convenient to use. The young lady was shocked as he was providing her with such a luxurious and other thing. Oh, young master smiled and said that she must have liked the gift very much. Ahin smiled and said that he liked it so much that he even wanted to take the gift back from her. He looked at her and asked if she needed this stone. She thought that he was very harmless because she needed this stone. She was shocked because she thought that he was giving her such a precious gift for nothing. But still she was wrong. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she needed him. She froze in surprise, looking at him. Embarrassed, she screamed at him not to look at her with such eyes. She didn't understand how long he would continue to play with her heart. He smiled and said that he was much more useful than a piece of this stone. He said that there was no limit to the use and that his abilities were limitless, and that he had an appearance that she liked. He looked at her and asked why she never showed that she needed him. She froze in place, looking at him in surprise. But speaking of which, when she learned that her pheromone was capable of healing, she constantly doubted the master's good intentions. But over time, she changed her opinion about the young gentleman. She reached out to him because she wanted to show that she needed him. He looked at her and said with a smile that she had just approached him for the first time. She looked at him, embarrassed. A moment later, she jumped as if she wanted to escape from him. He asked with a smile when she was going to eat it. The young lady looked at him in surprise as she did not understand what he was talking about at all. She did not understand how she could eat him. He asked if she remembered how she had left a mark on him for the victim. She turned away in embarrassment because she did not understand what kind of nonsense this was again. He says she knew that she needed to get away from him as soon as possible. He said with a smile on his face that she shouldn't turn her back on him. A moment later, he kissed her soft back. She was embarrassed by this. The young gentleman looked at her with a smile and laughed. The young lady looked at him with embarrassment and shock. She didn't understand why the Black Panther was behaving this way today. She sighed heavily as she was very tired today. The gentleman was afraid that she might run into his grandfather, so he took her with him to his study. The young lady was shocked and very angry because she did not understand why he also demanded that she approve the documents. A moment later, she saw a falcon fly into the room. She was surprised. She looked at him with fury as she wondered if he would torture her today. However, she knew that she had a secret weapon today: strawberries. The falcon in turn looked at her intently. A moment later, he snatched the strawberry and began eating it. The young lady looked at us in surprise as she realized that they were indeed crazy about strawberries. He looked at her menacingly. She said that she understood and would not look at him anymore. Sometime later, they stood together on the terrace, she thought, as the young gentleman was late today. A moment later, she saw the young gentleman with Erwin, who were walking slowly. She realized that they were not heading to the bedroom, but wondered where they were going. The falcon looked at them intently. The young lady was surprised. She did not understand what was happening to him and why he was rubbing against her leg. She grabbed his leg and pushed him away, as she wanted him not to push her. A moment later, he flew into the air. She was in shock. She didn't understand what he was doing. The young lady was in shock. She did not understand why he suddenly took off with her. She wondered if she was really flying now. She was in shock and didn't understand where they were going. She asked him where he was taking her in the middle of the night. Looking at the falcon, she asked if they were heading to the young master. She realized that this was his gratitude for the strawberries. But still, she looked at him tearfully and said that everything was fine and he shouldn't have thanked her like that. She said that she wasn't the least bit curious. The young gentleman looked at the men and asked if these were the last ones addicted to the medicinal decoction. Erwin said that this is the attack, since the others died yesterday. Erwin said that the medicinal brew was probably brought here by pirates from the lands of the hyenas. Due to the high risk, it is supplied to the slums and the assassin guilds. The young gentleman said that since it was a slum, getting him there would be a piece of cake. Erwin said the main symptom is elevated mood and violent pheromone activity, but there are also rare cases of the awakening of a more powerful pheromone that was not originally possessed. The young gentleman looked at Erwin in surprise and asked if the rank of an aristocrat in it was really divided according to territory or family. Erwin said that everything was correct. The young master asked whether it was possible for an average aristocratic family to produce a person who possessed a healing pheromone. Irvine thought for a moment and said that such a high-level ability would be difficult to obtain even for a direct descendant of the head. He looked at the master in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young master said that Vivi's pheromone is healing. Erwin was shocked by this statement. He thought that most likely the rabbit was a descendant of the head. The young master said that if she had such a level of pedigree, she would not have been abandoned in the forest on the border, but would have been dealt with personally. He thought for a moment and said that it was very difficult for him to imagine that she was the headman's child. Erwin said that you dare to notice that she is braver and more courageous than any predator. Even last night, you should have seen how she scolded the chef. Kevin said that she accidentally wandered into the kitchen, but at that moment, the chef had a kitchen knife in his hands. It seems that someone thought that he was going to cook her, so she fought back with fury. The young gentleman sighed heavily and said that he had missed all the fun again. He looked at his friend and asked what would happen if a medicinal potion of this kind were given to a young werewolf before he turned into a human. Erwin thought about it because he didn't know the exact answer to this question. He said that at this time the pheromone has not yet manifested itself, so there is a high probability of awakening a strong pheromone. The young master said that the rabbit seemed to have a high resistance to this medicinal decoction. Erwin was shocked by this statement. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and asked what was most likely. That in the document of ordinary aristocrats, a werewolf son accidentally appeared with pheromone healing, or that she could have come into contact with such medicinal decoctions at a young age. He said that perhaps her parents were even worse than he imagined. A moment later, he heard some noise. He looked in surprise to the side where he heard the noise. He asked Erwin if it was a mouse. A moment later, he heard a man. He said what he saw. The man looked at them with disdain and asked if he should tell them what kind of mouse it was. The young gentleman looked at him and said with a grin that he should just close his mouth because it stinks. The man looked at his master with a furious look and said that he had killed many, so he knew that the life destined for him was extremely short. The man said that if you think about it, his father had already died young. The gentleman said that he had also killed many, so he knew that with his talkative mouth he would hasten his execution. A moment later, the young gentleman snapped his fingers and the man began to scream in pain. The gentleman looked at the man with contempt and horror in his eyes and said that he would suffer for a long time. As he left, Akin told the man that he should have been careful with his words. The young master was furious. Aaron looked at the gentleman and said that it was already late. He looked at his watch and asked the gentleman if he would go straight to the bedroom. The young gentleman said that this was so. A moment later, the young gentleman sniffed. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and called him. A moment later, Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he had changed his mind. Aiken said that he seemed to smell strongly of blood. Erwin said that it was like that every time. The young gentleman said that he did not argue, but he was still worried that the rabbit would not like the smell. Erwin asked with a smile if the gentleman was worried about Mr. Rabbit. Erwin said with a smile that he was very attentive. A moment later, Erwin looked closely at the gentleman as he sensed something was wrong. He looked at the young gentleman in surprise as he saw that he was undressing. Erwin noticed that the young gentleman looked sexy now. Erwin asked in a trembling voice why he was undressing now. The young gentleman said that, whatever the case, it did not suit him. Aiken looked at Erwin and told him to go with him to his bedroom. Erwin, in a frightened, trembling voice, said that he didn't want to. The gentleman looked at his friend in surprise and asked why he was so categorical. Erwin said that he simply did not want to go to the bedroom. The young gentleman looked at his friend in surprise. He noticed that he, in turn, was shaking with fear. An incomprehensible atmosphere reigned between them. The gentleman looked at the knights and asked what he smelled like now. The knights looked at the master in bewilderment, and Ahin asked again what he smelled like. The knights said that it was impudent of them to say such things, but they smelled perfume. The young master said that then everything was fine. Opening the door, the young gentleman froze in bewilderment. He was shocked and didn't understand what was going on, as he felt that the room was filled with pheromone. He looked around the room and called the rabbit. As he passed by, he noticed that Falcon was on the ground. He saw that she was sitting under the nightstand and shaking. He looked under the nightstand and called her, and also asked if she was really crying now. She trembled but said nothing. He told her to get out. The young master looked at her and asked what was happening to her and asked if she couldn't get out of there. But she, in turn, only turned away from him. He remembered his mother's words that the rabbit, although he would accept his help, would not believe it. The young gentleman looked at her with puzzlement and called out. She didn't answer him, and he just lay down next to her. He said with a smile that if she wanted to get out, he would wait for her. She looked at him intently. She remembered him saying that she had a high resistance to this medicinal brew. She looked at him in surprise, as she was very surprised by what she heard. Then she heard something that shocked her to the depths of her soul. She understood that he had said some words about her receiving such a powerful pheromone because of the medicine of another product, so perhaps she still could not turn into a human. She remembered him saying that perhaps her parents were worse than he imagined. She was shocked to realize that her parents could have given her a medicinal potion and later abandoned her because she still couldn't turn into a human. She remembered her mother telling her that she loved her and that she had truly incredible abilities. The young lady looked at the young master with tears in her eyes. She didn't know what she should do in this situation. She was shocked because he found her every time she was lost. She didn't understand why he still continued to wait for her. She wondered if she got lost, the only person who would find her would be the young master. She didn't know if she could rely on him. With tears in her eyes, she looked at him, because she didn't know what to do. She didn't know if she could count on his help. With tears in her eyes, she held him tightly. The young gentleman looked at her with a smile. A moment later, he pulled her closer to him. In silence, they fell asleep on the ground. She thought about the time her parents gave her a medicinal potion and abandoned her after she failed to turn into a human. She didn't know what to do. Vivi thought that her parents definitely thought that she was dead. Vivi wondered if they were living peacefully, burying the truth and pretending that they didn't know anything. She understood that if she continued to live without knowing the truth, she would not be able to solve the problem of turning into a human. She knew she had to face the truth. Vivi wanted to meet her parents first and check everything out. The servants looked at the cloak in surprise as something was sticking out of the pocket. The young man said that this was indeed the case and that perhaps a handkerchief had already been put there. The young gentleman looked at the man in surprise and asked what had happened. A moment later, the young gentleman asked if there was any problem. The young lady understood that she would not be able to hide for long and decided to act openly. Aiken looked at her in surprise. Earlier, she heard that the young master was going to go to the land of the rabbits. Vivi turned away and showed that she was ready to go with him. The young gentleman looked at her with a smile. A moment later, he grabbed her and put her on the ground. Vivi looked at him in surprise, as she had already said earlier that she would go with him. The young master ignored her and said that they had to go already. She decided to show him that she was standing on her head to get his attention. A moment later, she fell to the ground and spun around, wanting him to look at her. She was shocked because she realized that he was very stubborn. She moved closer to Erwin and asked if there was any way for her to go with him. Erwin smiled and said that if she would quietly pick his pocket a little later, she could go. But a moment later, the young gentleman called Erwin. Erwin looked at her with an angry look and said that even tears wouldn't help, so she should let them go. The young lady was shocked by such treatment. She froze in bewilderment because she understood that they were going too far. The young gentleman looked at the young lady in surprise. She blocked their way by standing at the door. The young gentleman looked at her with an angry look and told her to move away from the door. But she did not give in and shouted that she did not want to. He sat down next to her and told her to move away, while he poked his finger right into her forehead. Vivi was in shock and also in pain. She grabbed his hand because she wanted him to listen to her. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Vivi begged him to let her go with him. He said he couldn't allow it, and she fell. The young master told the knights to open the door. She was furious and screamed at him to wait because she had not given up yet. A moment later, she blocked his path again. The servants looked at her and said that she should step aside. The young gentleman was in shock. He covered his face with his hand from laughter. A moment later, he looked at her menacingly and told her to behave accordingly. The young lady was shocked and stood frozen in bewilderment. She ran around him because she wanted him to look at her. Vivi looked at him with a menacing, angry look and told him to look at her. She sat down next to him because she understood that now there was nowhere to run. She wanted him to just submit to her, to stretch his arms up. She wanted him to take her into his arms. The servants were shocked by such cuteness. The young gentleman covered his face with his hand in embarrassment. He looked at her and said that she had been completely uninterested in his trip so far. Ahin asked why she had decided to join him today. Ahin said that she was very strange. He looked at her and asked if he shouldn't go there. Ahin asked her if she didn't want him to go. The young lady looked at him with embarrassment as she realized that she had gone a little too far, and he was back to his old ways. She was shocked because she had meant that she wanted to go with him, but perhaps that was the answer he wanted. Vivi knew she had to play along. The young gentleman told Erwin about his support. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise as he did not understand what he was talking about. A moment later, the young gentleman handed the rabbit to Erwin and walked out of the room with lightning speed. Erwin was in shock because before he could finish speaking, Akin ran away. She was in shock. She didn't understand what had happened at all. She wondered if they weren't going to go together. Erwin looked at her and said that he was very sorry because the young master had never intended to take her with him in the first place. And he had decided so the previous evening, when Mr. Rabbit had started to put away his backpack. The young ladies were furious. When the young gentleman came out into the corridor, he sat down near the door and slid down. Ahin was in shock and just went crazy. He looked at the ground in confusion as he thought about how it had come as a surprise to him that the rabbit would become so attached to him. He looked at the knights and asked us what they were staring at. The knights quickly turned away, but still, the young master was very pleased with her care. Ahin walked along the corridor, embarrassed, not noticing anyone. Aaron looked at the young master and called him. He looked at the young gentleman in surprise and said that he did not control the corners of his lips. Irina said that if he was going to continue to be in the clouds like this, he would have better taken Mr. Rabbit with him. The young gentleman looked at him and asked who was in the clouds. Irina said that it was very obvious. The young master smiled as he realized that the rabbit needed him very much. If he had known this before, he would have demonstrated it a few days ago. Aaron looked at the gentleman and asked why she was pushing, but tried to follow him. Irvin said that in any case, it seemed to him that he, Mr. Rabbit, knew that the trip this time was connected with the territory of rabbits. Irwin said that perhaps she simply missed the rabbit lands, or there was another reason. The young gentleman said heavily, sighing, that it was very difficult for him to understand what was going on in her head and even on her face. Nothing was reflected. He said that he could not understand the reason why she was crying. He told Aaron that he really didn't expect it to be so hard to read the rabbit's mind. A moment later, Irwin placed a mini rabbit in the young master's pocket. He looked at the gentleman with a smile. Sometime later, Irwin sat quietly in the carriage. The young master knew that not taking the rabbit with him this time was the right choice. He knew that she would be in danger since there would be many assassins nearby, and also she was unstable due to her pheromone. He understood that even if the estate was where his grandfather was, his mother would be a worthy competitor to him there. But, to be honest, he himself simply didn't want to take her to the lands of the rabbits. He was afraid that she might be homesick and therefore might disappear from his sight. He sighed heavily and said that he seemed to be taking everything very seriously. The maid shouted after the rabbit, but the young lady only apologized for her behavior. She shouted at Ash to run faster. She wanted to get out of the estate through the main gate. She heard her maid shouting for everyone to cordon off the gate. A moment later, the knights blocked their path. The maid ran after them with lightning speed. The young lady noticed a falcon in the air. She was in shock because even the sky was blocked. A moment later, the falcon grabbed her. It was shocked because it didn't expect anything like that. A moment later, she thought that most likely the young gentleman had come up with this and warned the predator in advance. Mamie looked at us and told him to give her rabbit. The falcon was slowly descending. The young lady looked at us and around us in surprise and wondered what was happening now. A moment later, they were falling together. The master caught them. Mr. Rillian looked at the rabbit intently and said that he still could not stop being surprised. The young lady was shocked when she saw her grandfather. Mamie greeted the gentleman. The gentleman said to let him through as he did not want to harm anyone. The maid and the knights looked at the master in surprise. The gentleman looked at them and said that they were acting rashly, since he had definitely ordered a retreat. The maid asked her master for forgiveness. The master said that seeing this was the work of his grandson, he highly appreciated this loyalty and obedience to the orders of only their master, so he would be lenient with them. The young lady was shocked because she noticed that he was now using pheromone. She was shocked because she couldn't even feel it. The gentleman looked at them and said that they had done well, and his grandson had presented a rather capable guard. The young lady stared at the maid, who was staggering around exhausted. The maid looked at her mistress and said that everything was fine and that she had just lost a little energy. The gentleman looked at her and said that he would like her to pass out peacefully. The young lady looked at her grandfather with a pitiful look, as she did not want him to harm anyone. He looked at her and said that it was commendable courage on her part. He asked if she was going to use the pheromone again. She shook her head, because that was not what she had in mind. He looked at her and said that thanks to her, he slept for so long for the first time in a long time, although it was not an ordinary sleep. He said that it seemed that she understood speech and used a pheromone. He looked at her in surprise, asked what kind of rabbit she was. The young lady nodded her head in confirmation of his theory. The gentleman looked at her intently. A moment later, he released her and told her to go. The gentleman looked at her and said that with the speed of a black panther, she would be able to catch up with her grandson before he reached the border of the territory. The young lady looked at her grandfather in surprise. The gentleman looked at her with a fixed gaze and said that perhaps his grandson himself did not understand how much he needed her. She listened to him immediately, and with their lightning speed, they hurried after the young master. The gentleman and the lady were sitting in the gazebo and having a pleasant conversation. The falcon, in turn, writhed and screamed. The lady looked at the bird in surprise and asked if this bird was really her son's. The gentleman said he thought that if he just left her, she would go after the rabbit, so he took precautions. The gentleman said that the bird was very noisy. I guess I'm just like the owner. He told the servant to take the cage away. The gentleman looked at his daughter-in-law and told her not to worry as she wanted. He did not touch the rabbit. He only supported her intention to follow her grandson. The lady said that perhaps deep down he was still worried about the way he treated the children back then. The lady said that it was no wonder that even he felt guilty when he looked at that lovely little ball of fur. The gentleman said that he just wanted to play on his grandson's nerves a little. The lady said that there was certainly some reason why he had decided to keep the rabbit. The lady said that she had better send a message and ask the maid to carry something for the letter. Mamie said that right now there is what Mr. Rabbit had, but she will go to the manor and transfer the parchment there. The lady said that this was enough and nothing more was needed. The lady looked at our letters with surprise because she thought that the rabbit had tried very hard, and if they sent this one too, her son would be very happy. The lady called her powerful bird. The gentleman looked at the bird in surprise and asked if it was necessary to make this charlatan his messenger bird. The lady said with a smile that she had never been wrong in her decisions. A moment later, the bird flew away with the letter. She told the bird not to hurry, but to deliver everything to the addressee. The young lady and her friend looked away warily. A moment later, the bar approached them. The young lady was in shock and didn't know what to do when the Baron threatened her. She thought that this was probably his chance to get rid of her and take Ash back. A moment later, the ram attacked them. The young lady flew to the side. She was in shock and did not understand what she should do, because she understood that if they both fought, they could get seriously hurt. Vivi wanted to stop them, but she still didn't know how she could do it. The predator repellent she had with her was in Ash's backpack. She understood that there was nothing she could do, and that she needed to use the pheromone immediately. Leo looked at her and told her to imagine that she was releasing arrows, but at the same time, her goal was to release a pheromone. The young lady looked away in surprise as she sensed a familiar voice. She was surprised. She looked at the lion. She was puzzled and did not understand what was wrong with his face. The lion smiled and said that he was supposed to go to the rabbit territory as the deputy head, but he was late and got it from his sister for it. He looked at her and said that the fight that was behind her was more important now. The young lady realized that she had to do something to stop them. She tensed up as she wanted to try to release her power. Leo looked at her in surprise and laughed. He said he meant something quite different and she didn't need to make such a gesture. He said it didn't mean raising the real bowstring. She looked at him puzzled. He smiled and said that if you looked closely, she looked really cool. He smiled and wished her luck. Vivi was furious because she thought he should have explained everything to her properly from the beginning. Vivi remembered how her grandfather could knock people down with a snap of his finger. She realized that she could do it too. Leo looked at the young lady in surprise and bewilderment. He saw a glow around her. A moment later, he told her to let go now. She slapped her fingers. The lion froze in surprise. The fight stopped for a moment. They looked at each other in surprise. The young lady was in shock. She didn't understand why it didn't work. He said it was not as dramatic as expected. He looked at her and asked why she had clapped her hands as if she was luring a predator. She was shocked. It was like she knew what she was doing and it was the best option. Lev looked at her and said that Bara was almost approaching them. The young lady was shocked and screamed at him to stay away from her. She directed all her energy at him and shouted at him to stay away. The lion froze in surprise. The young lady opened her eyes and saw that the mouth of a black panther was right in front of her. A moment later, the panther fell to the ground. Leo said that it was a very fine job and very fast. He looked at her and asked where she was going. He looked at her and asked if she really wanted to catch up with the young master. The young girl looked at him intently, and Leo said that they had recently passed each other. The young lady was in shock and did not understand what to do now. Leo looked at the young lady with a smile on his face. A moment later, he said that it turned out they were heading to the same place. Rune looked at her with a sly smile and asked if she wanted him to give her a ride. Leo looked at her and asked if it was true that rabbits liked carrot dishes. He looked at her and said that he was feeling sleepy. She was surprised and did not understand what kind of questions he was asking her. Leo said that he loves meat and dried beef is the best snack. He looked at her and said that the lands of the herbivores were so peaceful. Rune looked at her and asked if she really lived here from the beginning. He asked if she had been kidnapped. He said that if she was human, she could wag her tail if she was threatened. She was shocked and didn't understand why he was suddenly interested, but she still looked at him intently. She noticed that he was a very caring person. He behaved lazily the whole way, and his eyes sparkled only when he bought dried beef. A moment later, someone called the gentleman. The young man looked at the panther with puzzlement and said that no matter what they put on them, they did not look like pets. He told the young man to look at the black panther because it does not look like a domestic animal, but like a real predator. He said that they would never be allowed through, but would be stopped right at the entrance, and that would only be the beginning of the problems. The young man said that the panther scared him very much, and the gentleman now demands that the panther look like a small kitten. He was in shock, did not understand why he was being tortured like that. The lion said that there was nothing they could do, and they had to enter the estate with the panther under the guise of it being their pet. They engaged in a heated discussion for some time. The young lady wanted Ash to show them the advantage of his physique. Ash glanced sideways at the young lady. A moment later, the carriage began to shake. Erwin looked at the gentleman and called him. Erwin asked the gentleman if he was expecting a bird, since he knew that there were no letters expected in the near future. The gentleman calmly said that not at all. Erwin looked at the gentleman with puzzlement and asked if such a person would look out the window so often. Erwin remembered the young master telling the rabbit to write a letter at least once a day. Erwin asked the gentleman if he wanted him to sing him a lullaby like before. The young gentleman said that he had no ear. Erwin said that it was very offensive of him to say such things. The young master said that next time, let the rabbit listen to the lullaby with him. The young gentleman knew that for the past months he had been under the influence of the pheromone and had slept with the rabbit. He knew that tonight would not be an easy night. Erwin looked at the gentleman, surprised. Erwin said that, however, it seemed that Mr. Rabbit had not disappointed the young master's expectations. They looked at the bird in surprise, as it was not the bird they expected to see. The young gentleman looked at the bird in surprise and asked if his mother had sent the message instead of the rabbit. A moment later, the young gentleman saw a letter from the rabbit. He looked at the letter in surprise and asked with a smile if this was a veiled request to eat her. Erwin laughed because of the contents of the letter. Erwin said with a smile that it was a very short message that would keep the rabbit in the memory. The young gentleman looked at his friend and told him to shut his mouth. He said that if that was the case, then he had to satisfy all expectations, and a few minutes later he sent a letter. The young gentleman said that when they met again, they should properly demonstrate what a moron was. The lion looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked why she was being friendly. Was she really cold? But she wasn't cold at all. She just had a bad feeling. A few minutes later, they arrived at the main gate. The knight looked at them and greeted them and asked them to show their identification. Opening the carriage doors, the knights froze in bewilderment. They saw a truly interesting picture. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise and asked if he didn't want to take the dried beef out of his mouth first. The knight greeted the lord and asked what kind of black panther was next to him. The lion said that the panther was like his child to him, and he could not leave her away for long. The young man looked at the panther and with a smile told her to salute. The knights were shocked by the panther's behavior. The young man smiled and told the knights that he was a very meek and intelligent child. The knight asked for forgiveness and said that the import of carnivorous animals should be reported in advance. Leston said that when they went out to the estate, they would put a metal leash on him. He asked if it hadn't been made clear in the invitation that it was possible to have up to 3 people accompanying him. For a few minutes, he continued to prove his case to them and then slammed the door. The knights saluted them and let them pass. They were shocked, as they believed that animals could not be escorts. She was busy developing her powers. Lev looked at her in surprise and asked if she had really decided to do gymnastics at night. She was furious because he had misunderstood her. She had been practicing aiming with pheromone. He told her not to look so hard. Anyway, it was late. Tomorrow morning, he would send her to the young master. But now he just wanted her to keep him company. She wanted to sleep with her boyfriend because she felt so strange every time he treated her like a human. Clev looked at her and said that it was very good that while they were riding, the young master's scent had weakened a little, and he was finally able to live normally, since it seemed to him that his nose would disappear. The young lady sniffed a little and realized that there really was almost no smell. She was shocked because she realized that her pheromone was no longer overlapping with the young master's pheromone. A moment later, she realized that her farm had begun to manifest itself. She was shocked and did not understand why this was happening, since before this would have taken at least several days. She didn't know what to do in this situation and hoped that her companion hadn't noticed anything. He looked at her and said that he thought she felt more comfortable with him, but she was still wary. He said that it upsets him a lot and now he doesn't even want to do anything. He said that he had lost all will to live because of her. She looked at him puzzled, as she knew that he had no will to live even before her. He looked at her and said that he had been stopped by guards earlier, who said that he had a suspiciously unfocused gaze. Now she understood why he had been unable to follow her then. He said it was true, and only then did he realize that he had a different view. He, embarrassed, said that it was simply a disgrace and suggested talking about something else. She was shocked, since Vivi had never seen such a reaction from him before. Lev said that he felt strangely sleepy. He muttered something quietly about a sleep pheromone. The young lady was dumbfounded by his words. He said he felt like he had taken painkillers. Vivi was in shock. She didn't understand what was happening at all. She knew he was being affected by her pheromone, so he released his own to counteract it. She was shocked because she understood that because of his pheromone, she would be able to turn into a human. Vivi did not understand what she should do now. A moment later, she remembered something. She remembered how the young gentleman had said that when she felt like she was turning into a human, she needed to give him some kind of sign, like dancing. She decided to use this method and started dancing. She wanted him to listen to her. The lion looked at her puzzled and said that she danced incredibly beautifully. He said with a smile that she was their ballerina. The young lady was shocked as she realized that her dance had no effect. She was shocked because she realized that he could not know her and the young master's signals. She was in shock and realized that it was simply the end for her. She jumped up as if she understood that now everything was different. She looked at her friend. The young lady remembered the gift that the young gentleman had recently given her. She rushed towards the stone with lightning speed. The man looked at the guest and said that he was a man of a completely different kind. He said that it was very commendable to completely hide one's face and identity. The guest looked at the man and said that he also hid his face. The man said that all he could do was make an offer. Looking at his clicks, Ahin looked at the man and said that he probably knew something about the gray powder inside. The man said it was very interesting and it was a drug made from the resin of the blum tree. He said it was a long time ago and you hardly see it in the rabbit territory lately. Aiken said he needed a list of rabbit aristocrats who were known to have used a similar powder. The man froze in bewilderment. Aiken said that those who belonged to the middle class would be suitable, and it would be even better if their representatives had silver hair. The man said that it was very difficult because they cared about their lives and the lives of their clients. He said that to begin with, there is no such thing among the trading groups. If they were caught selling drugs, then such crimes would be of a particularly serious nature. He said that everyone is just waiting for victory in the factional battle or an increase in status with the receipt of an amazing pheromone. A new reality of information about the awakening of the pheromone in this way is still not there. He also said that this was a matter of quite a long time ago. The man began to list all the families that had members with silver hair. The young gentleman looked at him intently. The young lady opened her eyes and saw something. She realized that she needed to get up quickly. Her body was very heavy. The little children looked at her and asked if she had woken up. The sweet children were quarreling near her. She looked at them in surprise, because I didn't expect to see children around me. The children were surprised and had a discussion, but Togo's account, is it true that she is a werewolf? A rabbit. But still they were surprised and did not understand why there was a panther next to her. The young lady was very surprised and did not understand why she had become human again. She began to look around the room intently. She noticed that the room was rarely used, but a moment later Ash licked her face affectionately. She hugged her friend tightly and said with a smile that she was ticklish. A moment later, she looked at the children in surprise. The children covered each other's eyes in embarrassment. They were shocked by their behavior. The young lady was shocked and did not know how to get out of such a situation. It was a tense, critical moment. Ahead of her, a cliff was visible, and behind her, a chimera was following closely. Eventually, her gaze met the gaze of a three-headed chimera. She, appearing before the chimera, pulled a sword from her belt. And finally, she pushed off the ground and cut through the air and flew into the chimera. The children looked at her in surprise and asked what happened next. She said that due to the fierce battle, her armor was destroyed and she accepted help from the nearest one. The children looked at her and asked if she meant the Black Panther by her neighbor. She said that she did and asked her friend to say hello to the children. The girl looked at her and said that it turned out that she really had removed the chimera. The young lady smiled and said that even the three-headed chimera died from one blow from her. She said that whatever it was, at the very last moment the chimera spewed out this pocket watch. She said that it was very rare, and all warriors want to possess this treasure. The kids were shocked and thought she was cool. She looked at them and said that this was a very top-secret mission on the Rabbitlands, so she asked them not to tell anyone about it. The children looked at her and said that they would not tell anyone anything. The young lady was shocked that she managed to get out of this situation. She thought that her friend must have moved her here while she was unconscious. She realized that all the children sitting next to her were the children of the invited aristocrats. She looked out the window in surprise, wondering what time it was. A moment later, she saw a familiar carriage. A few minutes later, she saw the young gentleman. She looked at him in surprise. She knew she had to go and say hello to him. She still gave up on this idea, because she thought that it might happen that she would run into someone from the Revian family. She doesn't know now how they will treat her, and she doesn't want the young master to see this. She saw that for a moment their gazes met. She was shocked and wondered if this predator really had eyes on the top of its head. She was very scared and hid. The young gentleman looked out the window in surprise. She didn't know what to do now. A little boy came up to her and said that she had a wound on her hand. She looked at him in surprise as she did not understand what he was talking about. All the children came closer to her, and one boy asked if she had received this injury in the battle with the chimera. He said that Mother Roselia was an outstanding healer and asked how about her examining her wound right away.